All right. Well, it's 1969, okay. Walk across the USA. It's another year for me and you. Another year with nothing to do. It's another year for me and you. Another year with nothing to do. Now last year I was 21. I didn't have a lot of fun. And now I'm gonna be 22. I say oh my and a boo-hoo. Yeah, now I'm gonna be 22. Oh my and a boo-hoo. Well, it's 1969, okay. All across the USA. It's another year for me and you. Another year with nothing to do. It's 1969. It's 1969. It's 1969, baby. It's 1969, baby. It's 1969. It's 1969. It's 1969. It's 1969. It's 1969, baby. It's 1969, baby. With 1969, baby. Baby.
Hello, good evening. Hello. I'm going to give myself a sound check. Yes, I hear the crackling of my voice. Richard Neal, good to see you, man. Very good to see you. Yeah, it seems like, well, apparently 68 was where it got really crazy. 69 was, I guess, kind of the overflow. I would imagine. I could only imagine. So when I was, let's see, when I was about 15, I got really into the Doors. And and I started like, reading all the books about the time period between like 67 and when he died in 71. So that time period got really intense for me. I mean, it's as much as anything can get intense for a 15-year-old. Oh, hey, what's up, Cheryl? Good to see you. I'm not going to do a moon landing right away. I've been working on this darn Russian Venus probe, because in January they launched one and actually got it through the atmosphere. So I'm going to try to charge through that real quick. And I think I'm going to try to find some kind of background music. I think this is just going to be an all-nighter. So, the American Prayer album. Well, quote-unquote album, it was released. But yeah. Awake, shake dreams from your hair, my pretty child, my sweet one, choose the day and the sign of your day and the day's divinity. Yeah, Herbie the Love Bug. Yeah, I gotta say, like, growing up in the 80s and then going into the 90s, like, it's clear that a lot of the TV that I grew up with was recycled. I mean, I knew that, but obviously the older I get, the more it gets put into perspective as far as, like, what was actually going on. But, I mean, now I watch stuff from the 90s, and it's like, oh, it's a period piece. So, yeah, I'm going to go through. I haven't quite organized a list of launches that I'm going to do. So I definitely want to at least try this Venera probe. I mean, it's pretty much too late to test it. I've been testing it out, and now I've redone and I've rebuilt it and redesigned it, and this is about as best it's going to get. So I'm going to launch it, and I think I'm even going to do one of the cheats if it doesn't work, just to get into the Venus atmosphere. And there were a couple Apollo launches this year. Apollo 11 was just one of them. Apollo 11 was the first one to land on the moon, obviously, but Apollo 9 launched, which tested out some new designs for the command module, which they called Gumdrop, and they tested out the lunar module. So I've just taken some time as well designing this lunar module, and I actually haven't landed it yet. I tested it the other day, and I did successfully get it down. It got close, but I wasn't paying attention, and I kind of messed up. But it seemed stable, so this is we'll see what happens. So anyway, Apollo 9 launched early in '69, which they just went up into orbit and tested out the module, and then Apollo 10 launched, where they went around the moon. They went in orbit of the moon. They took the LEM and separated it, and then they went in orbit of the moon. And then they came back, and supposedly they purposefully didn't put enough fuel in the lander so that the astronaut Gene Cernan wouldn't be tempted to land it himself. I mean, I think that's kind of a myth, because it's like, I don't think anybody in their right mind would try to do that. But like they took the LEM within 10 miles of the surface of the moon, and there's really great footage of it. And actually, they had sort of an incident, which I thought about reproducing, but I'm not going to do 3 Apollo launches during this, and this thing would just be like 8 hours long. But I might show the video from Apollo 10, where they, because as soon as he separates, so they're off in the LEM, and the other guy's in the module, and basically they lose control of the LEM, and it starts spinning out of control, and you hear the guy like cussing, and then you hear, it's what the creepiest part is, you hear the guy up in the command module who doesn't know what's going on. He can't hear them. All he can talk to is the people on Earth, and he says, if they don't make it, you're gonna let me know, huh? It's like it just like kind of dawned on him, like, oh, these guys, like, they could just be crashing right now. It's just like the creepiest thing to hear. And Goldie Hawn, Walter Matthau. All right, so let me get some rockets going on. Now, like I said, I'm starting with the Russians, so that's what it's going to be, because I want to get this Venus thing. Now, I did we did a Venus probe recently to enter the atmosphere, and we did enter the atmosphere, but we didn't last long, and we were destroyed. And so in January of '69, the Soviets launched 2 more, and these did make it into the atmosphere. And I've just tried. Hey, it's the guy from the Jeffersons. So yeah, I'm gonna try to make it quick. I actually did practice doing the run. I thought about just skipping straight to the planet, but I'm not gonna do that. So let me stop my yapping. Let's put on some good soup. I launched this Millinoya rocket into orbit. So yeah, I had to redo the. So this is, and I apologize if anybody wanted to see a moon landing right away. But this is the Soviet Venera probe. The bottom, this monstrosity, which is what I was just like, all right, I'm just going to have to do something like this, is what I hope is going to protect this thing when it crashes into the atmosphere of this. And again, I could just cheat, but if this works, it's going to be so cool. So yeah, and I am also going to have to quickly design. So yeah, again, Apollo 10, Apollo 11 happened, to go back to our launches this year that I was talking about before I interrupted myself. Those happened, and interestingly enough, when the Apollo 11 astronauts who were on the moon, I believe they were just getting ready to take off. Oh, I gotta. When they were on the moon, the Soviets did crash something a couple miles away from them. Now, I don't think they could see it. It would have been really cool if they could. And there's one video online on YouTube, of course, that it seems like it's showing the Apollo astronauts, and you see this thing flying overhead. And I've seen a lot of people sort of use that. See, this is going to be a problem. I just added this thing, but you know what? Whatever. It's going to look a little silly. The shroud's not going to last long. So stock parts, I really gotta. I might have to really give this whole Soviet rocket an overhaul soon. These things are getting a lot heavier. Alrighty, let's get this thing. Now, there were 2 of these. There was a Venera 5 and a Venera 6. I'm not going to do all that. I'm just going to do a save. That way, if I mess up, I'm going to reload it. We're going to do a desert launch. Because, again, these things in Soviet times were launching from. And some downtime. Richard Neal, he said, you remember bugging Mom about buying you Tang. was that specifically because of like because it was supposed to be astronaut food? I guess. I mean astronaut drink. Supposedly. All right. Let's. The Americans also launched a Mariner probe to Mars this year, which I think I'm probably going to do. Let's. If I have time. I mean, I have to look at the count. Oh man, this thing is. What's going on here? This thing is way off. Something's wrong with this. I don't know. How am I going to save this? Nah, this ain't gonna cut it. Oh man, come on. If I have to skip the Venera probe, then I'll skip the Venera probe, man. But hold up. So that looks like it was backwards. Let's revert to launch. What's going on with that? And my dad said he remembers around that there was like a lot of really bad storms or something. Maybe there was like they're worried that it's going to scrub the launch because of the bad weather. And he said he remembered the like preachers on TV saying that it was like the weather, like God was preventing it from happening. I mean, I don't know. This is what my dad was telling me. All right, so I need to figure out why this thing is. The navigation I can tell is like completely off for some reason. And I think I know why. Yes, I know why. I know why. How do I fix this? I need to find a probe and tell it to be reversed. That's right, because I wanted it to be realistic. So the way that this probe is on here, because the last one I made, the last Venera probe was just terrible. I mean, it didn't even look like the other one. The only thing it had was the separating thing, because again, this Venera probe is supposed to go into the. Here we go. We're going to control from there, and then we're going to reversed. There we go. That should do it. Oh yeah, this guy's going to go into the atmosphere. This game's version of Venus. The longest part is going to be getting into orbit. And hopefully I don't have any issues getting into orbit. Because I really had to finagle with the weight of this thing. I had redesigned this thing once, and it was totally different, and it was just a monstrosity, but it was too heavy. And it was like, okay, I either got to not use this thing I just made or redesign the entire rocket, which I'm not going to do. But anyway, in a second, I'm going to get up some facts about 1969. That was the year Woodstock happened famously. Over a bit more so we can get our horizontal angle. Get rid of those guys. So this is where the trouble has been happening. Right here, this starts to slow down because those run out of fuel. I got to separate. Will this speed back up in time? It's got to. And it's like it's starting to speed itself up. Yes. Now it's starting to gain speed very slowly down here. I can see that. So it's really close. We can get rid of this thing now. Oh boy, maybe that was a little soon. That wobbling didn't look healthy. I think I forgot to auto strut this thing when I redid it. Oh boy. Well, we're still gaining speed, which is good. So we're going to get into an orbit. and then we're going to cruise off towards Venus, or Eve in this game. So here we are. Here's our little parabolic arc as we're going up, and it's ever increasing because we are ever getting faster and faster. And I need to arc over more of an arc here, since I know we're speeding up now, and see the numbers increasing. Here's parabolic arc. That's going to get wider, and eventually that arc is going to dip over the curve of the Earth, and whammo, we're going to be in a circle. Although we got to be high enough. And right now, there's our apogee, and our perigee is, we don't have one yet. Although technically we do, but it's in the ground. Uh-oh. We've just stopped. We gotta. Man, that's really bad. Oh, that's really, really bad. Oh no, we're gonna be able to destroy this thing. That's not cool at all. That's not cool at all. That's really not cool. Why is that? What is that actually sticking on? There's an. Oh. Stop. Why is it doing this? It's a chain reaction. Oh, this is really messing up. Right. All right, we gotta shut it down. We gotta shut it down. Or how high are we making it? 109. We're at 90. We're going up to 109. We gotta stabilize this thing. Let's get back into. Luckily, this thing has reaction wheels on it. All right, let's see. I do have auto strut. All right, we're gonna circularize. I'm gonna tell it I'm gonna use the maneuver computer over here. Oh, come on, hurry up. What are you doing? You're slowing down. We don't want to be slowing down. All right, just. Okay. All right, I'm being impatient. Let's just let it do its thing. When is the node? A minute? We're just about at our apoapse. All right, we want to do it now. There we go. So I'm just giving an order to circularize. So now I'm looking at our arc. The green is where we're at now. That's now moving. Oh, we just ran out of fuel in that section. Got to separate. Oh, I really didn't check my staging properly. Decouple that. Activate that. Oops. All right, now we can see my orbit. You can see the green is getting wider because it's becoming from an arc that's just falling. It's just going to be falling because all that is lateral trajectory, the lateral velocity, because we're still going faster and faster. Now we're going thousands and thousands of meters a second. And we're about to be in actual orbit with this final stage. So we're in space now. Oh, what is going on? Oh, I misread this. Here we go. Perfect. We're good. So now we're in a nice orbit with our final stage. Oh, that was stressful. All right, let's get our stability sisters. Let's get our little wings out here. Wings not for flying, but for solar. Our final stage. Okay, so now now is the time. We're going to look at the map. We're going to look all the way. There's the moon. We need to find Venus, Eve, target. We're going to create a maneuver. Now we know we need a maneuver to exit. So if we did that, we would exit the... That's where we would be. Now, let's move that to where we know it's going to hit the planet. I think we gave it too much oomph even. What is this? Oh, I had it in the wrong thing. All right, let's try this again. Add a maneuver. This is the most annoying part, but we're good. That. Oh dear. Nope. Just about did. Look at that. We're just about there. Cool. That's fine. That's about a minute long burn. That's pretty wild. Oh, what are we hitting here? So now it looks like we're hitting the moon or something. We gotta see. We have to adjust something. Looks like we did this at just the wrong time of day. So if we hit the moon, we could, or not hitting the moon, but hit the moon's gravity. We could really, it could throw us off because the moon has its own gravity. And see that? I feel like we're close. A little closer. All right, you know what? That is good. What is this? What's happening here still? Nope. So once we do this burn, it's going to go from our green circular orbit to whoop, right out. And there it is. We were almost hitting the moon. So we're going to go right past the moon. But at this point, it's not going to. It's just about not going to interfere. A little bit closer, and it was really interfering. Sometimes they can help. You can use the gravity of another body to help you move. So let's execute that node with this final stage. It's a minute burn, so it's going to, again, our current orbit is circular around the planet. It's going to become just straight off. All right, groovy. Yeah, I was thinking I put on some like wacky 60s music. I don't know. Like incense and peppermint. That's the thing. Now we're getting to the point where all the music is copywritten, like big time. I'm sure I could find some general 60s garage rock. Tank sandwiches. There's a story I forgot to tell about during one of the Gemini missions when the two astronauts were going up. One of them, for a practical joke, I think it was Gus Grissom. Like there was some famous place around where one of the other astronauts lived, and the guy went there. They had a famous place that made this really great pastrami and cheese sandwich or something like that. And what's going on here? Node time, burn in 1 minute. Why doesn't this want to warp to the node? Am I missing something? What do we got? What do we got here? There's that engine. These are really out of whack. I really gotta adjust these things. We got that, which is already activated. Parachutes, that's gonna be last. That thing is nothing. Those are gonna be last. That's gonna be last. All this stuff really needs to not be. used. This engine, all of this stuff is nothing. Yeah, we don't have anything. Now this has its own engine. But yeah, this guy, we gotta... Ooh, that's interesting. Well, yeah, that's right, that can't... Alright, I don't know why, but nothing happened, and that's really annoying. So that was our burn. Technically, that should still work with that burn, so... Well, it says in negatives. Our burn time... Why did that change? Alright, I'm not going to worry about it. Abort the execution, but execute the node now, then. Warp to it. I'm just going to click it. I usually never do that. I might have to fudge this because of that, because this final stage doesn't look like it's... Well, let's see. Let's just see how it goes. All right, well, that's unfortunate. All right, so now we're going to separate that. Boom. All right, now we just have, this is simply the Venera probe. Now it has its own rocket. And I'm going to have to do that burn again. Yeah, like I said, this is the part that takes the longest. Okay, so let me make sure this is facing the correct way. I don't believe it is, because the rocket's actually facing. Yeah, I better find that out. I think I need to reverse it again. All right. Let's get to it. Control point reversed. We're going to hit default. All right, that feels right. I'm going to save it just in case because I'm getting nervous. And then I'm do A1. All right, now we're going to have to use this thing's built-in rocket, which should be all that we're going to use. But that's, I think I might have to fudge it, but just for time's sake, I'm going to. All right, so let's hit this again. Add a maneuver. Oh, that means that first maneuver was a complete waste of rocket fuel, which is kind of terrible. All right, let's just get this going. Yeah, this part's kind of, it is what it is. There we go. There we go. Just had to catch it. Because this thing shows you where they're going to intercept there. Or just about. I just got to get it close enough. There we go. And then once it's that close, like that's not really close. All right, that burn time. All right, so here, here's what I'm going to do. Because again, I've really struggled with this thing. And it's just a matter of going back and fine-tuning it. But I'm not even sure if this whole getup is going to work. But I really want to just put something into the atmosphere of Venus just for the sake of getting it on video. Even if I shamelessly have to fudge some of the settings. All right, let's execute that burn. Because this is starting to take a really long time. Speed it up, speed it up. And let's see here. So this is the year like Sesame Street came out. Super Bowl III happened. I wonder if people were all crazy over the Super Bowl back then. I would imagine not. Oh, the engine wasn't activated. I'm so stupid. That's why I didn't burn the last time. That's why. In fact, I'm gonna activate these so it doesn't take a minute and a half. See, the thing is, once I design something like this, I can use the same type of, even though this is a horrible design. There's people that have, that have played this game and designed these things that obviously have spent a very long time on making them look like precisely right. It's like amazingly correct. Like this is just terrible. This is slumming it right here. Yeah, so as you can see, being in orbit where we were in orbit, you can see no difference. If we've been burning at top speed to increase our speed, but you can really tell no difference. The difference is that instead of going around the planet in a little bit, we're just going to be going off into space now. That's why orbital mechanics is just strange, because if you're flying around just in the sky on an airplane, you can directly see how fast you're going relative to everything else when you're so far away from anything else. All right, so this is at least taking us. All right, so let me fast forward this to where we get outside. Oh, in my last game, I fell asleep at the ending of it. But I did the Zond mission, and I fell asleep in the middle of it. I kind of want to finish that. And all that was a Soviet mission where they sent a craft full of turtles and animals around the moon, and they returned it back to Earth, which is kind of impressive. Alright, so now I can just go closest approach to target, and I know I'm kind of in the ballpark already. Okay, so I believe the sweet spot for hitting the atmosphere of this planet is around 70. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save it A2. I don't want to waste. I don't want to waste like hours on this. I think I always do this when I try to hit Venus. Right, so I create a node. That's gonna do that. That's only a 10-second burn, which is gonna do this. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. At this point, we don't need this. All right, so using the calculations of our Soviet Kerbals, we have now gotten into the vicinity of the planet. All right, we're good now. So I'm going to fast forward that all the way here. 136 days away. So I guess if I wanted to, I could now continue with something else. Because if I wanted to beat time, but it's kind of anticlimactic if I do all that and then don't actually, because obviously it took a few months for it to reach. So let's take a look at our agenda here. C9 space flight. I hate the Wikipedia page for this. let's see. The first one is Venera 5, and then also Venera 6. Now we also have Soyuz. So this is something else. Soyuz 4 and 5 docking, which is another historic landmark. Because at that point, Soviets had not docked together manned spacecraft. And here's our Mariner 6, which is our Mars flyby. And then we have Apollo 9 in March. In March is Apollo 9. Soviets tried to send something to Mars. That failed. NASA sends Mariner 7 to Mars to fly by it. So NASA does 2 Mars flybys this year. And here's Apollo 10, which is basically the dress rehearsal of Apollo 11. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do multiple Apollos. I mean, I could if I planned on streaming for like 12 hours. I would just do an Apollo now, but not land on it, and then go and do some other stuff. But here's the thing: when the new Kerbal comes out, I'm gonna do this all over again. So I'm gonna do a different format. Here's Apollo 11, July 16th. When the new Kerbal comes out, I'm not gonna do it yearly. I'm just gonna do it by program. I think when I get it, I'm not gonna get it right away. It's probably gonna be like, I should probably wait. Alrighty, so yeah, what else we got? Another Soyuz. I'm not going to worry about those other Soyuzes. But yeah, at this point. And then Apollo 12 also happened this year. So we had another moon landing happen in November. Apollo 12 is so fun. I really kind of want to do it on its own thing and play the audio, because the audio for Apollo 12 is hysterical. Those guys are just kidding with each other and messing around so much. You can hear Houston just being like annoyed with them. Yeah, so that's it. Nothing out of the ordinary. We didn't even have any of those weird. Because again, we've been sending moon probes, but again, I didn't see the Soviet lunar probe. Luna. No Soviet did lunar probes this year. Where is it? Luna 15. Because it crashed into the moon when the Apollo astronauts were actually on the surface. And it was supposed to. So yeah, I kind of want to try to do that, and I'll do that live. Design something not too complicated, obviously, but that can land and then lift back off. Because the Soviets did that. They designed something that can land on the moon, which we've already kind of designed something that can do that. But then something that can lift back off the moon and make it back to Earth and enter the atmosphere again. So if I'm doing everything, if I'm successful, then I'm gonna design that during this. So yeah, here it is, July 13th. The Soviets launched Luna 15 a couple days before Apollo 11 launched, and they crashed it. Like, it'd be fun to think like they did it to kind of troll them, and they tried to crash it near them just to be like, yeah. But we knew about it. All right, let's get this thing going here. Oh yeah, I was going to decide if I wanted to do something else and then go back to this to give it, because this is going to be 136 days, but no, I'm not going to do that. Let's get this going. So I want to put timestamps for this stuff. It'll be weird if I put a timestamp with or split up. All right, so we're warping slow, as quick as we can, and there's the planet that we are moving towards. We're intercepting with it. And there's the planet we came from. We bounced off of that, just like somebody throwing a football to it, and then it's going to land over here, and this guy's running, like doing a running catch. All right. Can we see? Whoopsie. See the planet yet? Nope. Let's warp there. 7 days from now. All right, so we're going to warp ahead 7 days. And I think that bit of lag I just had means the planet has loaded in. Where's the planet? Can I see it yet? There it is. Not far off in the distance, I can see that planet. That's Venus. That's our destination. Nice trip to Venus. How far away that is at this point. But we're going to fast forward it some more. And there it is on... So we can see it here. It's on the... That's where we're looking across and seeing it. But we're both us and the planet are traveling, because that's the thing. We're moving around the sun. Everything's moving. Everything's around the sun. So even if something left the gravitational influence of the Earth, it would still be going around the sun. The sun is what's ruling everything gravitationally. All right. You can see we're going to intercept. Let's go a little bit farther. And we are going to... This is going to now show us what the influence looks like. And there we go. So we're moving inwards towards the planet, and we're going to... So this has us just nipping it right around the edge. So this is us coming in. This is our path. We're going to go right around the planet. Okay. I'm going to save it again. I didn't really need to do that fuel thing because, you know, I only took the one burn. Now I could do a fuel thing and slow us down, so we have some fuel left, but we'll see. We'll see if my heat shield cluster works. Alright, so 63 miles. Hopefully that's going to slow me down enough to actually enter the atmosphere. I mean, to enter the... Because it's either going to slow me down and I'm going to dip into the atmosphere, or I'm going to be going too fast and I'm just going to keep going. That's what they call skipping off the atmosphere. But we're going to try it this way, because that should slow us down. Oh, well, you know, now I'm getting worried. Let's adjust this a little bit. I'm going to make it a little less... Well, I'm going to change the... How much can I do that? Not much. Yeah, that's not going to work too good. See, the best thing to do would be try to orbit it, but that's nothing. We didn't, or I'm not going to orbit something. See, if I went in and slowed down really, like if I currently did a 36-second burn, I would be in orbit of this planet, and then I could easily do a controlled dip into the atmosphere. But that's not historically what happened. So we need to just go straight into the planet. And the question is, what's the best attitude to have? Attitude. What's the best angle to be hitting the atmosphere with? Now let's just stick with what it's doing right now, because we're gonna hit at 63. Yeah, it's still bothering me though. So that's very. I think it's just gonna dip off. I'm gonna add a maneuver again. I'm gonna go this. We're gonna slow it down just enough. 20-second burn. All right, let's slow it down a little more. I'm making it a little more steep. What are we doing here? It's hard to tell which one is which. 63. 181. 16. Oh, that's too much. 82. Come on. Just about 30-second burn. It's 86. All right, we got it. 67. 9. That's. Oops. I'm wondering if a polar orbit would be best to do this with. I was doing it. Didn't dawn on me just how challenging this is a bit. Just a tad bit more. 42. This is the most. 67. That's going to take us 67 degrees in. 66. All right, we're going to do that. All right, execute the burn. But I want to save it again because I'm feeling anxious. Execute the burn, comrade. Because man, these dudes running these things, because if you ever look up the Soviet Venera program, they had so many problems. They sent them over and over again. All right, where's our burn? Ignite, little venereal probe. Wait, what just happened there? What? Did it burn? What? Not out of fuel. Why did it do that? Maybe in the wrong orientation again? What's going on here? Oh, this thing is just a lemon. No, I'm just kidding. Venus probe, sorry. Just work right. Oh, it's out of charge. Are you kidding me? That's why it didn't go off, because it's out of electric charge. Even though I have those solar panels. Alright, is this even gonna... What is this gonna do with me now? There's just a slight orbital adjustment. See, that was always sort of the challenge. Send something to Venus or send it to Mars. Well, that's cool because again, the Soviets did send something similar to this again to Mars, so it's cool just to have this design, this dumb. Well, I'm not convinced this is going to work. This has gaps in it. We'll see. Because if I have to, I'll just turn down the heat setting just to do it. I don't really want to, but all right. Now we're good. Where'd the planet go? There it is. Okay. Let's fast forward all the way. All right, so this is going to be the moment of truth now. Let's do it. Here comes our planet. Whoa. All right, at this point, because the whole thing isn't going in there, we're going to separate that bundle of heat sinks or heat shields. Up there. I don't know if I gave myself enough time now. Oh boy. Alright, so now we're gonna be falling big time. Alright, let's get this show on the road. First we're gonna get rid of that. No. This. There we go. Alright, so I'm not worried about the rest of that probe now. Can we keep this thing in retrograde? Shouldn't really matter. I mean, this is the point where it's like, all right, if if I want this to work, I might just change the setting. The thing with this, I mean, the atmospheric settings for this planet and this game are notorious. Like, some people just put mods on just to soften the atmosphere. So again, I won't feel totally horrible if I have to reload this. And just turn off the heat a bit. That's gonna have to explode soon. Oh no, here we go. We're still speeding up. See, we need to start slowing down. We're not slowing down. Overheat. Everything else is blowing up. Yep, everything else is just gone already. We are finally slowing down. That's good. Question is everything else. So now we're dropping out of orbit. Oh, we're now out of orbit. That's good. Out of orbit and slowing down. We're still going 5,000 meter over, well, almost 4,500 meters a second. We're still far above the atmosphere. We're still heating up. Oh man, come on. That's just about to explode. It looks like, whatever that is. It's still slowing down, but we're not slowing down very fast at all. Don't blow up. This might have worked. This big bubble of heat shields might have worked. Wow. All right. Oh, we're falling. Aren't we? Oh, well, we're in orbit. We're not falling yet. We've just done an aero capture. So we're not in the clear yet. Oh man, that's not quite the way it's supposed to work, but I'll take it. All we gotta do is fast forward it. So we're actually in orbit around this thing. We'll just pretend like that's not happening. I'm gonna fast forward it all the way back around here. And so what's happened is, because we dipped in the atmosphere, it slowed our trajectory down enough to actually capture us into orbit. We've been captured in the orbit of this planet. So what I'm going to do is just fast forward it right back to our other thing, and we're going to go down into the atmosphere again and get slowed down again. Because the whole idea is and this isn't actually a technique that they use. It's like if they land something on Mars, which has an atmosphere, they'll put it in some type of orbit. Each time it goes by, it slows it down just a little bit more when it dips into the atmosphere, and slows it down a little more and slows it down a little more. Hopefully, I only have to do that once because I could adjust it now that I'm slow enough to try to dip down, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to, let's warp to it. You're going to see us go up and away, and then right back over. And back into dipping into the atmosphere, because yeah, I don't think we're going to do another pass. This should slow us down enough. Let's fast forward it to get there, so I don't have to wait. And yeah, I can actually see our apoaps and periaps change. So all this should go down. I mean, basically, once it slows down enough, all of this is, you can already see it shrinking. What I'm expecting is for this to shrink completely. Still might not be there yet. Whoa. Oh, well, there's nothing we can do now because this thing has no propulsion on it. This thing is just at the mercy of Isaac Newton. All right, so now it's slowing down. Big time. So yeah, as you can see, you can visibly see the orbit shrinking. And so arrow capture, arrow braking, also it's called, if you want to slow it down. But you could also do this to slow down, like if you have some kind of a satellite in orbit. You do it like that, just to change your orbit in general. I know there's a way to put captions up, but I'm going to put up and just have it say Venera 6 or Venera 5 or whatever it was. All right, so this looks like it's working. Cool. We're still not. Looks like we're still gonna. We're not slow it down enough. We might have to go and arrow brake a few more times. That's fine. Even if this happened in real life and the Soviets didn't know about it, like it still would have. Although I think they would have known about it. But again, putting something through the atmosphere of Venus is easier than putting something through the atmosphere of Eve. You can see our orbit is a lot slower. We gotta have it get. What I don't want it to do is bring us down in a nighttime area. That would be lame. Well, we're still slowing down exponentially. But yeah, coming down in a nighttime area would certainly be lame, which, knowing my luck. Actually, are we leaving? No, I think we're not going to come down in a nighttime area. All right, let's fast forward this some more. Or no, can we? All right, check it out. Fast forwarding it more. One more elliptical orbit. We'll do it. For our little heat shield probe. And you know what? I'm also hoping that I'm not going to have a problem separating these things. Actually, yeah, that's kind of an issue. Not sure why I can't. Oh, there we go. The jettison all these heat shields. On the one I designed before, I put them all in a staging. So if I hit the staging key, it would just explode all the heat shields off of them. Okay, so now you can see our orbit is it's done. This is the last one. So we're gonna be entering. I think the main way to do this properly for this particular game, it would be to make sure all of the probe is covered. Last one I only had the bottom half covered and thought that the cone would be protected. It didn't. It was still blowing stuff up inside there. And we're still not slowing down. We're still not losing. I really don't want to make another pass, man. Come on. And through all that, our parachute still works.
ему веру, Магомета, и в Россию больше не вернусь. По морям нынче здесь, по морям, нынче здесь, а завтра там. Песню эту я пою.
I wonder if I could have just slammed this into the atmosphere more steeply, and if it would. Well, nah, this was really close to getting overheated and blowing the whole thing up, so probably not. I mean, if I didn't have to just straight up cheat and have it and turn off with the and turn the heat down. You can see the ablator's just decreasing. We're how halfway done. Burning up. I could probably flip this on its other side. It would probably still work. Well, now those antennas, they're still attacked. Come on already now. I could fast forward it, but I like the. Just gonna revel in the fact that I've successfully done this. So technically I could just do the, well, I should do the Soyuzes next. Keep on. I mean, and after that, I think it would get the Russian ones out of the way. The Soyuz docking. Why not? I mean, I have all night. Unless anybody specifically objects. Oh, we're now falling. Are we done? Are we done? Yes. So look, our circular orbit has now just become a little tiny arc. And it's even getting slower as because we're still in a really thick. The atmosphere is so thick, it's like water, and we're just slowly just going into a bigger and bigger free fall. Okay, so we can. Get rid of these things. Oh, that's going to be an issue. That we were not going to be able to shed those things. Up together. Hold up. Hold up. Yo, hold up. Why? No, that's not. No. No, come on. Come on. Because I was. Let's try it. Previously, I was able to. I wonder if I would have. Yeah. If I would have separated some of these first while they were connected, maybe it would have then made some of them fall away. Oh, that sucks. I mean, it's fine. I mean, pretty sure they lost contact with this in the atmosphere. So, oh, the parachute did come out. Let me see, because it's not like this thing landed and they got readings from it. So I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, it operated in the atmosphere. So we got something because they launched 2 of them. I'm not going to launch 2 of them. I've spent over an hour on this. So we've got something for the first time. in the atmosphere of Eve. Unfortunately, it's covered in heat shields. A literal shell of heat shields. But when they were still connected, I could have started separating them one by one. I could go back and reload it to previously where it, but I'm not going to do that. Okay. Well, that's fine. Again, it's like the real one. They didn't get readings from the surface, so they don't know what happened. All they know is it did enter the atmosphere and the parachute did go off. Richmond spread is out there. The cotton candy planet. That is falling like a rock. I wonder if those heat shields will break off when it hits the whatever that's supposed to be. All right, I need to go use the facilities. See, I could reload it because it's like they did 2 of these things. What happened to the second one there? The lander operated for, so they both operated for an hour in the atmosphere. But this is fine. There were 4 Apollo missions this year. I'm only going to do 1. So I should stop obsessing over this. This is a very boring part of this planet, just a giant ocean. Right. I'll be right back.
Светили нам те очи ясные и по углам золотые фонари. Фонари, фонарики мои, веселые огни горят. Про любовь, про ясные глаза, про милого мне говорят. Горят и будут они гореть всю ночь, злую тоску отгонят прочь. Фонари, фонарики мои, веселые огни горят. Прошли они, те годы милые, и вечность канула, любовь моя. Еще придет время унылое, вдали от родины тоскую я. Но верим вы, пройдут страдания, ночи бессонные, вплоть до зари. Увидим мы улицу русскую, и по углам снова наши фонари. Фонари, фонарики мои, веселые огни горят. Про любовь, про ясные глаза, про милого мне говорят. Горят и будут они гореть всю ночь, злую тоску отгонят прочь. Фонари, фонарики мои, веселые огни горят. Сегодня веселимся и поем, мы играем чувствами, в мечтах живем, наполняет сердце сладостный дурман. Даже
если в нем один обман. Все смутилось, все спуталось, смешалось. Я стою, как в заколдованном кругу. Что ждет завтра и где-то неизвестно никому. Но сегодня я люблю. Тайрарайрам, тарайдарида, тайрам. Тарарида, тайдарида, таратам. Тайрадирам, тарайдадира, тайдадиратам. Тайдадирам, таридадиратам. Думала, что сердце износило, что застыла кровь, и страсть давно прошла. А сегодня что-то вдруг случилось, и поет так радостно душа. Все смутилось, все спуталось, смешалось. Я стою, как в заколдованном кругу. Что ждет завтра и где-то неизвестно никому. Но сегодня я люблю. С той поры забилось сердце снова. Жизнь теперь лишь сладостный дурман. Все вокруг прелестно и так ново. Любим мы, и это не обман. Все смутилось, все спуталось, смешалось. Я стою, как в заколдованном кругу. Что ждет завтра и где-то неизвестно никому. Но сегодня я люблю. Тайра-тайрам, тарайда-рида, тайрам. Тайра-рида, тайда-рида-ра-ра-там. Тайра-рирам, тарайда, тайра-тайра-тайра-там. Но сегодня я люблю.
Буду вечно послушная, от судьбы никуда не уйдет. Да и что нам судьба равнодушная? Эх, нет любви, ну и так проживем. Что мне горе, жизни
Alrighty.
море,
Apologies for that delay. And we are still plummeting into the atmosphere of Eve. Just for the sake of already been doing this, I was just gonna leave it. Accomplishments. Yeah, a suborbital flight about Eve. Atmospheric flight of Eve. Yay. Historical milestone reached. Alright, let's fast forward this. This thing will survive, actually. It's interesting. I kind of do want to do it a second one. Well, it's definitely too late now. Look at that. The thing is almost... Oh, it blew up! I messed around with it too much, and the whole thing blew up. Oh well. It worked for a while, so that's even more historically. So because the parachute slowed it down and gravity started affecting it more because it was slow, but the heat shield cluster was still hanging on to it. Because I forgot I had it fast forwarded, and I was sitting there shaking it back and forth, and somehow it made the whole heat shield cluster hit each other and explode, and the whole thing just exploded now. But that's fine, because it still counted. The game counted it as being a milestone, and that's what happened in real life. These things only survived for a small amount of time in the atmosphere. So we're just going to return to Space Center, and that's on the that's logged in the game, in the game's history.
Чему напрасно изводиться?
All right.
Зачем бесцельно ревновала?
This
Ах, не
later
лучше ли
Russian, this early Russian music is,
убийца и голубками
yeah, it's kind of good. It's kind of good. Not too bad. All right, so I am going to do the Soyuzes. Soyuz 4 and 5 were launched one day apart. First docking between two crewed spacecraft. All right, so let's do it. Oh, I should check on my Zond mission too when I fell asleep during.
Мои смугляночки, мои вы галочки, где же вы теперь? Люблю вас, милых, я, и не
We'll
забыл
see.
я. Мои
We'll
вы
see.
дети, воля полей.
Maybe we should get. Oh, we'll get the one guy launched. Then we'll check out the Zond from up there. But I kind of want to return it. Alright, so. And have we had. They had a successful Soyuz return. I believe there were some parachute problems. Here's Soyuz 1. The parachute, which needs to function from in this, it was telling me it was stowed away, which is a big problem. So we're still going to consider this an experiment. Well, I guess that's fine. They're all experimental missions. Here's the parachute. So I'm going to assume it's either saying that because I have this fairing over it, which makes sense. Although if that's the case, that's a problem. I guess I could destroy the fairing, but I don't really want to because it's supposed to be the main part of the craft. Even like in flight or even out of flight. So is it not going to let me clip some parachutes through it? This is what I got to figure out. Let's see. Let's just get rid of that for there. So that's going to explode off. And here's our parachutes that it says are stowed. Well, they are, so they're not exposed because they're under that fairing. So that kind of makes sense. If I have to separate it, I will for now, and we can upgrade it later. Just say it's an upgraded craft. So let's separate or select those. Did I do it? No, I just screwed it all up. Unless I can make this clip in there instead of right across the top. Like that. Now it's exposed. Good. Okay, so now I just got to be able to grab the parachutes and again, what my Soyuz is here is 3 clipped together of those single pods so that I can fit 3 people in them eventually. And then that thing over it to give it the shape of the Soyuz. Well, these parachutes, it's not really letting me get. Just tangle it up. Is that it? Oops. Let's get off of that. Ugh. Try that again. That didn't undid that. Edit fairing. And we want to close it just on... That's fine.
Посылаю я, Маруся, из Европы вам привет. И признаться не боюсь, краше вас на свете. Гряза, не синие глаза, широка там Рязани ходит бирюза. Дальние походы,
Parachutes.
дальние края. Ты всегда со
Cool.
мной,
Just grab the
сердце
parachutes.
Родина моя.
Because they got to be big enough.
За стеной да Kerbal-Kind,
There's 3 of them.
в такой другой стране. Лучше нашинских, рязанских
Let's
я
see.
не
As long as that thing doesn't need that, that's fine. They can just stay right there. 'Cause I'm not going to be inside. I'm not going to be showing images of the Kerbals inside the Soyuz. So we can clip these together. We should be able to do this. See if I have it like that. Then I'm gonna have to test it out. And there's... I mean, if it considers that stowed, I don't know. I don't know what to tell it. So that's just kind of there. Now let's go back on it. It makes 3 of them. We don't want it to do that. We got 1 of those. Now we're going to reconnect our pod thingy. All right. That should do it. Okay, let's test it out. Let's build that fairing. Oops, come on. All right, I'm just going to label this Soyuz. Oh, wait. Do I have docking? These things are supposed to be docking. Do I have docking ports? No, I didn't even put docking ports on these things. Okay, get rid of that. Now I'm using different docking ports. On the Apollo ones, I'm using the big ones. The normal ones. Which looks kind of awkward on my lem that I made. Whoops. But eventually, if I do end up doing the Apollo-Soyuz project, I want the adapter that they use to connect their Soyuz and the Apollo to be functional. So I'm using the docking port Junior for this. Plus it fits better. Alrighty, Soyuz 4, let's save that again. Check our staging there. That and that are gonna go off together. And there. Yeah. I think so. I'm not sure if that goes off before or after the first stage. Whatever, let's get this show on the road. Hopefully those antennas will be good. Alright, once again, Soyuz 4. Let's get some curvates. Oh, why are there 4? Oh, because I have that. Yeah, because I want Kerbals to be able to go in that top portion, because the cosmonauts were able to enter this portion. It had like a toilet in it and stuff. At least the later ones did much. Alright, so let's just send up Yuri, Sergey, and Pavel. Oh, wait. There were just 2 and 2 that went up on these, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check it out. Soyuz 4. This is what's going to be going on there. Alexei and Yeganov, and then, yeah, so it's 2 and 2, yeah. So we're gonna launch from the. Oh no, boomerang. No, did it? No, no. I'm gonna do that. I want to launch from the desert. Not from this place. I don't know why I would ever launch from this place unless I was like acting like. Well, so it's supposed to be like an Australian launch. I mean, Australians were launching at this point. They were launching their own satellites. It's like surrounded by mountains. Looks like a cool place. Oh no, I'm gonna launch from a desert though, because I want to do all the Soviet launches from the desert to represent the Baikonur in the Kazakhstan. Oh whoa, hey, revert to vehicle assembly. Yeah, I'm gonna get. I have coffee. This is going to be a while. All right, let's try that again. Desert launch site. Let's get our guys into orbit. Oh, you know what? I'm trying to think if there's going to be a good way that these guys are going to dock together and line up perfectly without being all discombobulated. And we'll find out. So yeah, anyway, we're still in January. Let's see, we have the government of Spain hands over to Morocco. Hands over IFNI to Morocco. That's interesting, I guess, if you live there. Richard Nixon becomes 37th president. Assassination attempt on Leonid Brezhnev by deserter Viktor Ilyin. Reverend Ian Paisley. Oh, start to get in Cairo. Yasser Arafat elected Palestinian Liberation Organization leader. All right. Anyway, let's launch this. Let's light this candle. That's scary. Gentlemen. I'm not worried about having infinite electricity. Game does have energy cells, oxygen cells to converge. I haven't really messed with those. Always. Should have did it and waited till morning, or fast forwarded till morning. Oh well. Alright, so these guys are going to go up in orbit, and then we're going to do second ones, and we are going to do rendezvous. That. Let's separate those boosters there. Let's see. Oh, goodbye. It's fun. That's going to separate. We are now increasing in speed. Good. Thought that was going to be a bad abort. Get rid of that. Now we're just our lowly Soyuz. Kind of tempted. Well, no, I'm still going to have to because that's not round like the real Soyuz is up at the top there. But whatever. It is what it is. Can't be perfect with this. Stock parts don't. I mean, they give you. They put. They did add stock parts to look like a lot of the Apollo stuff, but they didn't add enough so to where like they put it in just to where it's just off to where you can't really do it, which is fine. I mean, it's still fun. These nighttime launches are relaxing. All right, our speed is still increasing. All right, let's go up here and get rid of all these extra stuff that we don't need to be seeing. And there's our apogee increasing with the planet. We are going to be entering daytime. Let's keep tilting over there. Right. Separate that. Next stage. In fact, I'm going to use this to circularize at our anaphylaxis. So 25-second burn. So that should do it. So right there, that green is our arc, is what we're doing now. We propped up and we would be landing right back down, but we're about to burn our engines to increase our speed. We're doing now we're going to go from an arc to an orbit. There's the burn. There's it changing. That is going to become. Now we're falling down around the planet. There it goes. And there's the sunrise coming up. Yeah, so now we're in the orbital speed. And this 2,200 meters a second. But everything, relative below us is going to be. Yeah, so we're in a nice 90 nice circular orbit. So we can separate that final stage. And we're just a Soyuz now. Let's make sure we separate the correct stage. Two couple. Now my final stage, do I have? Yeah, I thought about just using the monopropellant in this, but it's not really feasible. So I'm still using the same liquid fuel and oxygen, because these things used hypergolic fuel even for their thrusters. But there's no big time thruster, but the game does have these veneers that I use to up and down so that I can do stuff like this. Then I can do a docking mode. Oh man, I gotta be careful. I just hit that. Uh-oh. Whew. There we go. Alright, let's put up these antennas just for fun. So we're gonna launch another one of these guys. This is good because I still need to practice docking and rendezvousing for the Apollos. Went a little crazy on the antennas there. So how much fuel does these things have? Yeah. Alright, let me just get around to daytime just for the fun of it. Alright, so for rendezvousing, we're going to launch another one of these, and it's going to be in another circular orbit, although it's going to be in a different circular orbit. And then one's going to catch up with the other one by adjusting its orbit to match up with the other one so that they meet up. And then they're going to meet and rendezvous. Although I'm going to go real quick to tracking station. All right, so we got those two up there. So they're in space. They're going to stay up there. Moving back down. The Allende meteorite explodes over Mexico. That's interesting. On February 8th, 1969. The Boeing 747 is flown for the first time. Oops. All right, let's. I want to find the Zond. I want to see if it worked because I fell asleep the last time, and it should be still going back and forth because the idea for the Zond was to fly by the moon. It did fly by the moon, but it was also supposed to return to Earth. Pond. I called it Pond. Very original. There it is. Basically, it looked like a headless Soyuz because you didn't need that top part. And then the other part was similar to, I guess, the Soyuz because that part had to return to Earth. Filled with animals. So there were some tortoises floating around in there. And there he is. Although, you know what? Parachutes, I'm guessing. Oh, that's right. Oh, wow, I put a whole bunch of extra parachutes on this. Yeah, so this is sort of like a Soyuz. Use the same bus for the Zond. So yeah, so this is just a catch up from last year. And actually, can I do this? I'm still in some weird orbit of the moon here. Why am I in that orbit? So I must have hit the moon and it flung me out into this bizarre. Actually, I know it did. That's what it did. Because when I did the flyby of the moon, I didn't wait and see what it was going to do, and I didn't change anything. So it flung me out in this weird orbit. And then, because the moon's going in its own thing, it flung me out. So now the moon's going to be in a different spot when I go back to where I was when I got into the influence of it. So it should be fine. Just gonna. No, if this works, that'd be interesting because I'm going to be coming in really fast. What's going on with that? Oh, I don't really have engines. 16 days. Interesting. That's how long it'll take for me to get out there. I wonder if I just, you know what? Because I don't want to leave those guys out there for 16 days, even though it really doesn't matter to them. So let's see what happens if I do it. Does this thing even have fuel? How much fuel does this thing have? It has a decent amount, but not a lot. But this would be the most equitable time to do it. Let's see. If I did a burn right now, come on. That's 24 days. So I'm heading in this direction in 4 hours. I could intercept Earth like that. I'm just going to do that. And if I have to do infinite propellant, I will. So let's fast forward to the node because the maneuver planner doesn't consider this a real engine, so it won't give me an automatic circular riser. So let's fast forward to it. Where's the planet? We're time warping to where I'm supposed to be doing the node. Almost there. Let's see. Alright, so this is showing as I'm hitting that. You can see my orbit changing. And it's just decreasing to where, yeah, actually, I pretty much do have enough fuel, almost. I'm about to run out. Well, and I only did this for the sake of just completing it, so I don't care if I just infinize my fuel just for a few seconds. Because this is coming in really hot in the atmosphere anyway. And I don't know if it's going to hit the ocean, or I don't think these parachutes are going to work, so we'll see. Turn that back off again. All right, so we are now falling back to Earth. I can't. Oh, there it is. So there you go. We're all the way up. We're falling, basically. So let's fast forward that. And there's the moon and the Earth. You can see we're going to be falling past the moon. Oh no, the moon's going out. Whew, that's going to take a bit. That's 2 days. That's 3 days, really. That's going to take quite a while. All right, I don't want those guys to wait out there that long. I'm going to go back to this. Now that I know that that's falling in, I'm kind of curious what would happen there, but let's go back to the Space Center. We're going to launch our other Soyuz, and we're going to do our rendezvous. Our cosmonauts are going to get worried.
Hey!
All right. Yeah, I need some appropriate Russian music. Soviet pop music exists.
Увезу тебя в тундру, увезу к седым снегам. Белой шкурой медвежий брошу к твоим ногам.
This will do nicely.
Морозу поспешим на край земли. И среди сугробов дымных затеряемся вдали. Мы поедем, мы помчимся на оленях утром ранним и отчаянно ворвемся прямо в снежную зарю.
Oh dear, my coffee.
Ты узнаешь, что напрасно называют север крайним. Ты увидишь, он бескрайний, я тебе его дарю.
All right, we need another
Увезу
Soyuz.
тебя в тундру, увезу тебя одну. Пестрым северным сиянием твои плечи
Five.
оберну.
We need another two
Звездный низ
cosmonauts.
загорится на ресницах серебром.
Pavel and Alexei.
Получишь самоцветов, мы с тобой соберем. Мы поедем, мы помчимся на оленях.
Let's launch them
и отчаянно ворвемся
from the desert again. We launched them from desert again. Why is not the launch, Conrad? Do I need the money? Do I not have enough money? Launch from the desert.
Ничего, что здесь метели, не беда, что холода.
Okay.
Если ты полюбишь север, не разрывешь никогда. Мы поедем, мы помчимся на оленях утром ранним и отчаянно ворвемся прямо в снежную зарю. Эй, ты узнаешь, что напрасно называют север крайним. Ты увидишь, он бескрайний. Я
So people can
тебе
hear me
его
drinking coffee.
подарю.
Okay. First, where are our Conrads? There they are. Soyuz 4. We're going to target them just for fun. What's this? Piece of the Saturn V. What? Are there cosmonauts in that thing? I'm pretty sure that's just a for the test ship I left up there. Okay, so our Conrads are up there. Let's join them. I'm not sure if I'm going to make these guys be the... So again, the way that we're going to do the rendezvous is, we're going to put them in very variable altitudes, and this one will catch up with the other, either by one slowing down to lower its orbit into the other one's orbit, or by one speeding up to raise its orbit into the other one's orbit. These things, I really should redesign this a bit just to make it more controllable, and also to not make that giant explosion when these things boosters separate. But whatever, we have a space race to win. I don't have time for such frivolity. And we can... Where is it? Deploy? One of these completely from inside the ship using just the nav ball. Tried that with one of the Geminis. The engine was... I forgot how weak the engine was. Worked too well. Sinking back down into the atmosphere. Alright, what are we doing here? We're still raising up. Let's toggle that. So you can see one guy. What is this thing flying out all the way out there? There's the Zond one out there. I don't want those to be shown. Just our target. So here's our Conrad Soyuz 4 already in orbit, and here's us. We're just in an arc. We're trying to make that arc into its own orbit. And you can see where we're making that arc. Ever increasing our speed. Now we're over 1,000 meters a second. Apoapsis, or apogee, perigee. Perigee is still underground, which means we're still just in an arc. Whoa. Right. So as soon as our apogee gets above 70, I'm going to say circularize. Stop. Circularize at the apogee. And this one's going to be in the low orbit. This will be the first time the Soviets rendezvous their Soyuz. Check it out. There's our greens. We're still in our ballistic arc, parabola. But now we're burning. Now our arc is increasing and becoming its own circle to join our friends in orbit. Although they're in different, so we're gonna have to adjust our. Oh wow, look at that. So we have these two orbits. We are going to have to adjust our inclination. So who's going to match whom is the question. We still have quite a bit of fuel in our last stage, so let's match them. That's interesting. We're in a much better orbit than they are. Man, they're in a real sloppy orbit. They should match us. But the maneuver planner is going to be easier to use for us here. So easily we can say match. Let's see. Match planes with target. There we go. A 10-second burn. It's going to match our orbital plane. That is going to make the rendezvous a little more challenging, but that's fine, because I'm sure when they were rendezvousing, when the Soviets were doing it, they weren't in a perfect equatorial orbit. But if you're in a perfect equatorial orbit, there's just simply one plane that's changing. But when you're in, you have an inclination happening every time you're going around every time you're going around the sphere, you're adding another dimension to the plane. You're adding a whole other plane, sort of. Okay, so now we're going to do that burn, which you're going to see it's going to change. There we go. We are matching up. That's going to take a good bit of our fuel. Right. So we're in a very similar orbit. I mean, we're in like 76. They're in like 90 something. I'm not used to doing them this close, but that's fine. I might go to the other one and have them do the slowdown. Yeah, to this point. All right, so I'm just for this sake, I'm gonna ditch this stage now. We're officially just two spacecraft in orbit, and now I can't really use the. I'm gonna have to do it by hand, not the math, but just the burns. And those antennas. Just for giggles. All right, we got two guys in orbit now. Because again, I'm gonna have to practice for the Apollos because they need to rendezvous when they leave the surface of the moon. Gonna have to rendezvous. But yeah, remember like 2 years ago, America had done this already. But again, Russia had slowdowns. The death of their chief rocket guy was one of them. We still had to burn their von Braun. Alright, this sounds old happy Soviet music. Doesn't sound quite 60s though. Or does it? Alright, let me stop standing around gawping. Let's get this rendezvous happening. Hey, where'd the other one go? Disappear? Our target. Soyuz 4 set as target. Alright, here's what we're going to do. Fine-tune closest approach target. Say approach within, you know what, just do 0. Create the node. That's like a point. Whoa. What is that? I'm going to execute this home and transfer. This is going to work. So it's currently 5 hours from now. I'm only going to need to burn for 1 second to do a perfect burn. That's going to make me intercept with them. This is now fast forwarding me into that. Wow, that's going to take quite a bit. That'll be a pretty nice perfect burn. So a home and transfer. So basically, now we could, because we're in different orbits, one separate from the other, all it's going to take is one slight nudge from one or the other for our orbits to touch it, because we're on opposite sides of the planet. So all it's going to take is just one little nudge, and then one will catch up with the other. Well, not catch up with the other, but we can just change it, and then they will intercept each other at a certain point. Because as long as they're on different orbital planes, or slightly different orbital altitudes, rather. I mean, one's they're going at different speeds. So at some point, one will catch up with the other. The question of when is decided by the difference in their altitudes, and that's also, determining their momentum, angular momentum. This is taking quite a bit because I have such a low altitude. The warping doesn't go that much, and if I didn't do this particular home and transfer, which is only giving me a 1 second burn, because I could probably do this manually and do it, but it's only going to be a few minutes. I'm really not. And I better check comments. I'm not sure if anybody's even watching this at this point. No. Looks like Kevin stopped by. Good to see you, brother. So down at the bottom here, okay, it's spinning to wait to get to the point, because here's the other one, and here's us. We're in Soyuz 5, here's Soyuz 4. We're waiting for them to get to the point to where when I do this tiny burn, it's going to put me right close to them and intercept with them. And then the next step will be, once we're going to intercept, we need to slow ourselves down to where we're matching up with their speed. And then we're rendezvoused. And then we're going to dock together to where these spacecrafts are kissing. But down here at the bottom where it says 3 hours and 20, it's going to be a couple more minutes. But we'll get some cool visuals here. And because the only docking I've done at this point, and that has been done, is the Americans doing the Gemini missions. They didn't dock together, though, I don't believe. But I think this year is the first historical 2-man spacecraft docking. However, I do think that might not be true, though, because no, there is. I'll have to look that up. I'm testing the lunar module. They haven't docked together, the one lunar module with the other one. Or the lunar module with the command module, I mean. Well, it's the first docking of 2-man spacecraft. Gemini 8, Neil Armstrong, and David Scott. Well, that's when they had docked with an Agena, with an unmanned Agena. We know about that one. The Lem were 2. I believe it was this one. Let's just say Soyuz 4, January 14th, 1969. Cosmonauts. Yeah, it's true. This is the first time two different crewed spacecraft have docked. Apollo 9 would do the same this coming March of the same year. Because we have Apollo 9 docking again with the LEM. That's going to be the first time the LEM goes up. But I don't have the LEM. I mean, what am I saying? Turn the light back on. Turn the light out. So that's more in a spacey mood. This music is good for the motherland. We're just about there. Again, it's sort of like clockwork. So look how we're almost catching up anyway. Because we're in different orbital, we're in different planes, it's the right. I don't think planes is the right word. But we're at different altitudes, so we're going at different speeds. Therefore, I will catch up with them. If I was lower, I'd be going faster. Although I don't want to get much lower, that'd be dangerous. But at some point, I'm going to hit right at the right point where one little nudge from my engine is just going to put me right with them. And then it shouldn't take much for me to then change my speed and dock with them. And then we celebrate for the glory of motherland. Whoa. What is that? That was very... Will we already get close? We're very close still. Oh, this isn't going to happen automatically. I need to abort the execution. Hit the maneuver. Bam, bam. I have to manually do it. So now we should be in rendezvousing with our compatriots, which we're now still not targeting anymore. What are we doing here? Hey. Wait, unset target. Oh, there we go. Right there. So on the other side of the planet, on the dark side, this is where we're going to be. Our closest approach is going to be 0.7 kilometers. That's not really... That's not too bad. Let's see. Find close approach. Right here in 7 minutes, there'll be another one that will put me super close. Let's just do that. I'm not worried about crashing into it. Alright, abort the execution, hit back there, get back to the maneuver. Whoa. Why is that doing that? I don't know. It's trying to be really... Separation 2 kilometers. That really messed us up. I'm kind of worried. Well, the real Soviets had problems with their docking system. Those real Soviets. I'm going to create another node and execute. Hey, it's executing. That's interesting. I don't think we're going to get much better. Girl, we couldn't get much better. Come and be like my fire, fire, fire. I think just using my RCS is changing my stuff just enough. What's going on there? Alright, so we're already really close together. 3 miles away, so I think I'm pretty much rendezvoused. I'm really close. I should be able to like almost see him. Well, I'm still like 2 miles away. Where is the target? I should actually see the target marker. Interesting. What's the first target? So if I go now match velocities with target when at closest approach to target, create next. My closest approach is in 4 minutes. Looks like those maneuvers are working, so let's let it do its thing. I don't think I'm going to crash into it. Other than that. I don't know why I'm not seeing him target it. So unless something is dreadfully off with our calculations, our buddy should be around here somewhere. Let's turn on the lights. We're still targeting him, right? Yeah, sure, we should be. Let's see if I say face target. It's supposed to be this over here somewhere. I don't see you, Conrad. Do I hit this? There we go. Oh, that's taking me heading right towards him. Oh man, these busters are awful. There we go. I'm heading towards him. And I'm also, somehow I'm rendezvousing with him. Am I close enough to, I am close enough to switch to the other guy. Look at that. There's the other one. Maybe, why can't I see him? Let's turn the lights on here too. I go to map, and I go to these guys. There's Soyuz 5. Set as target. Exit map. Oh, there's got to be something I'm not pressing here. F4, F1. There we go. That's right. If I hit F4, it makes him disappear. There he is. He's only 300 meters away. I just can't see him because it's let's fast forward. I want to go to daytime, but we got to keep station keeping. So now from Wow, these settings are so much different. That this one doesn't have. It's because the pilots. Some of these pilots suck. Because it's the same spacecraft, but it's different pilots. Because this one doesn't have all the options the other one does. The other one has all these rendezvous, target, and maneuver options. I think it's because I have the pilots set to have better skills. Because the Kerbals can have different skills. Okay, so let's face our boy. Come. We are. You see us closer. I think the sun's coming up. Yep. It is morning in space, comrade. Oh, there's our compatriot over there. Can you see him? Okay, you can't see him yet. There he is. Alright, these things don't look on. Let's take this off. Alright, time to do the docking. Alright, so over there's docking mode, which takes us get back into orientation. Whoa, whoa. Let's try that again. I removed all the fuel. Oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. Let's just get this done. We're in docking. Oh, that's fine. Yep, gonna have to. These thrusters are really well. That's fine because I need to leave room for upgrades for when inevitably, assuming I totally switch over to Kerbal 2. I don't think that. I'm still having just fun doing this. I'm sure Kerbal 2 is going to have its bugs. Thrusters, I mean, they're just the axis I have them on isn't optimal. So that's facing that. Let's see if I switch. Oops, untargeted him. I can't really. There's nothing to target. It doesn't let me. There's no option for it because these Kerbals are lame. And he's heading towards me pretty quick. Oh. Hey. What you doing there? Get back there. These guys docked. We're going slow enough to where we can turn that off and face him. It's all that fuel bumping around that's really making us unstable. Switch to this, and I simply turn. No. Yes. We now have 4 people, according to this thing. Oops, where'd it go? All right. stocking achieved for the good of the Kerbals, the good of the Kerbal Union. We have Yuri, Sergei, Pavel, and Alexei. Okay, I'm going to deal with some of this coffee that I have. Be right back, comrade. Actually, now we celebrate.
Hey!
Расцветали яблони и груши, поплыли туманы над рекой. Выходила на берег Катюша, на высокий берег над крутой. Выходила на берег Катюша, на высокий берег над крутой. Выходила, песню заводила про стального синего орла, про того, которого любила, про того, чьи письма берегла, про того, которого любила, про того, чьи письма берегла. Ой, ты песня, песенка девичья, ты лети за ясным солнцем след, и бойцу на дальнем пограничье от Катюши передай привет. И бойцу на дальнем пограничье от Катюши передай привет. Пусть он вспомнит девушку простую, пусть он слышит, как она поет. Пусть он землю бережет родную, а любовь Катюша сбережет. Пусть он землю бережет родную, а любовь Катюша сбережет. Расцветали яблони и груши, поплыли туманы над рекой. Выходила на берег Катюша, на высокий берег над крутой. Выходила на берег Катюша, на высокий берег над крутой. Ой! Раз, два, три, эй! Ой, полным-полна моя коробушка, не снесите ты парча. Пожалей, душа моя, зазнобушка, молодецкого плеча. Пожалей, душа моя, зазнобушка, молодецкого плеча. Выйду, ложку высокую, там до ночки постою. Как увижу черноокую, все товары разложу. Как увижу черноокую, все товары разложу. Эй!
заплатил немалые, не торгуйся, не скупись. Подставляй, как губы алые, ближе к молодцу садись. Подставляй, как губы алые, ближе к молодцу садись. Ой, полным-полна моя коробушка, есть неси терпи парча. Пожалей, душа моя, зазнобушка, молодецкого плеча. Пожалей, душа моя, зазнобушка, молодецкого плеча.
All right. Alrighty. Let's turn it down just a bit. No, these guys are actually joined up. Let's leave them up there for a second. I am going to return back to the Zond mission really quick and let that return back to Earth. I kind of want to test those parachutes. I don't think they're going to work. We're going to go to actually, we should be able to find it on the map. Switch over there to Zond. I don't even know if this thing still has propulsion. I think it does. Whoops. Here's for their RV. With their RV. What do you mean by RV? That should literally mean recreational vehicle, I guess. We got 5 hours and 1 day. Let's maneuver this. I want this to go in during the day. Let's just change it just a bit. That doesn't even have any fuel. Never stopped me before. At least they're telling us this. They live in an RV. Oh, that's cool. You know, I don't know. I mean, I'm getting that age. Better figure it out, right? But just living in an RV sounds good. I think I'd prefer a boat, but that may be a little unrealistic. Living in an RV, living like a mobile, I have no problem with that at all. I wonder if this thing fall. Oh, there's the moon. We just got back from for this thing. There's the planet. There it is. All right, so we're gonna fall to the planet. All right, get ready to fall. Just fast forwarding and speeding it up. Yeah, you know, especially with what you call it, you know, get some good Wi-Fi signal, and I mean, that's all you need.
Well, long time carnival.
That's got to speed up. Again, I'm really doubting this is gonna separate properly.
And to the beating at the
Figure
bottom
it
of the
out.
bamboo brigade, well, the old man used to parade, chanting, Juve, barrio,
Los que me rota Livingstone.
that was the beat of the bamboo. Juve, barrio,
Yeah, the polar aurora borealis. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Juve, barrio,
Alright, we're gonna work that guy off. Goodbye. This is gonna be returning our turtles.
Yes,
Returning our turtles from the moon. Whoa, we can't even. There we go. Is that it? That's all we got to do. That thing's gone. Hate to be ya. Whoa. Alright, coming in a little hot. I think it was just animals on it. Alright, well. So much for Zond. I think I'm about ready for our Apollo mission. I work for a microchip with a whole Bible engraved on it. That would be interesting for somebody to get. And it would be very ironic for somebody to get it too. This is an empty ship. No, that didn't have any people on it though. Well, I was supposed to be reproducing the mission that actually had a bunch of animals on it. So this is just a test ship. I was curious what that was. All right, I'm going to return our Soviet cosmonauts back to Earth, and then it's Apollo. The Apollo. The Apollo missions are also kind of different in their own way. Because if I was gonna like superimpose the audio and the launches and stuff over what I was doing, like the Apollo 11 one's really kind of boring. Listen to the guys because they're really just all about their stuff. You know, when you get to Apollo 12, once they've successfully done it, like those guys are like get laughing and goofing around. I don't know. I could just do a whole stream at like some point with just an Apollo mission. Just have it planned. Let's get back to our Soyuz. All those astronauts. I mean, I've looked at, because I'm serious. You know, I think people don't want to believe me if I say it, that I have looked at the ideas of the theories of like the astronauts like still being alive and that sort of thing, and like talking about like speaking of the Challenger ones. I find that idea just from what I see, and then the ideas of and then everything else that it's like attached to. Like the reasoning behind all this stuff, it doesn't really hold water either. What is this music? When I get on that Calypso music was pretty cool. Actually, All right, so we're about done with the Russians, though. We're just about done with the Russians. I just want normal Soviet, like Russian music. I don't want like victory marches, like the Slavonic dances or something. All right, let's get this show on the road right here. So you think we really did go to the moon? I do think we did. I totally think we did. And this is the stream where I'm going to show. I mean, obviously, I don't think a video game is going to prove anything, but because I'm going year by year, showing the space programs, both the Soviet and the Americans. I'm up to 1969, so I'm still in January actually. I mean, even though I'm only doing this for 2.5 hours now. This was the Soviet. This was the first time two spacecraft. Because it'd be really interesting. Because I'd be curious. You know what? I was gonna do this anyway. I mean, no offense, but I'm gonna put. And then if I go to, I mean, you don't have to join or whatever. Just in case you want to. I don't mind at all. So we're gonna separate these guys. I don't think they did anything weird like EVAs. They went out and went around. Or did they? So I have the mission. What did they do? EVA. They did EVA. Docking missions had EVA objectives similar to those planned for Apollo 9. Launch first. Prevent sweep landing. Did they actually switch? I'm guessing they switched spacecraft. So I'm going to do that. All right, so this... Oh, can they do that in this? Interesting, that's right. Because I shoved three capsules together to make it look like one in the middle. So, like real life, they are going to have to get into this one first in order to get back in. Well, hopefully I didn't cover up the hatch. I bet you I did. This isn't going to work at all. That's something else to improve on these things. Oh, let's see what happens. Nope. All hatches are obstructed. I can't do any EVAs. Okay. That's fine. Let's get out of here. Out of here. See ya, Jack. Oops. Hey, man.
What is this? What's the simulator called? I assumed it was 1969 in space.
No, Kerbal Space Program.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So see these little dudes down in the corner? Like those are Kerbals. And
Nice.
the planet is called Kerbin.
Okay.
And see, I can, if I zoom out, because I mean the physics are great. Like this thing is gigantic. I don't know if you saw the launch or not, but I mean it's the scaling is real. I mean the scaling is correct. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've seen a couple of your videos.
Now I mean the scaling's not correct, but the in-game physics, you know what I mean? Like the math.
Right.
Now there is a mod you can install on this thing that would make all these planets kind of be relative to the size of the real solar system, which is nuts.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
As far as the game, like, because I think this planet, which is like the home planet, and this relatively would be the size of our moon or something like that.
Is it Russian?
Oops, is the game Russian?
Yeah, like who developed it, I guess.
No, I think it was originally Mexican.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
Then they sold it at some point. We're trying to come in over a desert, over land.
I played Mud Runner and Snow Runner for quite a while. It's like a Russian-made mud trucking simulator.
What's that about? Like just like doing like maneuvers and jumping around and stuff. Like physics type of stuff.
No, the first one was mainly like hauling logs, like in the Russian wilderness. You just haul, like go somewhere, pick up some logs, and take them somewhere else. And they just had all of like real physics on like the mud, and all of the vehicles are actually real. They've got like differentials, 4-wheel drive, you know, stuff like that. You go automatic, manual, and then it was just like a simulator, the realistic simulator. And then the second one, they kind of expanded
can you build your own trucks or anything like that?
No, you just buy the trucks. I mean, you can like upgrade them, get different motors for them and stuff, bigger tires, or put snow chains or whatever on them. But yeah, mainly just trucking, just off-road trucking through, you know, like 2-foot deep mud.
Because this gives you like your own parts to like just slap stuff together. Like you could slap together like the simplest rocket.
That's cool.
And just kind of like utilize the physics engine. And when I first got the thing, like, and then that's when I started to like look up historical, like, oh, what really happened, like year by year. And then the game doesn't give you like historical parts, so you got to kind of improvise. So I think that's the fun part of it. But you can download, like people have released like modifications you could put on that'll make it like you can basically make the identical. I just run out of fuel.
It's amazing how many games used to be just mods. Like Counter-Strike was a mod pack, or Dota was a mod pack. Yeah, like just some of the best games that have been around the longest started off as mods from just players that were like, I can make this better.
That's why, because the part 2 of this game's coming out this month actually. So I mean, I'm doing this kind of. I'd already gone through this. I'd already done this like years ago. Like gone through the historical space program. If I would have filmed it back then, I mean, I probably have like a YouTube channel based on it, because like I got all the way up to 2015 and all the space launches. I did the Chinese launch. I basically did everything.
Wow.
Every single space shuttle launch. I have screenshots of it all. Like I designed every single satellite that like each, because there was like, you know, like 400 or some space shuttle launches or something, like I don't remember exactly how many. Maybe it was like 200 something. But like, you know, the ones that had like specific satellites, like I designed those and
Right.
looked up like each one, and every single launch had like crew mission videos of varying qualities, you know. I basically like watched every single one of those. And yes, I mean, obviously I was looking for for signs of chicanery, you know, especially with the because I used to like, I mean, I don't want to say I was into it, but like as far as like the UFO stuff, yeah, I was pretty much like kind of. I mean, I've actually seen some weird stuff that I don't know what it was, although I don't want to say it's UFOs, but
I saw something weird in the sky one time. I was in my buddy's backyard. We were sitting around a fire, like chilling, drinking a few beers. He got up, walked away, go use the facilities, and he came back, and like right as he sat down, I was like, "Hey man, have you ever seen anything like weird in the sky?" Because he was in the military and he's like been all over the world. And like as I said that, I tilted my head back and looked up into the sky like as I was saying it, and I saw it looked like a long like rectangle, but it was flying sideways, like widthways forward, not like skinny side forward, you know. And it had 5 lights on it, and it wasn't like a V formation, it was like a line formation. So it was just like these 5 lights all in a row, like flying sideways, but it looked like there was an invisible rectangle around the lights. Like, I don't know, it's weird. And I only saw it for a couple seconds.
So did it look like it was going fast, like through the air, or was it like?
Yeah, that's what caught my attention. Was it, you know, the lights were basically, you know, the same brightness as the stars, but there was 5 of them all in a line, and they were flying, you know, it was like a line flying sideways. And then it looked like it had an invisible rectangle around it, and I was just like, I don't know what that is. And, you know, by the time I saw it, it was gone.
Have you ever
like
seen
the
other?
weirdest thing I've seen.
Have you ever seen regular like flying or meteorites or you know, shooting stars? I mean,
Oh yeah, for sure. I've actually seen one, and it came in like almost sideways, like horizontal to the ground, and it was green. Like, I mean, it lit up the sky green. It was wild.
yeah, because there are ones that yeah, that just skim the top and just leave real quick, that are really high up. Either that or it's like sand, like something that's like the size of a grain of sand. But
Right.
there's that, and then there's the other kind where you like. I remember seeing one. It looked fake, like in this. Like I remember seeing it, and I was with my friend of mine, and we were in the parking lot, like leaving work, and we just looked up, and it literally looked fake, because you just see like this giant greenish thing flying through the sky with like these sparks coming after it, and it looked like something out of like a really bad movie.
Right.
And then we were looking at each other like, are we about to die?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm old enough. I've been through several meteor showers. You know, like sat outside as a kid and, you know, watched thousands of meteors come in.
Like, cause
But
see
no, this
here
was,
what this is doing. Like
yeah,
the
atmosphere.
there's air here. We're not in space anymore. And what it's doing is basically, it's not like friction. It's you're going so fast that the air molecules don't have time to get out of the way.
Yeah.
So they literally press together, and like when they compress, they like squeeze out electrons and a particle, or it might not be electrons, might be like protons or something. But I think if they did that, it would.
Yeah,
It's creating plasma.
Electrons or
basically.
neutrons, I would say. Yeah, ionizing the air.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I know it's ionization with plasma. As far as the
Yeah, I think you have to lose. I
organic
think you have to
stuff.
lose electrons for ionizing.
Say it again.
I think you have to lose or gain electrons to ionize, because you can have the positive ionization or a negative ionization. I think it's been a while
It's
since high school.
Let me see. Let me actually see precisely. Re-entry plasma. Atmospheric re-entry. An ionized plasma. When slamming air particles into each other as fast as re-entering it does. Alright, we don't need the college lecture. That's too long. Alright, this is actually the first time I've tested this particular model of craft. So just see how like Frankenstein this is. This is actually 3 different craft sludged together within the game. Oh, cool, dude, it worked. Wow. I didn't
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Parachutes are good.
Yeah, I have had some unfortunate incidences with my. So that's why they're little green men, because it's a lot cuter slamming them into the ground.
Right, right.
Hopefully this is set to 1,000. We're 5 up. Are we actually on land? Looks like we are.
Oh man,
Somehow I always
watched-
end up if I'm doing a Soviet one. Soviets always landed on the land, and the Americans landed on the ground. But I always end up getting it backwards, just horribly. Whoa. There's that
trying
one.
not to land in the water.
I'll look at that. What are the odds? Like, so it's going to be the coastline.
Right, you
One or
can't
the
land
other.
right on the beach. There we go. A little shaken baby syndrome.
At least they're going to survive. Because yeah,
I hope they're strapped in.
Because I needed to do something. Because this whole design here is just like a Frankenstein. Because this is really like a payload fairing that I'm using to wrap around this slap together. These are like the Mercury mission pods, but there's 3 of them like smushed together, but you can't see it. And then yeah, wrapped up with a payload fairing, and then I you can change the color of the payload fairing, so it kind of looks like the old Soyuz pods. Because yeah, it's fun trying to make it look real, but knowing you can't make it look like the real one.
Right, yeah, you definitely put in some time.
But because yeah, the last year, or no, the year before this was Soyuz 1, and a guy died. Basically, the parachute failed, didn't open at all. On this model spacecraft, and yeah, he demanded an open casket. So there are photographs of his funeral, and yeah, they got his wife. He's like talking to his wife before he was like as he was because they knew it, and the whole thing was over bureaucracy. Like basically, the new leadership wanted the thing to be launched by this certain day, and there's this whole drama behind it. Like the pilots were like basically fighting each other. It's like, no, I'm going to go launch on this thing because I know that we're not going to survive, and I'd rather me take the fall than my friend, you know. And they had to hold like it was Yuri Gagarin, the first guy in space. Supposedly they had to hold him back because he was like trying to like sneak on board, or he showed up in his in his flight suit, like let me on, and they were like, what are you doing? Like you're not, they're not going to let you on to take his place. And the previous year, 1968, is when like they actually sent. So I don't know how much you believe happened, but the thing about the 1968 one that always gets me is that's when they read the Bible from orbit of the moon.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I read Genesis 1.
And
Talking about the firmament.
I don't know, the first time I listened to that, I don't know, I thought it was pretty amazing.
Oh, who was the astronaut that was like calling them out on all their bullshit that didn't work? Like the radios, like on the ground, they couldn't connect. And they're trying to test stuff, and he's like, "How the fuck are we gonna go to space if we can't even talk on, from 20 minutes away or whatever it was, Like,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know. Yeah.
that was Gus Grissom.
Yeah.
I think he's saying that on the same video as like when they die.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, because they end up killing him later, or he ends up dying later, whatever it is.
There we go. Oh no.
All right, now let's roll down the hill. Wow, that is precarious.
All right, we can recover the vessel. That's one thing I always like tell like flat Earth people is I'm like, at the very least, you can't deny that. I mean, unless you're going to deny that nuclear missiles exist, which I don't know if any. Maybe it should. I don't know if anybody growing up during the Cold War would think so. Anyway, because that's the thing. It's like if you imagine, you know how people are with putting stuff together. So it's like if somebody could strap something onto an engine and launch it up as high as possible, of course they would do that. So we have to believe that that's at least that's happened.
What did you find when looking at the vacuum tests on the suits?
Say it again.
Like whenever they vacuum tested their spacesuits, it seemed like they always ran into issues. Did you find anything on that led you one way or the other?
Well, I know during the first during the first few missions, the Soviets, I mean, the one guy almost died from it. And actually, I was just reading the mission that I just did. Hopefully, I saw some of my World War II planes left. Oops. These are the ones I never used. These guys. But no, I was just reading one of the ones that I just did, and to prevent suit ballooning. So one of the tests that on this because I just one of the missions I just did for Soyuz, they were testing this. It's called a Yastreb suit. It featured a pulley and cable articulation system, wide metal rings. So yeah, they were. And yeah, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, I do remember various things in regarding to them having like serious problems dealing with that and not being prepared for it. But yeah, because when they did the first spacewalk, the guy couldn't get back in. He literally had to take a knife and cut his suit open and risk depressurizing in space. And do you know how that works with like air pressure?
Yeah.
Where like you're basically like all the pressure of all the tons of air around us, like holding us down, is like actually holding us together.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing, really. Like the way that everything's just kind of.
But yeah, it seemed like all of the videos I watched on the suits, every time they tried to do a vacuum test on it, somebody almost died.
Yeah, originally. I think there's actually video of that. But yeah, but that's what this was, and that's why they almost died usually, because when they went out, yeah, it would start. The suit would just balloon up. Yeah, I just thought of something. So I'm gonna go land that other Soyuz. But I think next I am gonna do the moon landing, so you might see.
Yeah, I actually I got into the Torah movement kind of by accident. I was just researching conspiracy theories, and I had kind of run out of stuff to research, and I was just scrolling through Facebook one day, and I saw this post. It was 4 words. It said concave Earth, glass sky, and it just sounded so interesting I couldn't not look at it, so I searched it up, and there was a guy on YouTube presenting it, but his name, or he was calling himself Lord Stephen Christ, and like claiming to be another Jesus, which I wasn't following any of that. It was nonsense. But I mean, the guy probably was a genius. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Probably.
I mean, he was very intelligent, and he was really, really good at 3D rendering, like just making stuff the correct sizes and all of that good stuff. I mean, like he literally like built stuff for his videos in a 3D modeling program. So I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie, like he was very intelligent. But anyways, he was very, very arrogant, and I could not listen to him. Like, I couldn't watch his videos, and I ended up finding another channel that watched all of his videos and then like represented the ideas. So I ended up watching it, and it was pretty interesting. So yeah, basically,
What movement you say?
well, this was the concave Earth glass sky. So
Oh, I thought you said the Torah movement.
yeah. That just kind of happened by accident, because I couldn't listen to that Lord Stephen Christ guy, and I found another channel, God Rules, that covered all of the stuff. And then on God Rules channel, he mirrored another guy's video that was called What I Used to Study, and it was like what he used to study the Bible. And my great aunt was wanting to use my computer and internet to research the priestly breastplate and the 12 stones. And she's my grandpa's sister, so I was like, oh, I'll do some pre-research and kind of maybe give her some pages to look at or whatever. So I started doing that. So I was researching like Israel and the 12 tribes and stuff, and that led me to some places. And then when I watched that video called What I Used to Study, like when I heard that guy talk, like it just sounded like he knew what he was talking about. So I went and watched some of his channels, or some of his videos on his channel, and then like it just clicked. But anyway, so that's how I got into the Torah movement and becoming a Hebrew and all that good stuff. Crazy Hebrew reader. But what got me there was looking into the shape of the earth, because I was like, we may not have landed on the moon and stuff like that. And then I wasn't like biblically minded or anything at this point. I was just looking into conspiracy theories. But the concave earth was pretty interesting. It was basically like the earth is still the same size, but instead of curving down, it curves up, and we're actually on the inside. And then space is just like a disco ball in the middle that spins around, and then the sun and moon and stuff go around the disco ball. Because we see the universe as like flat, but if you're looking through a concave lens, it creates a virtual image that looks flat. And then if you don't believe that we went to space or the moon and stuff like that, it's a little bit easier to follow. But it was interesting. But yeah, basically like light curves up about the same degrees, I guess, as the Earth. So it just appears flat. But anyway, it was interesting. A little bit different. Not really sure what I believe at this point. It does seem like we can see way too far. Like I've got friends in like the wireless business, and they use point-to-point radio dishes. They have to have line of sight. And there's connections that go, 100 miles. It's like, okay, well, there's supposed to be like 10 miles worth of ground in between those 2 points. How are they talking to each other? But anyway.
I mean the scale of 100 miles. When it comes down to it,
yeah, but Earth curve is 8 inches per mile squared.
Compared to how large the Earth is, like it's practically flat,
Nah, 8 inches per mile squared, man. 100 miles is a lot.
Well, the way pretty sure that the reason that's happening is it's bouncing off the atmosphere. It's bouncing off the clouds.
We're talking about a laser pointer. That's what these radio dishes. That's how they communicate with line of sight. It's point to point. It's not like a wave. It's a laser.
Are you not talking about like? I thought you were talking about a dish.
Yeah, it is. But whenever you're going point to point, it's not like a 30-degree, spread, and it like bounces around until it gets there. No, it's shooting like a radio signal, but in a laser beam. Not that it actually is a laser, but that's how small the radio signal is. It's a very small. It's not even a degree. You know what I mean? It's not like it has a. Or like. Because like the cell phone towers, they'll have like 3 dishes on top, and like one will do 90 or not 90, I guess it'd be like 120 degrees, and then another one will do 120, and then another one will do 120, and that's how you get the 360-degree arc. But whenever you're talking about going from tower to tower, it's literally just a single, like radio beam that goes from one tower to the next.
Well, no, I mean it's not. It's really not. It is a. It is a wave. It's not a beam.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's a very focused radio wave.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a wave that's going at the speed of light. But they do bounce off of clouds, and then there's different effects that happen.
And the photography as well.
I mean, are you saying you're entertaining the idea that the world's flat?
No, I'm just saying. Well, I mean, it could be flat, or it's just a lot bigger than they say it is, because we can see too far. I mean, you can take pictures.
I don't think so. I don't. I mean,
yeah, go look at the world.
Taken from
go
different
look at
places, but nothing
look at the longest distance photograph.
That really proves anything.
If you look up the world's longest distance photograph, it will give you the altitude and location of where the person is standing. You can plug all that into
that accidentally gave out the let the cat out of the bag because somebody wanted to take a photograph and
well, it's just a Joe Smo. Anybody can get a long distance camera.
Okay, so something that has fooled the entire planet, and to where even the Soviets and the Americans were secretly working together on this. And
I mean, NASA gets $50 million a day. That's a pretty good grift, if you ask me.
Somebody, because that's from a photography contest, right? Was it a picture of the Alps or somewhere in Spain or something? Or there's a couple different photographs that are really, I mean, they're great photographs. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I mean, the entire concept of it is.
It still doesn't explain away the facts. The fact of the matter is, that you shouldn't be able to take a picture from that far away with the size of the Earth that they give us. I mean, the math doesn't lie.
I mean, yeah, but there's differences in elevation that I think
you can put the elevation into the calculations.
Yeah, that's where I have to think that there's something that you're missing. Because
I'd love to know what it is.
Variables that have to be in place don't really seem too feasible.
What variables?
All the other evidence that the Earth is round.
What evidence would you propose? I mean, you can't say pictures because they're all CGI or composites. And any of them, and most of them are going to have a fisheye lens, so you can't even use the shape.
That's just propaganda, man.
Is it?
They're not all composites. No,
I'd love to see one that's
taken
not.
From like the Apollo window, where they literally held a camera up and faced the Earth,
Oh, the one where they were pretending to be super far away and they were like holding the camera back and covering up the window.
No,
and...
any of the thousands and thousands of pictures that were taken on like the 18 or the, the 12 different times that they actually did it. Like, do you know they went multiple times? Like, how much do you actually know about any of these things as far as like the actual programs? That's why I'm doing this.
Oh, I agree.
I hope I'm not trying to be
I haven't seen it.
condescending. I hope I'm not. I just heard myself sound condescending, so I apologize.
I don't think so.
I didn't know that you were.
No,
I mean,
I'm
not believing the
taking it that
moon
way.
is one thing, but
No, I mean everyone talks about, oh, you sound like a flat earther, and I mean I don't get upset. I don't say anything.
well, there is something I call flat earther logic. It doesn't really have much to do with flat earthers. It's more the I'm sure there's another word for it,
Hmm.
but it's usually the show me the curve, bro.
Yeah, I live in the show
mentality.
me state.
Where it's like, well, because it's like, and because it reminds me of a conversation I had with a friend of mine a long time ago, who later on became like so obsessed with Alex Jones that like his parents practically had to have an intervention. But I'm the one who got him into Alex Jones originally.
That's great.
And but years before that, like it was right after 9/11 happened, and I remember saying to him, there's some people that think 9/11, like the government did 9/11, and he was like, man, really? That's crazy. He's like, man, if that's the case, man, we might as well just be in the Matrix right now,
Right.
And that's like, as far as, and
Yeah, controlled demolition.
I've just always thought that anyway. Well, that's the thing. I would never be adverse to the idea of a flat Earth. So again, when people say that, I'm brainwashed, I'm really not. I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen fairies with my eyes. Whatever they really were, as far as demons or spirits, whatever, it's a whole other story. But I would have no problem if I really thought that the world was not what it is, at least right now. I mean, I could even believe that it was flat at some point in the past, and God made it round. Like, I don't have any problem believing that. But no, I mean, do you live on the water?
Do I live on the water?
Yeah.
No, I live in Missouri.
Yeah, have
Born
you
and raised.
been on the water? Have you ever been near an ocean?
I've been to the beach.
So this is something that, it's a pretty cool sunrise, huh? Well, so I'm wondering, because this would be perfect, because I'm wondering if you know, because a lot of the questions that I get asked by people denote a very crazy misunderstanding of some of the physics, and I mean, you're not, I mean, you're intelligent.
I took 2 advanced
so
placement
that's the thing
physics
with-
classes in high school. Took 3 calculus classes in high school. Yeah, I took a lot of college classes in high school.
Yeah, but even though that's the case, some of the ideas of orbital stuff, just if you've never actually seen it, like demonstrate it, it's just like it doesn't click. Because I can remember
My physics teacher had his doctorate in physics. He was pretty good.
like the concept of because this thing. I mean, because that's the thing. If you don't think that that the Earth is a ball that things can orbit around, then there's really no sense to orbit. But you understand that, like the concept of orbital mechanics. Oh shoot! I need to get that thing out of here. Oh no, we gotta retrograde. There we go. Because the heat sinks in that direction. Otherwise, it's gonna be too hot. There we go. Sorry.
Catastrophe averted.
You're right. There was a guy So during like the late 1700s, atheism, especially amongst like Germany and these places where there's like higher philosophy, was in vogue. You know what I mean? Like people would get together and talk about, the how the Renaissance was the greatest thing that ever happened, and how the mythology of Christianity, like all this kind of stuff. And very few people, but one of the guys who was apparently a very ardent apologist and a very snarky apologist, was also like one of the guys that basically formulated Lagrange points, like in the 1600s, like because all these things are just like, because I mean, next thing I bring up because this thing's already falling from the sky, so because like here's the thing, because you see the green arc, that's the thing falling, like that's its course as it's falling. But at one point, the arc was a circle around this thing, and it's all about just the speed. So that's where...
yeah, you're just falling and missing. Yeah, I understand the concept.
And like the Lagrange points are points because so you understand that at least theoretically, if the Earth was a ball, and then you were sending something up into a place where there's no air hitting it, and therefore there's no or minimal air at least, and then there's minimal drag, so it's just something that's going to go and it's not going to stop. So that's why when you're sending something up and over, and then if you add the concept of the speed, which is the energy you're adding from the rocket fuel and the rocket engine boosting off, like you're increasing its speed. So the speed is the concept that that's the actual it's like the fuel is being transferred into speed or velocity. And as long as you don't have the counter velocity, which is the air slowing you down, then as long as you're increasing that velocity, you're never going to slow down. So when you're reaching orbital speed, then you're in orbit.
But the rocket is able to move because the rocket fuel is pushing against the air. So if there's no air for the rocket fuel to push against, the rocket isn't going to move anywhere.
Well,
you have to have an equal and opposite reaction.
It's pushing against itself.
No.
It's pushing against its own reaction.
To go up, the rocket fuel has to push against the air, and that's what makes it go up. But then once it gets to space, it's in a vacuum. What makes it go up. I've never seen a video of a rocket working in a vacuum. Everyone I've seen, they fail.
I mean, I don't know what you're.
And I mean, that's
what you're saying.
To propel, you have to.
It's not true.
You have to push against the air. That's what pushes you forward.
That's not what's happening, though. That's physically not what's happening. The combustion of the fuel happening, making the explosion, is actually radiating out in all directions. That's the energy that's coming out. The force is the combustion, is the chemical reaction. It's actually happening in all directions. There just happens to be a rocket engine bell or whatever you're directing the flame into the direction that you want it to be going. That's what's causing the direction. Otherwise, it would just simply be an explosion.
Well, you can direct it, but if it doesn't have anything to push against, then it's not going to force you in a direction. You're not going to be able to exert your force on anything. That force is just going to go into a vacuum and be absorbed by the vacuum.
There's it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to push against anything. It's its own force. The only thing that makes it go in one direction or the other is not the air. It's the fact that there's the engine bell, directing it in one direction or the other. Because if the engine bell wasn't there, it would be going in all directions, and it would just be an explosion. It's not propelling. It's not kicking off of the air. It's not. That's not where the force of a rocket engine comes from. Go talk to that physics teacher of yours.
So all of the videos of rockets not going anywhere in a vacuum are faked. I mean, if
all
the
the
rocket
videos of
engine is
rockets
shooting off
not
its
going
propellant
somewhere in
into a
space.
vacuum, it just
Explain
gets
that to me.
absorbed by the vacuum, right? I mean, a helicopter flies because it pushes air down, right?
Right, because the propellers aren't exploding.
No, you're right. They're not exploding. It has nothing to do with explosions. It's just the fact that it is pushing against the air.
But when a jet engine is running, it's not merely a fan that's pushing air real quickly. What do you think a jet engine? How do you think a jet engine works? It's not.
Instead
I
of
mean, by
using a
your
propeller
logic,
to push
all a jet
air, it's
engine is a
using
really
the
fast
fuel.
fan. And what's the fuel? What do you think the fuel's doing? And why? Like, there's two different physical concepts happening right there that you're equivocating between when you're talking about a rocket engine. But if you're looking at a jet engine, you have to acknowledge there's a physical difference. Otherwise, just jet fuel in an airliner is a hoax too. My point is, there's two
I'm just
different physical
saying
reactions
it works
happening.
fine
There's
whenever
the
there's
fan
air to
spinning
push
and
against.
the gyration of the air coming out of there, plus the chemical reaction of the rocket fuel. Because again, you're thinking that the rocket's constantly kicking off of the air. No,
That's
it's not
exactly
doing
how it
that.
works.
That's not how a rocket.
That's why it's harder to
That's not how
fly
it-
at higher
it's-
altitudes
it's
because
literally
there's less
kicking off
air
of
to
the
push against.
flame itself. The flame itself, which is the explosion, is that's where it's coming from. It's not the air. That what you're saying is not a physical like reality, I guess.
Why is high altitude flying harder? Because there's less air to push against.
High altitude flight, you said,
Yes.
with a jet engine.
Any engine, there's less air to
Jet
push
engines
against.
do require oxygen. I mean, any ignition requires oxygen, but rockets can use liquid oxygen.
That's fine, but that force still has to have an atmosphere to push against to propel you in the opposite direction.
Force have to have no, it doesn't. It's just it's a force. It doesn't have to have an atmosphere. You just admitted it.
I just admitted that it's harder to fly at high altitudes because there's
doesn't
less
need an
air
atmosphere to
to
be a
push
force,
against.
right?
So
What
if
makes
it's
it a
harder
force?
to fly with less air to push against, how can you fly when there's no air to push against?
It doesn't fly by pushing against air.
That's exactly how it flies.
Huh?
The only way you can propel yourself forward is if you have something behind you to push against.
You're talking about forward velocity?
Yes. The plane travels forward because it's pushing against the air behind it. And it creates an
Are we
equal
talking
and
about
opposite
rockets
reaction.
or airplanes?
It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It
Well, I
still
mean, it
has to
kind of
have
does.
something to
There's
push
a
against.
difference. So I can here. I have a tiny MiG 15 because this demonstrates this thing has air physics too, and you can actually press something and it'll show you the airflow, aerodynamic, like it'll show like little arrows. Because yeah, man, I did the thing where I dropped the X-15 plane. Oh, where's the MiG? Oh, come on, there it is. So when this thing's going, okay, so we're talking. Oh, crap! because there's a thing in there where you press the thing and it'll actually show you the lift. So what you're talking about is lift, center of mass, right? And forward momentum, right?
Now, lift is achieved by the wings. It has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
But forward momentum,
Well,
yes,
that's why I'm
propelling.
asking if we're talking
To
about a
propel
rocket.
yourself,
rocket
you have
doesn't
to have
need
something
wings,
to push
right?
against.
So I'm not sure where the
Well, you were talking about a
airplane
MiG.
stuff is coming in. So this thing will have this.
Yes,
this
but
thing
the
has
only
intake.
reason
It's
the only
intaking
reason
oxygen
it's going
and air.
forward is because what's coming out the back of the plane is pushing against the atmosphere. That's what propels it forward. If there was nothing, if there was no atmosphere, all that gas coming out the back of the plane would have nothing to push against. Therefore, there would be no equal and opposite reaction pushing the plane forward.
That's not. Yeah, but the reaction of the rocket fuel, increasing the speed, is not pressing off of air. It's pressing off of its own combustion. That's what you're not understanding. That's what combustion is. That's how combustion causes, because in your car, your combusting, it causes the pistons to fire, and then the stuff does its thing. Like it doesn't kick off of the atmosphere.
Pressure.
Like, I
You're
don't know
right.
who
There's
started that. That is
pressure
not
in a
the case,
combustion
man.
engine.
You
There's
need to
pressure in a
not listen to
combustion
whoever
engine, dude.
tells you that.
I'm sorry, that doesn't work.
Because
A
otherwise,
combustion
this is
engine
just a
works
fan,
because
and you don't
there's
need rocket
pressure
fuel.
and it
Like,
has something to
or you don't
push
need jet
against.
fuel.
It pushes against the piston. The explosion pushes against the piston. There's something for it to push against. And that's what makes the equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, but the
That's how a
force
combustion
exists.
engine works.
Look, the force exists without the piston already, right? Force happens. There's a force there, whether or not there's anything there for it to kick off of or not, right? Force, it exists. What is that force? It's the force of the exploding fuel.
Yes, but if that fuel doesn't have anything to push against,
There's
it's not
still
going to
a
do you
force.
any good.
Otherwise, what is it? You're saying there's You're saying there's nothing there.
It has to push against something. To go forward, you have to push from behind. If it has nothing to push against, it's not going to do anything.
It's push again. It's you have to understand what the actual flame of a rocket and of a rocket engine is. It is its own force. Again, if there wasn't an engine bell there, it would be one
force
giant
has nothing to push
radial
against, then it's
force.
not going to propel you anywhere. You have
It's
to
going to
have
compel it. It is going to propel whatever is near it. And what happens to be near it is the actual, the rocket. Like that's the way that's just the way it works.
It has to have something to push against, man. I'm sorry.
It doesn't. It's pushing against it. The rocket itself is being pushed on by the rocket exhaust.
The exhaust needs to come in contact with an atmosphere to make an equal and opposite reaction to propel the rocket.
No, it does not.
Okay. Otherwise, all of that exhaust goes into a vacuum of space. So there is no pressure or force available because the force would be immediately absorbed by a vacuum.
A vacuum doesn't matter because there's a rocket there or whatever spacecraft is there being acted upon by the force of the exhaust itself. This is basic physics, dude.
It is basic physics.
Okay, so then you're saying that the very technology
a car goes forward because of friction. There's something for the car to push against. An airplane goes forward because there's an atmosphere for it to push against. A bottle rocket goes up because there's air for it to push against. The rocket will go up until there is air.
No, you're talking about a
until there's no
freaking
longer
like a
air for it to push
steam
against.
rocket. You're talking about a propeller. That's not what rockets are. You're talking about something that's like a propeller. That's not what a combustion chemical reaction is.
It doesn't matter
Did you
what sort
understand?
of
Because
engine
what you're
you
talking about is
have.
in a vacuum specifically.
Yes, in a vacuum, you have to have something to push against. So if you're in a vacuum, all
So
of your
no,
exhaust
so
will
no
dissipate
thruster work
and
in a
absorb.
vacuum. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
Thrusters
because
don't
there's
work
nothing
at all
for
in a
you to
vacuum.
push
That's
against.
just that's absolutely incorrect.
Why is it hard to fly at high altitude? Because there's nothing for
To
you
fly
to push
what at high
against.
altitudes?
Any airplane. You
Because
can't fly higher because there's nothing for them to push against.
There's less air density and there's less lift, number one, for their wing to be lifted up. And there's also less oxygen for the intake of a jet engine. So that accounts for two different technologies. What else are you talking about? Because it's certainly not harder for a rocket to go up in lesser densities. It's actually, well, it depends. It depends on the rocket exhaust. Up at higher densities, it depends on the shape of your rocket bell. I mean, those types of things. But again, what you're not understanding is that the rocket exhaust itself is the force. You're creating an explosion behind the thing, and that thing, the
Look,
explosion,
you
is
can
what's
create a
propelling
force.
you.
You can create
You're
a
claiming
force
that what's
all you
propelling
want.
you is the difference in force between the air behind it and the explosion. No, that's not the case at all.
A force is fine. You can have a force all you want. But if that force has nothing to push against, then it's not going to propel you anywhere.
The exhaust itself, the explode. Do you know what an explosion is?
Yes, I know what an explosion is. Do you know
What
what
is
a
an
vacuum
explosion?
is?
What is an explosion?
Do you know what a vacuum is?
Yes. A
Okay.
vacuum doesn't make a difference when there's an explosion
A
happening in it.
vacuum does what?
A
What does a
vacuum
vacuum
doesn't do
do?
anything.
Okay, so it's empty. And a hot gas, is going to what in a vacuum? Dissipate.
Expand.
Yes, it's going to expand, which means it's going to lessen
Okay, and then
your
when it's
force.
so
So
we're
if
not
you have
talking
an
about
infinite vacuum, it doesn't matter how big your force is, the vacuum will eat your force.
Any gas expands.
And we haven't even gotten to the
It doesn't matter if they're in a vacuum or not.
right next to, an atmosphere. We're moving past that. Like,
So look, this thing's a jet engine.
yes, and it's
Attached
fine when
to
it has the ground to push off of, and then the air to push off of. But then what? What is it pushing off of?
okay. Why does it have more thrust when you? Why is there ignition? Why is there a burning? Why is there fuel burning? What is that doing? You understand what that's doing?
The fuel burns and pushes a gas in one direction out the bottom, and then that air or that thrust interacts with the atmosphere and creates an equal and opposite reaction, which propels this thing. But if there is no atmosphere for that to propel off of, it's not going to create an equal and opposite reaction.
So you think that a rocket and a jet operate in the same manner?
Thrust, force, all works the same. You have to have something to push against to propel yourself forward. It's the whole point of friction,
if there's
dude.
an explosion happening, that's what a rocket explosion is. In the jet thing, the
Yes, but if
explosion is
that
happening
force
inside
doesn't have anything to
this
push
device,
against, then
which
there
is
is no
causing the
equal and
force.
opposite reaction.
My point is that the energy. Do you understand? Energy is released when combustion happens.
The sun
What do you
is
think that
producing a
means?
whole lot of
Energy is
combustion,
released when
and it's
combustion
not
happens.
propelling itself anywhere.
What?
The sun is combusting a whole lot, but it's not propelling itself anywhere.
Because it's equal in all measures because it's a sphere. But you probably don't think the sun is a sphere then?
I have no problem thinking
The sphere
it's a
was
sphere.
shaped like a cone, maybe you'd be right. Or if the sun was shaped like a cone.
No.
Well, no, it's a sphere. So your point doesn't really make a difference because yes, if a rocket engine explosion plume was a sphere, then yeah, but it's not. It's being created specifically with a direction, but the thing sitting apparently essentially sitting on top of it is its own engine, which is propelling itself. That's what it does. That's why rockets exist. Like that's what they are. But you can't start equivocating then with like
It doesn't matter what kind of engine you use. If you create a force with nothing to push against, then you have no equal and opposite reaction.
I just told you that what's being pushed
It
against.
cannot push against itself.
So okay, what's doing the pushing? What is
You're talking
what is,
about a hot gas that wants to dissipate just on its own because it's hot. And you're talking about a
no,
vacuum
I'm not talking
which
about
will
I'm
absorb
not just talking about a hot
any
gas.
amount
I'm
of
talking
propellant.
about an exploding explosion. That's a lot more than a gas.
Look, if you don't have anything for that force to push against, it doesn't matter what happens. It's not going to go anywhere. It's just a
The
force.
force.
It's
You just
just
said the
energy
force
being
exists,
released.
right? You just
It's
said the
just
force
energy
exists.
being released.
Did you just said the force exists?
You
Yeah.
can create a force, but if that
Okay.
force can't push against anything, then there is no equal and opposite reaction,
Well, what do
which
you
is
think? What do you think
propelling. There is no propulsion.
But it is
You
pushing
can't
against
say
something.
rocket
It's pushing
propulsion
against
because
the
for
rocket.
propulsion, you
It's
need equal and opposite reactions.
yeah, it's pushing against the rocket itself. That's you're denying,
goodness.
just simply denying physics. The explosion is there, and it's pushing against the rocket.
Just go
That's
to
what's
YouTube
happening. You understand
and
it.
do
You're
a
acting like
rocket
you don't understand it. It's
in a
weird.
vacuum chamber. Do rocket in a vacuum chamber on YouTube, and you'll understand exactly where I'm coming from because none of them work.
What? So there's secret videos of rockets in vacuum chambers disproving the entire space program of all the governments of the world. That's what your claim is?
I'm just
I mean,
saying,
do you understand how much that
if
doesn't
I
work?
had a scam that got $50 million a day, that's a pretty good
Okay.
scam.
Okay. So that disproves the laws of physics.
The laws of physics says that for propulsion, you need to push against something to make an equal and opposite reaction. That is the laws of
You're
physics.
simply not grasping the fact that an explosion is happening because there's an ignition of fuel, and then the
Yes, and a
explosion itself
vacuum
is
would
happening.
absorb. An
Right? Listen, the
infinite
explosion.
vacuum would absorb it all.
Listen. The explosion is a
Would get
force.
absorbed by a vacuum.
It's pushing. No, it has nothing to do with
It's not
the
pushing
vacuum.
against
Isn't doing
anything.
anything. A vacuum isn't doing anything. Vacuums don't do anything. There's nothing there. So you still have a force.
Correct. There's
You have
nothing
a
there for that
force.
force to push
Stop.
against.
You can't deal with what I'm saying, so you have to interrupt me. The force that's there is what it is. You can't deny it. It's a force. Whether it's in a vacuum or not, there's a force that's happening because there's a chemical reaction of combustion happening that's pushing in all directions. And what it's pushing, it doesn't matter if there's air or not. It's pushing the rocket. And yes, there are videos of rockets igniting in space. You're saying that there isn't, and also there isn't necessarily even because also like there are different types of thrusters as well. So there's like so many different ways that you're wrong on this.
Let's look up the equation for thrust. Because I guarantee you it's going to say something about an equal and opposite reaction. And that force needs to push against something. That's how
So you're
propulsion
trying to
works.
lose. So you understand. I mean, hold on.
You're saying that it pushes against the back of the rocket,
You're
but
trying to
everybody
quote to
else
me
will
laws
say
of
that
Newtonian physics, but yet you're claiming that something that is a very basic concept in physics is somehow a whole bunch of people are not seeing it. Even though the first time I've ever seen this is from flat earthers, that flat Earth people figure, as opposed to basic physics, which I have like it's that an explosion, which is radiating an explosion of force radiating in all directions, right? And you're expelling an explosion out one side. So now this explosion is outside. It's still exploding because yeah, when a
And it's
rocket
being
engine
immediately
doesn't have
absorbed by a
perfect
vacuum
efficiency. Do you
because it
understand
has no
energy?
atmosphere to
Do you
push
understand
against.
energy efficiency? So energy, if it doesn't a rocket. So once you have one side of an explosion and
It doesn't
another,
matter if you
okay,
have
you have
100%
50. Listen to me.
efficiency.
You have
If
50
there's
50. You
100%
have 50
vacuum,
50.
it
You
will
have 50 50.
100%
You have
absorb
50 50. You have 50
100% of that
50. You have 50
efficiency.
50. You have 50 50 energy efficiency already. So you've already lost half your energy in a rocket engine explosion. The other half of the energy is on the other side. It's pushing against the rocket itself. I mean, you want you have. I mean, whatever. I mean, you if you want to have an agenda and just deny what I'm saying,
No,
I
that's
mean,
not it
I'm
at
not
all.
gonna.
I asked you to go to the Earth curve calculator. You didn't want to do that, and you wanted to switch topics, and we went here. And now I'm telling you that
I'm
for
not debating.
propulsion,
I'm not debating this. Did you? I don't remember you asking me to go to some calculator.
Yes, 8 inches per mile squared. That's where we talked about. You were able to see too far, and then you wanted to move somewhere else, and then we got here. That's how we got here.
I don't, hold on for a second. I mean, it doesn't matter what different things you want to pigeonhole and pretend like each piece of what you're saying somehow proves something because they don't. And I think if I change the subject about where you lived, it's okay. So explain this to me, because I can't believe you're this stupid. I don't believe you're this stupid. I don't. I think you're either just screwing with me or
Kelby, I'm
you're
not going to
deeply
screw with you.
damaged.
I've only ever told you the truth.
That doesn't what you believe is truth. So you telling me that as if
Well,
I'm
I'm
supposed
not
to just
messing
simply
with you.
believe what you say is true, really is concerning. Because if it's, let's say I was a really gullible person and somebody says, oh, I'm just believing you what I think.
I don't
I'm
think
just
you're
believing you
gullible.
what is
I
the
think
truth.
that you
Oh,
entertain
okay. Now I'm
ideas
supposed
very
to believe
well.
everything you say, right? Just because you say it's the truth. Is that how truth
No.
works? Is that how
No.
you think truth operates?
No, I think you should
That's not
investigate
how
it.
truth operates.
That's why I keep telling you to go look at this stuff. Like, bring up the Earth curve calculator. Bring up the equation for propulsion. Like, let's go look at it. I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm saying let's go look at it. And I enjoy talking with you because you entertain ideas well.
I'm not any good at math.
I'm not
I'm
pulling
not
one over on you.
well, I'm not. Again, I'm not trying to debate with Earth curve calculators. I have a literal physics engine that. I mean, do you think? I mean, if you think literal numbers and math are and logic aren't logical, is that if that's what you're telling me, then there's really no sense in
That's
debating.
why I asked you to bring up the Earth curve calculator, because I like math and numbers. I am a math science person. And I'm sorry, but whenever you have 100 miles of distance, there is a significant curve and a very
with every
significant
single
chunk of
millimeter
land in your way.
with every single so you're so okay, so this one thing you're going off of is the fact that you're claiming that people can have a line of sight, that you see a line of sight of 100 miles for some reason rather than what the earth curve claims it is. So this proves it above all things, and you think everybody else can't not that proves anything, but I've seen what you're talking about before. I've also seen people attempt to do it and utterly fail as well. I mean, because again, let me get this straight. You're talking about just a line of sight, and you're saying you've personally seen, right? You've personally
Mhm.
seen this. You're not just talking about something you saw on a
Yes,
website.
I have
assume.
personally seen further than what you are able
What?
to see.
Somebody have a line of sight of what? A radar tower? Or radio tower? Because somebody told you it was supposed to be a straight beam? That's not how radio waves work. So
No, with my eyes, I have seen in distances that are too far away to be seen.
what do you mean?
I mean that there should be a significant, you know, height of Earth covering what should be visible. I mean, just go with the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. I mean, that should be impossible, but there's a picture of it. So, I mean, is the math lying?
No, I think you are completely misunderstanding physics again. So again, I live on the water. Right
Okay.
now, I can look out.
And a ship goes over the curve, and you can't take out a pair of binoculars and zoom in and see that ship again, right?
Well, no. So I live on a bay. So across the water,
Mm-hmm.
I can see the tops. I can see the tips of towers.
And is that with the naked eye or binoculars
Yes,
or
with a naked
telescope?
eye.
Okay, so what happens if you pull out a binoculars or
I
a
don't know.
telescope?
I know if I
Can you
take a
see more
boat
of the
and get
buildings?
closer to them, I can see the rest of the towers.
How far is it
How's
across the
that?
bay?
Get an actual boat.
How far is it across the bay?
I'm not sure. I think about 5 or 6 miles, maybe.
6 miles across the bay?
I don't remember.
Yeah, look, you're not going to get a whole lot with 6 miles. It's only 3 feet. So you should be able to see most of the buildings.
I don't think so. Oops.
So you want to tell me the story? And can we you want to switch up? Tell me the story about the fairies. I'm actually interested in your pagan roots.
Um. Yeah. What about them? I mean,
Well, so I mean, from my understanding, like Christmas, Easter, stuff like that are very pagan, but it seems like you don't think that. So I guess I'm kind of curious what sort of pagan stuff you're into. And you said you saw fairies, so that would just be interesting to hear either way.
yeah, I don't think. I mean, I don't believe holidays and all that sort of things have any power unto themselves. So to say that they are pagan and for themselves, I don't really agree with. I don't think there's any power that actually exists except for that which claims to be of the Lord. I mean that which. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's things can claim anything, but doesn't make it so.
What do you mean?
Well, if some 30th degree Freemason black belt pagan witch came up and claimed to put a curse on me, I really wouldn't care.
Oh, right. Yeah, I wouldn't believe. Yeah, I was
Even
just
though
talking
I
about.
believe that those things are real.
Yeah, for sure. So,
But
like, I guess, like, do you see Christmas and Easter as being pagan? That like the Christians just stole, or do you think that they're biblical, or I don't know. What?
I mean, I think pagan is an application. I mean, I think if we're going to go with general human condition, social contract, religion, um, of a binding type, I mean, that's I've always looked at that more like um, agricultural, like just a fancy way for people to memorize when to start
Yeah.
putting their crops away, and
Hmm.
that sort of thing. And then people want to start anthropomorphizing it with different names of deities and gods and ancestors. But that also, I think, does merge in with spiritual things.
Yeah, for
because I
sure.
do think
Well, I
that
mean, that's what
do
the
exist.
first, like Passover and unleavened bread. That's like the winter harvest, and then tabernacles is your, fall harvest. So yeah, I get what you're saying. So what happened with the fairies?
So, well, I mean, all in all, I mean, there are certainly beings or either that or mimicries of beings, right? I don't think that we would have any way to validate anything as far as what anything's true actual form is. Same way with anything's true, what anything's true name is. So if something is presenting itself or is being allowed to present itself in a certain way, I mean, there's that.
Oh
But
yeah, yeah. No,
again,
I'm not saying that you didn't see anything or that you're
that's not
crazy.
going
Like
to.
I'm genuinely curious. Like just what did you see? How did it happen? How'd you
Um,
feel? You
so
know,
it's some very specific times where it was like directly with your own eyes and not like sort of mystical thought experiences.
or
Um,
like, oh, there's a weird orb in this picture that I took or something.
no, I mean one time it was quite not. I wasn't even thinking about it or talking about it. I was talking about something else entirely, and I looked over, um, and there was this. I mean, it looked like a classical, like Brian Froud art work fairy, but it looked like almost like a cardboard cutout. Like it didn't look like a claymation creature. It looked like a cardboard cutout was sitting there. And I kind of looked away without thinking about it, and then it dawned on me, and I looked and I mean this is a while ago now, but it was definitely there. Like I want to think I look back, and it's still there, and then I look back again, but I know I definitely saw it, and then looked away, and then looked away again. And it was like not there. I was just kind of like I knew exactly what it was. Like I had the image was burned into my mind. Um, and then afterwards, there were a lot of interesting emotions that just kind of came flooding in that particular regard. I've had worse experience. I've had because that wasn't like what I would call a negative experience. Um, but I mean, there were also lots of negative experiences as well, um, that I've had with what could be considered entities. Um, at one point, I had a vision of or what I would believe what people would call a vision, I guess, of the Matrix, sort of like with all the beds and stuff. Like before that movie was ever out. Um, and it was it was like almost like I was being taken through. I mean, it's basically path work. I don't know if you know what path working is, or shamanic, like inner journeys, that sort of stuff. You know what I mean?
I guess not.
Um, but supposed to be inward mental realms. Um, Now, because I used to like to think that this stuff was just sort of on the surface, the cultural delvings into some deeper truth that exists, which is beyond humanity. Here's what I'm looking for. Okay, so I don't want to be obtuse. So you're not a flat earther. You're a concave earther.
I don't know that I'd go concave Earth. It
But you
seemed
don't
really
believe that.
good whenever I first
So
ran
you
into
acknowledge
it.
physics. You seem to understand what an orbit is. Um, like, hold up. Let me find just a simple rocket I want to just put into orbit. Actually, the first Atlas rocket, they didn't know if they could reignite the engine in space. Interestingly enough, um, because this one when they separated it, like they actually cut off a bunch of, like they dropped off a couple of the rockets because they didn't know about yeah, there was the early stages, like the upper stage of this rocket actually was the first one that they finally discovered they could ignite it in space without testing it. But again, as soon as the engine, the ignition goes off, you have the chemical reaction happening, and then you have an explosion happening, which is the chemical reaction, and that explosion just is happening where it's happening. It happens to be happening behind the rocket, and and technically it's a radial outward ignition of energy. That's how much of the force is, and that's also how energy inefficient it is, because all the energy it's going out in the other directions are equally powerful, but they're getting lost, vacuum or no vacuum. But the fact that the physical form of the rocket actually exists, its engine exists, it's being acted upon by the explosion itself. That's just the facts.
So you've seen fairies on multiple occasions, or something, some sort of entity on multiple occasions.
Well, most of the time it was sort of like a mental thing, like in your mind, like sort of you sort of have like these images in your mind. I don't know if I can really explain it well. You kind of almost like, I mean, I'm sure you pray, and you pray and you sort of like have images. I mean, I don't image. I don't know about you, but I don't image. I don't have images of God when I pray at all. I don't. I have like, I try to clear my mind of everything if I'm praying to the Lord. I'm doing this wrong. I'm gonna crash this thing. Oh wait, do I have the cheating? But yeah, I mean, when you close your eyes and actually, like, I've been to supposed places, like we go to like places that supposedly were like extra haunted or extra covered with negative energy or negative forces or that sort of stuff, and and I would swear you go there and close your eyes and see images of like beings and stuff like that, creatures. But looking back, it's like, overactive imagination. I mean, that's the thing. Like I think I had a fairly firm grasp of reality, even though I did have an active imagination. Yeah, explosion happens. Force is being emitted from the actual this part itself, which is emitting out onto the rocket. That's
but I mean, you can't pause it, but
the only thing that's against it is gravity, and yeah, there's air pressure that's pushing up against. There's a point where the atmosphere gets thinner, but there's also what they usually do is slow the thing down, because otherwise they're kind of wasting fuel. But they wait until they get to where the atmosphere gets thinner, and then they'll kick it up into full gear, because they don't have a lot of stuff pushing. I mean, if you understand like air pressure and that sort of thing, but that doesn't have anything to do with rocket being propelled upward. It's being propelled upward by the force of the fuel igniting itself. That's creating a force. You're saying the force is because you're saying it's. I mean, yes, is it pushing against air that's around it? Yes, but what you're claiming is that air must, because you're saying that rockets do work, but they don't work in a vacuum, right?
Correct. Which you just admitted.
So yeah. So
if you'd go back and listen to yourself talk.
What?
You just said that whenever the atmosphere gets lower, it's less efficient and doesn't work as well. That's what you said.
No. When the atmosphere gets lower, they increase this. I said it doesn't work as well because the atmosphere is thicker as it's increasing, and then they decrease it once it gets to when the atmosphere is lower, and then they increase the rocket speed. Once it gets,
Yeah,
because
they
then there's
have to
less air
really kick it
pressure and
into
there's
high
less.
gear whenever there's less air for it to push against. That's what you said.
Yeah, there's less air for what I pushing against from the front. There's less air going against it. You know what I mean? Not pushing outward, but pushing against it from the front, like wind shear. You know what I mean? What I'm talking about.
Resistance, friction.
You think I gave it away? That I really believe you, but I'm just lying? Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
Listen to yourself,
I
man.
just said that you admitted that it doesn't work. You just need to listen to yourself.
Okay, so what I just said, did none of that just sink in? That I was talking about the air from the tip. You understand that when this thing is being propelled forward, and you also understand that this thing is constantly accelerating. It's not just sitting there floating; it's accelerating. It's always
Yeah, I
increasing
get that.
speed, right?
Uh-huh.
So at some point, yeah, the air is going to get lower. So that would just wear off. So let's. Oh. But so yeah, again, what I meant this is being going forward, and therefore there's going to be air pushing backwards on this. Well, actually not, because this is just simply pushing against the air. That's what I was talking about. When their air gets less, then they can boost up the rocket engine higher. Because if they boost it up down when the air is thicker, they're just wasting fuel. That's what I meant, because they're pushing against more air from the front here. That's what I was talking about. So now I'm slowing down. Now I'm not actually, because I don't have this rocket running. But once I activate it, and actually, so look, see this loop, or see this arc? Does this make sense to you so far, or do you disagree that this is like, you probably think this game is like lying, I guess, with the physics?
I don't think it's lying.
So look, this is an upward arc, upward and downward, right? That makes sense.
Sure.
So I'm going to increase once I start increasing the speed, this arc is going to increase, and that's what I'm about to do here. And yeah, at some point it's going to get to, actually, right now, according to the game itself, I am in a spot where there's no air. So according to you, the rocket shouldn't work at this point. And the
Well,
rocket,
we're
I mean, it's not,
talking about a game here, so.
right. But I'm saying it does work because the explosion happening in this rocket bell, or the explosion that's happening in the engine and then being propelled out the rocket bell. I mean, it's rocket technology. It's actually creating a radiating blast, right? You understand, if something was off to the side of it, it would feel it. But this is the blast is being directed by the engine bell. So now
Yes,
we've just
but
increased speed
that
enough to
thrust
where,
behind it has nothing to push against.
okay, but the thrust behind it isn't what's causing it to go forward. It's the fact that the thrust that it is, the force, because I think you mean the force behind it. Because again, I'm not denying. Obviously, I wouldn't be denying that. Okay, well, all right, hold on. Let's stick to vacuum. So we're in a vacuum now, and so theoretically, then there's no particles, no air, and that sort of thing. So now igniting the engine. So do you think that an engine? Because that's the thing. Once you start denying whatever you want to deny, I mean, if you don't even think that space exists, do you think that a vacuum even exists? Right? Like, I mean, how far do you want to even take it? This is why I don't know how much it's really worth even going over some of this stuff. I mean, but hopefully, I mean, you seem to accept at least some form of logic.
To
You know,
propel yourself forward on the ground, you have to have friction, and you have to push in the opposite direction, which will create an equal and opposite force and propel you forward.
I don't think
That's
you have
how
to,
walking works.
I don't think you
You're
have to have
pushing
friction.
against the ground.
No, let's
Friction.
stick with one sentence at a time, please.
Okay.
I'm kind of slow. You just said, so I don't think you have to have friction. But I think what you just mean is, you know, a reactive force as far as propulsion. Like, so if you're thinking of when you walk, you thrust forward, right? You're
Mm-hmm.
thrusting off of the ground,
Yes.
right? And you're thinking that a rocket works by thrusting off of the air around it. That's not how a rocket works. That's what I'm saying. It's not how a rocket has ever
If
worked.
I'm standing in the air and I kick my legs with nothing to push against, what happens? Nothing. I don't propel myself anywhere. I can create a force, but if I don't have that force come into contact with something to make an equal and opposite reaction, I am not going to propel myself in the direction
Okay, if you
intended.
could make the bottom of your feet explode, then you would
That force would still have nothing to push against, so there would be no equal and opposite reaction propelling me.
no. This is so there. This is where
That's my
what
logic.
you're under. This is where your understanding, or okay, let's be fair. This is where one of the two of our understandings is breaking down. The force itself of the explosion is the force. It is a creation. It's a transfer. So force. So you understand that. You understand what that fuel is made of a substance that is in a dormant state until interacted upon, and all of a sudden its potential energy is suddenly released. And that's what, because again, I keep telling you that you don't seem to understand what the nature of an explosion is, because you're acting like an explosion is the same thing, like you pushing your foot off of the floor of the swimming pool is not the same thing as an explosion. The energy being created there is coming from your inner muscle, causing your leg to move in itself. It's not the for. So what we're talking about is the initial point of energy is the explosion of that is coming out of the center of the back of the rocket. So it doesn't, and you're saying it needs to have a force behind it to create another. That's a whole other type of force. That's kinetic energy from, like, you know, I push a ball away from me, or I punch the wall, or I hit a ball with a bat. That's not the same thing as explosive chemical reaction. The explosion itself is creating the force in all directions. There just happens to be a rocket on one side of that explosion. That rocket is being blown from it. And that's that's the miracle of the technology. That's what it's doing. You know, that's different than something blowing air away, because air, nothing goes off the air. It would have to have the same thrust as air. Like what you're talking about is more like a perpetual helicopter type of thing. Like what you're sort of seem to be imagining is like the, I don't know if you ever seen the thing. It looks like a gyrocopter, like bouncing up and down like a pogo stick, only with like an umbrella thing going around it and like a spire. I'm not sure, because that's the only way that what you're talking about would physically work, as far as air cushioning off of air, some kind of air cushion causing an air cushion. Like that would be like like you would need perfect. You would need like you would need air pressure. You would need all sorts of things that don't exist. So that's not the way that rockets even work. And again, the other thing is that I was trying to bring up is like the entire way that ICBMs operate is they go up into space. So I don't know, I mean, unless you think that again, well, actually, this is where I originally told you what I would ask flat earthers and the like, as far as do you believe that ICBMs aren't real? Because everything that is involved with ICBMs is involved like with space travel. What is this thing anyway? I don't even know what I'm launched here. But because the rocket's launched, it's created explosion.
I have no problem with the
creating
rocket
energy, which
propelling
has thrusted
itself
it,
until
and
it
the
gets
thrust
to a
is
vacuum.
increased in the speed, and the speed is causing it to go in a certain direction. Now it's in a direction where it can't be stopped by any air force, like the air pressure is not stopping it, and now it just goes faster and faster. So now now when it's in orbit, here's the thing: it's still going that fast. It's still stored up all the energy that's been converted from the energy that the chemical energy of the rocket fuel. So the ignition of the rocket fuel, because the rocket fuel needs liquid oxygen. So the tank of it involves the combustible engine, like kerosene or whatever, and then you mix it up and combust it, and then you have this giant explosion. You recognize that something would explode in space, right?
I have no problem with that. My problem is that there is no atmosphere for the explosion to push against to make an equal and opposite reaction to propel the rocket forward. I have no problem with the rocket flying as long as it's in an atmosphere, but once you get to a vacuum, the vacuum will 100% dissipate anything coming out of the back of that rocket. Therefore, the rocket will have nothing to push against. Therefore, the rocket will not be propelled forward because the vacuum is infinitely large and will infinitely suck up all of that force. I don't care how big your explosion is, the vacuum of space will engulf it. All of it.
You're not wrong about that, but what you are wrong about is the way that the rocket itself that's attached to that explosion is interacting with that force that's happening. Because if suddenly you detached, if you could split apart the explosion from, I mean, what you're saying just does not make physical sense. When explosion, you understand what do you think is happening? All right, when a rocket combustion is happening within the bell of the engine,
It can make as much force as it wants. The infinite vacuum of space will absorb all of that force.
right? But if something was it was like was sitting on the inside of the bell when the explosion went off, when the engine went off, it would be propelled outward, right?
Yes. Because there is an actual object that's being interacted with. But if there is no
why
object
wouldn't it be
there,
propelled the other direction?
what do you mean the other direction?
So in this thing, you know what I need to do? And I appreciate what, I really want to know what this thing is that I'm launching here. I need to get the Apollo program going because I'm 4 hours in. This is 1969 with the moon landing, and I don't know if you think I'm shilling for NASA by doing the.
I honestly don't care, man. I just joined in to talk. I'd much rather talk about your pagan
But no,
stuff.
well, I
think that's
wanted
more
to get a
interesting.
larger rocket bell to demonstrate by you because I want to get my Saturn V that I made revert to assembly. But no, all right, so if something, like I said, like you just said, if something was sitting on the inside of that bell, and then the engine ignited, bloosh, and then if something was sitting there, it would blow out of it. I mean, that is the case. Check out this Saturn V. Oh, you know what? I still got to attach the LEM. Maybe I will just do Apollo 9 and 10 and then 11. So we can just talk about orbital mechanics here, and also chemical physics. Where is it? Or I might be able to just attach it real quick. I attach it to the first one. Boom. Actually, but the same. But all right. So something being blown out of a rocket engine, there's force happening. And Steek and Proclaimer, I don't know if you're still around, but good to see you, Paul. And this dude's agreeing with me. The explosion acts in all directions. The explosion can't act on what's behind it, but can act on what's in front of it, which is the rocket. So that's the thing. It's an explosion that's of a force in all directions.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that explosion will create no force on the rocket because the force will get absorbed by the vacuum.
Vacuums. So, I mean, vacuums don't absorb things technically, right? Like they don't do anything. There's just nothing there. So, I know what you're saying as far as, and here's if you ever watch a video of a rocket being launched, as it gets up higher, if you'll notice, the plume starts to get wider. You know what I mean? Like the plume goes from looking like a diamond shape type of like a teardrop thing. You know what I mean? It'll go from that to suddenly looking like a big wide, like it'll just get like super wide. It'll widen out because the air pressure gets less. And what that is all the force coming out of the rocket of the explosion is just basically equalizing in all directions more because of the air pressure going down. So the air being there does have a slight difference, but the main difference is simply how the plume is going to be like interacting and being shaped. But the main force, the transference of force is what we're talking about. And the transference of force is upward energy. Like as far as this thing, the Saturn V,
Yes, I agree that it's upward energy
upward
because the
energy
thrust
happening.
going down is pushing against the air. But
Yeah,
once
but
it
the
gets into
downward
the
energy
vacuum,
isn't
it
what's-
has nothing to push against.
We're not talking about downward energy. We're talking about upward energy. Completely different. That's why.
Yes, what's coming out of the bottom of the rocket going down is propelling it up.
All of the energy coming out of the bottom of the rocket is wasted energy. Isn't that crazy? Like, because it's all big giant explosion. And you're just shaping it in one direction, but its explosions are radial. They're naturally radial. That's what an ignition of a rocket engine is. And what the bell does is it shapes it in one direction so that the exhaust can come out of one side, but there's still an opposite reaction coming out of the other side.
Yes, it has an opposite reaction because the thrust of the rocket has a atmosphere to push against.
But we're talking about force. We're not talking about a kinetic exchange of energy from atmosphere.
If that
It's like when you
force
fire.
doesn't
Have you ever
have
shot a
anything
gun?
to push
You ever
against,
shot a
then there
shotgun?
is no equal and opposite reaction.
Have you ever shot a shotgun?
I have.
So the force coming that doesn't depend upon it bouncing back from oxygen. It's internal. There's internal force happening within that thing that's creating that pressure that's pushing something out, or that's pushing it back. And that's why I'm saying it's upward energy that's causing this
That's
thing
because
to go
there
up.
is equal and opposite reactions
Well,
happening
so
there.
you know what? I apologize because I am getting confused because I'm still thinking of this thing in because when this thing goes off,
Yes, there's an explosion. The explosion happens, and then it
and
encounters
you're
the
claiming that
slug of the
air.
shotgun shell, and then that shotgun shell will introduce an
No, no, no. I'm
equal
not.
and
No, no, no,
opposite
no, no, no.
reaction
All right. Yeah,
from
I'm
the
not talking
force
about
of the explosion.
I'm not talking about the projectile. I'm
You
talking
just
about
keep
the
proving my
force.
point, man. Yes, but the force only comes from that force interacting with the shotgun shell, which creates an equal and opposite reaction, which gives you the recoil on the shotgun shell. If it was in a vacuum and there was no shell, the explosion would just dissipate and there would be no force. The force would just get absorbed. There would
Okay,
be
so
no
are
equal
you
and opposite
so
reaction.
you're saying guns don't work in a vacuum?
It would explode, but it would have no equal and opposite reaction because there's nothing for that force to act against.
All right. So do you understand that my contention is that the rocket is acting on it. The explosion and the rocket are two different subjects here, right? The air has nothing to do with any of it. You're saying
That's
that
what you're claiming,
you're
but
saying
I'm
the
saying
explosion, the rocket,
that's not.
yeah, okay, and you're saying the rocket and the explosion are like all the same thing, but that the energy is being produced, the thrust is being produced from it from what coming off of from bouncing off of the air. Exactly.
Yes, the force coming out of the bottom of the rocket is interacting with the air, making an equal and opposite reaction, which propels the rocket up or forward. But if there is no atmosphere for that force to act against, then there is no equal and opposite reaction to propel the rocket.
And where's the force? This force you're claiming exists coming from?
The rocket fuel, whatever you want to call it, man. When it comes out of the back of that rocket,
Hey
if
man,
it doesn't have an
Russia's
atmosphere
had a
to
vodka shortage
push
during
against,
the space
then
race.
there is no equal and opposite reaction.
So, what you're claiming? So, number one, if what you're claiming was true, and that there is some sort of type of force that could somehow have equilibrium with the air pressure through its speed, like that's not how it works. You would be claiming that they're lifting with simple air pressure. Yeah, that rockets lift via air pressure. That's not how rockets lift. That's one thing. I forgot. Man, I forgot my second point. But yeah, the air. But oh yeah, so the explosion again. You're also, and then too, you have to be suggesting that there's some form of explosion. Some form of explosion that only happens in one direction. You understand explosions don't happen in one
No,
direction.
you're claiming that the explosion only happens in one direction.
What? No, I'm claiming the explosion of rocket fuel, the rocket engines happen in all directions. And one of those directions is upward, and that's where the lift is coming from. You're saying the lift is coming from it interacting with air downward. That's what I'm talking about here. And
Look, that force that's going up can interact with the rocket just fine. As long as there's an atmosphere below the rocket that doesn't absorb all of that force, like an infinite vacuum. The rocket has to have something
you're right.
to push
The
against.
force, so,
You cannot have propulsion without equal and opposite reactions.
Right,
That's how forces work. You have to have something for the force to act against. And it cannot act on the rocket
and the
without
explosion.
pushing on the air.
It's the rocket
Otherwise,
and the
the force will go the path of least resistance into the vacuum. and the force will go nowhere.
You're not telling me anything I don't know.
A shotgun shell works because on
telling
one
you-
side of the explosion
I'm
there's a
telling
lead
you
slug,
the-
and on the other side of the explosion there's a gun. So that explosion can interact with two different objects and create equal and opposite reactions. That's why I started with the walking. With walking, you need friction, you need something to push against. Driving is the same way. Helicopters work the same way. Then somehow we get to magical rockets and we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Trying to find my loony lander. Mark 1. It's so tiny. Is this the one with this? Is this it? So yeah, well, I guess debating whether the moon landing happened is out of the question.
I don't.
You don't even think that well, I mean, it's. I understand the misconception, and then that you've believed something that's not true. I understand why the misconception exists. The same way when I used to think that if you threw something up in the sky hard enough and fast enough, and eventually you got into whatever space is, because of the fact that it's in space, that it would just stay there, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Like that's a similar type of thing where it's
saying.
like until you really think about it, because what you're saying is just, and again, if the principle that you're saying is a fact, then there's also many other things that can't work, i.e. ICBMs. How does the re-entry vehicle work? Or do you think
you would have to
ICBMs are also
100%
a myth
prove
that's being
that the
fed to us by
ICBM
the
is
New World
not
Order?
you'd have to 100% prove that the ICBM is going up into the vacuum of space. And even if it did get to the vacuum of space, it's coming back down, which gravity would do that anyway, so it wouldn't really matter. Getting up to the vacuum of space is not my issue.
So
getting up to the vacuum of space is not my issue. My issue is moving once you're in a vacuum. There is no movement once you get into a vacuum.
You just claiming that the laws of physics are not what they are.
The laws of physics say that a force has to have an interaction with another object to make an equal and opposite reaction. That's the only way propulsion works. The force has to interact with something to make an equal and opposite reaction.
It's an explosion.
That is physics.
Yes, an explosion is interacting with the rocket. Why doesn't that work?
Why doesn't that work for you? Because there's nothing to push the rocket. It has to have an equal and opposite reaction.
The explosion is pushing the rocket. That's what force is.
That's fine as long as you're in an atmosphere. But whenever you get to the vacuum of space, that force is 100% absorbed by a vacuum. There's no force in a vacuum. You can't shoot gas into a vacuum and
have
make
a difference as far as the plume of the. You can see the plume again, and the way you like. So if a rocket engine didn't have a bell, right? What do you think that plume would look like? It would be like a giant explosion in all directions, don't you think? In all directions except for backwards, right? Because that just kind of wouldn't look. But they would try to go backwards because that's what explosions do. Whereas explosions are spheroid, don't you think? If you think explosions, you agree that explosions go outward. They're expressions of force that go outward.
That's fine, but if that force doesn't have anything to interact with, it's not going to create an equal and opposite reaction providing thrust.
Man, hold on.
Let's look up how thrust works. Because I guarantee you that any force takes an equal and opposite reaction.
You keep repeating that, but...
Well, then show me something to prove me wrong.
Yeah, but you're not acknowledging
I'm
the
just
notion that the
I'm literally reading definitions here. So I mean, if you want to prove me wrong, show me a definition. Showing me a video
yeah,
game
I mean,
and
look,
talking is not providing any evidence.
providing evidence.
I'm
You
literally
want math
quoting the
formulas of
scientific
how rocket
definition
fuel
of
stores
how
energy?
force
Do
and
you even
thrust
understand
works.
the notion of like the potentials of energy within a substance, like within different
Yes,
fuels and
as long as
combustion?
that
Like
force has
you're
something to
way out of your
interact
league,
with
dude.
to make an equal and opposite reaction, sure.
Okay, all right. I got my S4B. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, well, again, if you can't get beyond that law of physics, and that you just want to keep harping on it and just
Oh
you're
yeah,
the one that needs to prove me
Newton's
wrong.
laws of physics.
You're the one who needs
Newton's
to
laws
prove
of
me wrong
motions.
because you haven't acknowledged that an
I'm
explosion
quoting
isn't a bunch
freaking
of force.
Newton.
An
I'm
explosion isn't a
quoting
bunch of
Newton.
force that's radiating outward in all directions.
I'm quoting Newton. I'm sorry that you don't like Newton.
Does it? Are you playing games with me, dude?
I'm quoting Newton's laws of motion, man. Like I don't know what else you want from me.
Is an explosion a force? Yeah, but you don't understand what a chemical reaction is. A chemical reaction is
I
the
took
result
chemistry. I
of
know
that.
what a chemical reaction is.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how I'm supposed to connect this thing now. Hold up. No, I mean you're like what? There's nothing that would prove it to you. Because
Well, I mean, I'm reading
that is what
Newton's
it
laws
is.
of motion, so if that's not enough, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but you're fundamentally disregarding what I'm saying about the fact that the force is coming from the explosion itself, not from the interaction of the explosion and the air.
The
That's where the
force
thrust is coming
has
from.
to
The
have
explosion
two
itself.
different
No,
objects
that
to
there's two
interact with.
different. Will you stop interrupting me? There are two different sources of energy happening here that we're talking about. The interaction, two different interactions. The interaction of or the thrust happening from rocket fuel burning or interaction of what? Rocket fuel burning versus air. That's not where lift comes from. It comes from the burning itself. And you're just okay. I mean, you don't want to think about that, or you're not grasping that, or you don't want to grasp that. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
Newton's third law. His third law states that for every action, force, in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction. If object A exerts a force on object B, and object B also exerts an equal and opposite force on object A. In other words, forces result from interactions. What is object A? The rocket. What is the force? The rocket fuel. What is object B? The atmosphere.
No, the explosion.
Oh my god, no man, that's not how it works.
Yes.
I'm
Why
sorry.
isn't it how it works? What do you mean? Where does the
Object
energy go?
B
What do you think
cannot be-
explosions? This is why we're going in circles here. What do you think explosions actually are? What do you think that a combustion of rocket fuel actually does?
It's a
You think it just makes a
force,
lot of
not
light
an object.
and heat? It causes force. It causes radial
That's
force
fine,
that
but
goes
you
in
have
all
to have
directions.
two
All the
objects, and a
directions that goes
rocket is
outward
only
from the
one
actual
object.
engine itself is wasted energy. All the rocket, the energy of it going upwards is the rocket is what's giving it lift. You're acting like a cushion of air. You're acting like it's like a hovercraft That's not the way air works. Air is not some kind of solid. That's your brain is warped with flat Earth horse shit.
All right, man. You can't tell me what object A and object B are, so
I
that's
just
fine.
did. I just did. You just don't
Object
want
A
to
is what?
acknowledge it.
What is object A? Object A is the rocket, correct?
The entire the rocket and the engine.
And then object B is what?
That's the entirety of the thing. Yeah.
What is object B?
The combustion explosion.
No, that's the force. That's the force. What's object B?
What? You said no?
No, it's not. The
All right,
explosion
well, then,
is the force.
Then we have no more to talk about. If you're
explosion
just
is
going
the
to say no,
force.
it's not. Yes, it is.
So
That's
what is
okay. Well, at
object
least
B?
we've been clear on what we're talking about.
Object A is the rocket. The force is the fuel, the combustion, the explosion. What's object B? That the force interacts with.
I mean, are you just trying to be dishonest now?
No, I'm reading the definition of Newton's third law, and you're having trouble telling me how this fits in with a rocket.
It's the explosive force.
No, that's the force. That's the force. What's object B? For motion, there's three things you need. You need object A, object B, and a force.
All right.
Object A is the rocket,
and
the explosion is object B.
Combusting. Combustion is an entirely different. You're talking about we're talking about combustion here. We're talking about the force of combustion.
Yes, there's three things in Newton's third law: object A, object B, and the force. Object A is the rocket.
Hold on.
The force is the explosion. What is object B?
Concentrate on this because I'm trying to figure out how to attach this to this. I think I got it. Ha. Got it. Retract. We don't need a shroud. Boom. There we go. All right. Yeah, again, force comes from a rocket explosion. You're acting like that doesn't actually do anything or isn't something that actually exists.
I agree that the rocket engine is force, but that force has to have another object, object B, to interact with to propel the object A, the rocket, in the opposite direction.
No, you're oversimplifying that because again, you have chemical reactions that are causing forces. So the interaction that's happening is
fine,
many interactions.
But the force
There's
has
a lot
to
of interactions happening
object
that you're not
B.
really accounting for. You're just acting like it's like one to two
I've got Newton's third law posted in the comments.
Liquid
and waiting for
oxygen
you to define it for
mixing
me.
with kerosene, combusting, and then causing a chain reaction of superheated molecules, causing like force from that again for causing a giant outward explosion in all directions. One of those
you can have a force, but if you don't have two objects, it doesn't matter.
Propelled. It's not rocket science.
You're right. It's not. It's a simple definition that you're stumbling over.
No, you just don't seem to understand what you're talking about.
Object A is the rocket. The explosion is the force. We're looking for object B, which is the atmosphere.
Hold on, let me make sure this is gonna stage properly. So you think when, all right, so like these engines right here, which I've stood in, caught replicas of them, like I've stood in them, like they're huge, right? When they push, when you see energy pushing out of them,
When the force comes out of the back of the rocket, object A, it needs something to push against, object B.
you understand
Yes,
that
that's
there's
exactly what I'm
also
saying.
force pushing upward too.
No.
Yes.
No, not if there is
Yes.
not an
How is
object
that
B.
possible?
If
Why
there's
is
no
there not?
object B,
Why
if
is
there
there
is
not?
no object B, there is no equal and opposite reaction. You need object B. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No.
Newton's wrong, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Newton was wrong about the laws of physics, man. Newton was wrong.
You're trying to sidestep what I'm saying. You're acting like
I'm not sidestepping
an apple
anything.
sitting
I'm
there
reading
is the same thing as
Newton's third law
as an
of motion.
explosion. You're acting like a freaking rock is the same, has the same kinetic properties as an explosion. It's
am not.
retarded.
The explosion is a force. If that force does not have object B to interact with, it will not create an equal and opposite reaction on object A.
I'm not sure what you still mean. The rocket engine is creating a force. You're talking about objects. Again, you're ignoring you're ignoring this entire subject matter of the conversation.
No, I'm not, man.
You're acting like kinetic force is the same thing as like
Newton's
like
third
water.
law of motion.
Okay, then how does swimming work? What is the object of swimming?
You're pushing against the water.
Okay, so it's
you
water.
Have
okay,
something
so water's
to push
the
against.
object.
There is an
there,
object
right?
B. Yes, your object
Again,
B.
you don't understand rocket propulsion. Rocket propulsion is literally an explosion happening, and then
a rocket explosion
the
is
thing moving
force.
from the
It's not an
explosion.
object.
It's not happening because a cushion of air is happening. Okay, so ICBMs don't actually launch stuff or in the real or space. There's no such thing as space, then, I guess.
Because you can't fit your ideologies into Newton's third law.
Oh, it's ideologies, even though you completely are just.
I'm using Newton's third law. I'm using
No,
a scientific definition. If you don't like it, that's your problem.
That's like using playing you're playing tic-tac-toe instead of playing like 4D chess, and you're like, oh, where's your X, bro? Where's your tic-tac-toe? And I'm like, there are no tic-tac-toes here. I'm playing chess. And you're like, oh, I guess you lose, bro.
Then
where's your
equation.
X? Where's your? And then it's like, we're not even playing the same
then
game.
Show me the equation. show me the scientific definition. What do I need to go look up here?
I'm trying to explain it to you. Outward radiation of energy of an explosion, right? Where's that coming from? Where's that coming from?
Only
Just answer
words.
the question. Where's that coming from? The outward explosion. Where's the energy coming from?
The force comes from the explosion, but there needs to be two objects to make an equal and opposite force.
That's when you're just simply talking about kinetic motion. So in this case,
what law do I need to go look up?
Motion is happening because of the interaction of the explosion and the rocket.
What scientific law do I need to go look up?
What scientific law? Dude,
if Newton's third law is not the correct law that we should be using right now, which law should I be using?
Right, the concept of I'm telling you the concept of it. I mean, if you don't believe me, then
the concept of what?
If you don't believe that the rocket ignition causes an explosion, and the force from the explosion propels the rocket upward. not pushes the air and then causes force coming from the air, which then pushes the thing upward from the air, or pushing off of the air downward. You're saying it pushes off of the air downward. I'm saying you're wrong because because you're also denying the fact that an explosion has to have energy in all directions. I just said, okay, you acknowledge it has a rocket engine has stuff that comes out the engine from the bottom, but then I'm like, yeah, it's also energy coming from the top, and you say no. And I say, well, how can't it? It's an explosion, isn't it? What type of universe are you existing in where an explosion only happens in one direction?
What type of universe do you live in where there is a force that doesn't have two objects to interact with?
You don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, Newton's third law of motion. Yeah, I probably don't know what I'm talking about, even though you cannot give me the law that I should be looking at to look up your rocket. What law should I go look up again? What law should I go look up?
The law of non-contradiction.
I'm pretty sure it would say that it would be contradictory to say that there's a force and a direction of movement without an object B.
Right. The force is radiating outward from the explosion, and including
the force
upward
has to interact with object B to make an equal and opposite reaction on object A, the rocket. The force, if it does not have an object B to interact with, then object A is going to go nowhere.
It doesn't exist.
You're right. Newton was wrong. We shouldn't make it Kelvin's laws of motion.
You're plugging in variables that are incorrect. You are wrong.
Well, then explain the variables to me. Object A, object B, and a force.
Explaining it. You keep denying. Then you just
said no. Except for that you cannot tell me what object B is.
Already said.
What's object B? What's object B that the force is interacting with? Please tell me. What's object B?
What's object A in this in the analogy?
The rocket.
Okay, the rocket. There's two things here again. The rocket.
The rocket is object A. The rocket is object A. Are we 100% on that? The rocket is object A.
Is a rocket an object? I just said let's just stop being stupid. There's the rocket, and then there's the explosion. That's it.
Okay, so there's object A and there's a force. Okay, where's object B?
The force is the object in this analogy.
No.
Well,
the force cannot be the object.
Then you're wrong. Yes.
Okay.
Show me the equation where none of this works, because it seems to me, according to every single thing that we see, it does work.
Force equals object. I'm looking for that. A force is an interaction between objects, plural. I'm looking for force equals object. I'm not seeing a force equals object. I'm just seeing that a force
you're claiming objects, that all the freaking scientists and stuff at NASA have
I'm just saying, if you knew it as well as you thought you did, perhaps you could just tell me what it is I'm supposed to be looking at, because I'm not seeing it.
I'm really about to kick you off of here. I mean, you're like, you just want to deny what I'm saying. That's fine.
Because I'm looking at scientific definitions and you can't give me one.
And then you're like, you want to like mock me because I can't show you some equation of which you don't even know.
Because I'm quoting a scientific law and you're quoting me nonsense.
You wouldn't even know what you would even be looking at. It's just the simple fact
tell me what to go look at, because I'm
like I just said,
force equals an object, and I'm not finding it.
Answer me this question: a plume coming out of the back of a rocket, is that an explosion or not?
It's a force, but that force
explosion
needs
or
two objects. A force needs two objects.
Me blowing on a feather is a force. Is it an explosion or not? Is it an explosion? Is it a violent combustion of energies happening in all directions? You say no, it's not doing it in all directions. That is inconceivable.
I didn't say that at all.
Yes, you did. You said it's not. I said it's happening upward too. You said no, it's not happening upward.
It's not in a vacuum.
Vacuum doesn't make a difference. The upward force of the explosion doesn't care if it's in a vacuum or not.
An explosion will take the path of least resistance. Object A will not be propelled forward if that force does not have an object B to interact with and make an equal and opposite reaction. That is Newton's third law of motion, which is what we're talking about here. The motion of the rocket. Object A.
Yeah, and the explosion object.
I don't care if object A has an infinite amount of force. If it doesn't have an object B to interact with, that force will not create an equal and opposite reaction on object A, the rocket. And I'm sorry, but I'm not finding any scientific theory that says that a force can be an object. And you're having trouble telling me where to go find that a force equals an object.
The definition of object to suit your own false ideas of physics.
No, I'm using Newton's third law, which states that there's two objects and a force. You've told me what the force is. It's the explosion of the rocket. That's the force. But there needs to be an object B for the interactive force of the rocket to take place with.
Yeah, you still just keep denying that an explosion is happening in all directions, right? Yeah,
an explosion is a force.
An explosion is happening in all directions, yes or no?
Explosions happen in all directions. It's a force. The force still
and
has to have
one of those
an
directions
to interact with.
And one of you see, you can't even finish letting me talk.
Because I'm quoting a scientific law, and you won't give me the law that you're quoting.
You're admitting
give me the scientific law.
You're admitting that you're interrupting me and not letting me talk on purpose, right?
I'm admitting that you can't give me a scientific law.
I can't give you a scientific law?
Give me the scientific law that we're supposed to be using in this rocket, and I'll go look it up. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. But until you can give me a scientific law, I'm going to go with Newton.
So you're saying, according to Newton, all you're doing is just imposing your thing. You can't give me a law saying that explosion. Why wouldn't an explosion cause an upward force equal to its own explosion, the energy of its own mass? Are you saying an explosion doesn't have mass? Yes, I think you are. You're saying an explosion doesn't have mass because you're saying it's not an object. You are absolutely freaking 100% wrong. I hope you're freaking trolling me, dude. I really do.
Kelby, why would I
mean, you were absolutely out of your freaking mind, dude. Does an explosion have mass? Yes, it does. I mean, because I don't think you would admit that you're wrong anyway.
I'd love to admit that I'm wrong if you could show me. Yes, I would.
Sure you would.
Dude, I admit I'm wrong all the time.
You're having too much fun being wrong.
And you're one of the few people who actually listens to me, so why would I bullshit you?
Because you're having too much fun being wrong. Do you deny that?
I'm not having fun here. I don't even want to talk about this. I wanted to talk about other stuff, and you kept coming back here.
The specific... I'm keeping this on because I think it's an interesting conversation to document.
That's fine.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, you've already. Yeah, I mean, if I start to get the impression, which I kind of, that you're trying to derail me on purpose.
No, I'm not trying to derail you. I wanted to talk about pagan stuff, religion, Bible, you seeing demonic entities or whatever you wanted to call it, and you kept coming back here. I tried changing the subject several times.
I'm literally doing a stream where I'm doing like rocket flight.
Okay, then we'll talk about rocket stuff. But if we're going to talk about rocket stuff, I'm going to use scientific definitions, and I'm sorry, but you're having trouble giving me scientific definitions or places where I can go look and verify what it is that you're saying.
No, because you have already denied that that explosive force can be an object in the analogy of one force acting upon
All
another
right, let me
force.
do a
Because
quick Google
when it
search.
says an object equally acting upon another object, you're denying that it's talking about force, right? You are applying it incorrectly to suit your own argument. What you're doing is borderline evil. Not kidding.
Momentum and collisions, momentum conservation in explosions. If the masses of two objects, these forces are equal in
Does an
magnitude and
explosion have a
opposite in
mass?
direction, then
Yeah,
object
I
two,
understand. You can keep
man,
repeating that
it
same
always
thing
seems like
over and over again.
every single force has
Does an
two
explosion have a
objects.
mass? Yes or no?
I'm saying
Does an
I'm doing
explosion
a
have a
Google
mass? Yes
search.
or no? I know what you're saying. You've been saying the same thing like 60
No,
times.
I
Does
did
an
a different
explosion
Google
have a
search.
mass?
I did a
Yes or
different
no?
search.
Yeah.
I did a different search.
Does an
And
explosion
I'm
have a mass?
sorry,
Oh, so
but
you're
none
Google
of
searching
them
all this
are.
stuff. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Again,
Let's
I
see.
told you
Explosions
you enjoy being wrong.
have mass. Do explosions have mass? That's a Reddit post. Physics
You know what?
classroom. No, I'm trying to look and I'm not seeing it, man. Just tell me where to go look because I'm not seeing that
Well,
explosion equals
I'm not
mass.
here. You
Your explosions
if
have
you don't want to
mass.
just have a conversation,
I'm trying to have a conversation.
no, you're
I'm
not.
looking. Explosions have mass. That's what you said. I'm searching for it and it's
Explosions
not
are
giving it to
mass.
me.
Explosions are force, and they have upward force, and they make force on the rocket. That's what the point. You can't tell me what you can't disprove that premise.
Well, I can't prove it because I can't find it.
What do you mean? I just
You said
look.
that
Point
explosions
A, and look,
have mass.
I'm actually
That's
using
what
your
you
thing
said.
against you.
But whenever I
Force
Google it,
A,
it doesn't
the
show up.
rocket, and then B, the explosion operating upon the rocket in an upward force. There's your two, one thing on another. That's how it works. You're denying the fact that again, you keep pushing the fact
I'm not
again and again
denying
that you've
anything.
been
I'm
brainwashed into that it's pushing
actively
off of the
trying to
air.
find what it is
All
that
right,
you're
and then
talking about so
you
that I
don't
can
let me finish my
research it, and I'm
sentences
not
at
finding it.
all. You don't let me finish my sentences one bit. I'm going to mute myself for a moment.
I mean, there's plenty of places where you could link me a page to go look at so that I can understand what you're saying, and you still have not done that. So I don't know what else there is for me to say. I'm actively trying to understand everything that it is that you're saying, but whenever I look at it, it seems to say the opposite of what you're saying. So if you want me to understand, give
I
me a
don't think
link
so.
or send me to
Again,
scientific law.
you're denying simple physics because an explosion of something is a force, and a force is counting as an object in the case
Where can I
Newtonian
find that a
physics.
force is considered an object? Where can I find that?
Where what?
Where can I find that force equals object? Give me a link to some paper or some scientific definition or some scientific
Because
anything that
when you're
says that
saying
force
object
equals
A,
object.
because when you're saying object A and
Give me a
object
link.
B,
Give me a link.
you're not even letting me
Give
finish
me
my
a link.
sentences once again.
Give me a link or show it
You're
on
not going to let
your
me finish my
screen.
sentences.
Bring it up on screen, man. Bring it up on
No,
screen.
I'm speaking.
Bring it up
Object
on
A,
screen. I've heard enough of you talk. I want to see it. Prove it to me. Bring it up on
object
screen.
A and object B. This is what you're talking about. That as if these aren't actual like just variable placeholders, and you're like, well, what does it tell? Show me where an object is. This is flat earther logic, dude. Show me the curve, bro. Just
Show me
me the
something.
curve. I mean, you're
I'm from Missouri. I'm from the
just
show me
because
state. Show me.
just because the
Show me.
probability is not
Show
zero,
me.
like
Show me.
you're
Bring it up
absolutely
on screen. Bring it
making a
up on screen.
decision.
Bring it up on screen. Bring it up on screen that
Bring
an
what up on
explosion
screen?
equals objects.
That explosions have a force in all directions? That's what you want? You need me to teach you some basic physics? Sorry, dude, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm doing something else right now. But I mean, I think you should. I think a general child
I
would
think that if you're
understand
going
that
to
a
show me
force
something, you should
in
show me
all
something.
directions, it has energy and is creating mass upon its energy being released. I mean, that's what the explosion is, and it's pointing upward. And you don't want to grasp that because you want to think that, again, this false idea that it's bouncing off of the air. It's not bouncing off of the air. And because you want your false conspiracy theory to be correct.
I'm sharing my screen. Just tell me where
I
to go
don't
look.
care.
So you can't show me, is what you're saying. You can't prove
Our
what you're
watch for
saying.
factory for internal on your mark. Roger, on my mark, all stages
show
to
you
internal power.
Let me
5,
show you, like,
4,
mathematical
3,
physics.
Bring it up on
Show
screen
you what
that
how
proves
radio
that an explosion
is.
is an object.
It's trigonometry.
All
You're
stages
look
command
up
internal.
trigonometry. Look up radial and
Trig
spheral.
in 10th grade? Trigonometry in 10th grade?
Look up radial trigonometry.
Yeah, I took trigonometry in 10th grade, man.
And then look up fluid dynamics. I mean, you're just simply
Fluid
you're just
dynamics.
arbitrarily
So
deciding
fluid
what
dynamics. You
you're
understand that
arbitrarily
means
denying
atmosphere,
what to
right?
deny.
Fluid dynamics means atmosphere. Thank you for verifying me. Thank you. Fluid dynamics. That means that you're in
No,
an
it doesn't
atmosphere,
mean merely
which is what I've
atmosphere.
been
It's the
saying this
motion
entire
of the
time.
way
That if
it's
you
the-
don't
it's the
have an
motion of the way
atmosphere,
things are
you
interacting
cannot
off
have
each other.
propulsion.
Oh, so again, I gave it away because
Yes. Yes, fluid dynamics.
because I really am hiding it.
Dude, you're hiding. You won't show me anything. You have a Google pulled up on your screen right now, but you cannot show me that a force equals an object.
An explosion happens again. An explosion. I'm not interested.
An explosion is a
full-blown
force.
debate
You
on
have
this
to
right
have
now.
two objects for the force to work.
The object is the explosion.
Then show me that an object can be
Show
an
me
explosion.
it's not. Show me explosion doesn't exist and has no force.
I'm sharing my
You're
screen
telling
right
me an
now, but you
explosion
won't
has
pull it
no
up.
force.
I'm
You're
sharing my
telling me an
screen.
explosion has no force, aren't you?
I did not say
Aren't you
that. I
telling
said
me an
the
explosion has no
explosion is the
force?
force. You
What?
need two objects, object A and object B. An explosion is neither of those. It's the force.
In all directions, yeah?
An explosion is a force.
And where's the explosion coming from?
It doesn't matter where it's coming
It
from.
doesn't
It's
matter.
a force.
No,
it's
it
not
does
an
matter.
object.
It does matter. Where's the explosion coming from? It's
For
coming
motion,
from all
need
your
a
Newtonian
force
laws of
interacting with
interaction
two
and laws.
objects. You need two objects for that force to interact with.
All right, so is this all you're gonna talk about? Because I'm really.
You
done
wanted to
arguing
go
about this.
here. You
What?
wanted to go here.
Well, you're still wrong. Again,
That's
you're
what you keep
denying
saying. But you're
telling me to prove what I'm saying with to bring up some sort of amorphic, esoteric, scientific law of whatever I'm saying.
well, if Newton's
okay,
third law
that's
isn't good
where we're
enough,
going,
then
'cause
give me something that is.
You're the one denying all of normal physics. Because
That's
again,
what you say, but I'm
explosions,
using
that's
physical
pointing
definitions.
that's causing something that's because you're claiming that when a rocket's going off, because you're not denying that the Saturn V rocket when it goes off is that's actually something that's happening, right?
Yes, because it's interacting with object B, the atmosphere,
Which is
fluid
the air.
dynamics.
So you're claiming that all of the thrust of the explosion that's going in all directions out of the engine.
It's not going in all directions out of the engine.
Why not?
It's being directed by the cones.
You think it's magically causing it to
If
go
it
in
was
one
going
direction?
in all directions, it would just explode.
You don't think
it
it's having
wouldn't be
force
coming
in
out
all
of the
directions?
bottom of the rocket.
Yeah, but it's the force of the explosion is still in all directions. The force is happening at that point. It's all of the explosion. That's why
Look,
it's a
if
big,
that
giant, hot,
force does
glowing
not have an object B to
thing.
interact with, then it will not make an equal and opposite reaction on object A, the rocket.
Again, so you're claiming that this hot mass of explosion is pushing off of the air. Why wouldn't the air be moving out of the way? Because that's actually what would happen, because you have an explosion happening.
Can't you take me along?
But honey, it's business. It's just a week. Be back before you know it.
Take me along if you love me. Take me along if you love me. Take me along with
I love you, little cutie, but the office is my duty.
my heart will rise. Sweet glorious high above, strong if you will take me along with you.
If you take your wife along on United, we'll give you up to 1/3 off her fare. Let you charge it with our credit card. And in most cities, you can even get reduced hotel rates on the weekend.
My lips will sing something jubilant, sweet and clear and strong if you will take me along with you.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to share my screen. I've got NASA.gov pulled up, showing you that they use Newton's third law of motion.
Some people who don't worry about dandruff ought to. Pam, for instance, good-looking girl, until you looked close. Dandruff. Never occurred to her that behind her back people were thinking, dandruff. Of course, some people just can't hide their thoughts.
Look, Mommy, that lady has dandruff.
Dandruff? Me?
Pam got the word. Started using Head & Shoulders, the most effective dandruff shampoo you can buy. Had everything her other shampoo had, too. Nice lather, nice smell, beautiful way of handling hair. Pam just made Head & Shoulders her regular shampoo. And of course, it really worked on her dandruff. You can imagine what he's thinking now. Pretty hair. Head & Shoulders. Maybe you ought to think about it.
We are looking into the future. Chances are you'll smoke a cigarette that offers advanced filtration and good taste. But wait, one cigarette does all that today. True filter cigarettes. Great taste and only 12.5 milligrams tar, 0.7 milligrams nicotine. Shouldn't your brand be true today?
The minute you walked in the joint, I could see you were a man of distinction.
NASA.gov seems to agree with me.
Spend a little time with me. Join the Muriel Mile crowd. Pick one up and smoke it sometime.
Your Coca-Cola bottling company congratulates the lunar astronauts.
There is, however, just one little thing you should know about.
Everything's Archie.
You get free Archie toys and Post cereal.
In Alphabet, you get a free Archie car, just like the Jalopy Archie drives. Free. And on the Alphabet's box,
Eddie's here for Archie too.
Archie and Jughead and Archie's Garage. Fill up your car with Archies and give them a ride. Get your free Archie car in Post Alphabets, where
Everything's Archie.
and in Post Honeycomb, things are really jumping.
Honeycomb got jumping Archie. I got a jumping Jughead. Here comes Monica.
You get Jumpin' Archies free in Honeycomb. Race them, chase them, collect them, and trade them. Get your free Jumpin' Archie toy and make it jump for joy.
Whoa, Archie's here. Everything's Archie.
In Post Honeycomb.
Have you heard what's happened? Barbie's changed. Barbie's new and different. She's the very same size, but now she comes with a groovy outdoor look. And Barbie's lashes are really for real. And even her face has changed. Best of all, the biggest news of all is the way Barbie moves. The new Barbie twists. The new Barbie turns. Wouldn't you like the new Barbie?
But what do I do with my old Barbie?
What do? Here's what you do. Just take your old Barbie before it's too late and run to the toy store. Then trade it to the man with $1.50, less than half what you normally pay. And look what you get. New Barbie for less than half price. So better hurry up. First come, first serve. There's a limited supply at this special low price, so take your old Barbie and $1.50 and trade them for the Barbie who's new.
Trade in your old Barbie today, while you can still get the new Barbie for less than half price.
Come on, kids, get your sweaters. Let's go.
Bye, Mom.
Hot water wash. Okay. Cold water wash. Pretty clean. Oh, they didn't look that good. When can I stop kidding myself?
Right now. Out of the future comes all-temperature cheer with the all-temperature clean.
Must have powerful ingredients.
Certainly they're powerful. To give you the best-looking wash your world has seen in hot water, warm, cool, cold, and everything in between.
Terrific. Now that's white.
Cheer gives you a great-looking white in hot water.
And in cold water, that's clean.
Cheer beats even the leading
PR1, prepare transfer internal on your mark. Roger, on my mark, all stages to internal pass. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boy, is this stuff clean and in all those temperatures. All temperatures?
All stages command internal. Close, 3221. All stages on internal power.
Does your deodorant good when you're warm? Then it's time you tried Dial deodorant. A great deodorant protection from the Dial soap. Just a spray after your shower. Concentrates what Dial is famous for. The most effective deodorant protection you can buy. Dial deodorant. It won't wilt when you're warm. Who else but Dial can do it so well?
30 seconds to the lap. All stages transfer external individually using switches. CL2CCU. We'll remain internal for 3 minutes. So I'd like to have you call him on the RSO loop for a voice check.
All right.
RSO 111, you mean? Yes, affirmative.
Renew the coffee.
RSO 1C, S2, 4B, Roger, flight star power. Clear, honey. Roger, let's go to green phone. Roger, let's go to green phone. CLMS, this is CLPS. Go ahead, phone. 3 valves open. Roger, 3 valves open. Would you go to 125? Allow the fuel down pump off. Roger. Fuel chill down pump off. Roger, fuel chill down off. Transfer test complete. You look good, Tom? Booster 2 attitude, S4B, aux pump off. Roger, aux pump off. If you have AFD, meet me my loop. S1C power transfer test is complete. Consumables booster? Yep. Go. Roger, report on the estimated
Yeah, that worked out fine. I'd like to ring the Aldrin household.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. KMIL, CBTS, ready to go? Safety US command system, disable power down the IU and verify, clear to rearm the command system as required. Inward.
B1T on B1T 186.
Board indicates that the oxidizer tank
Just come booster. Go booster. How does power transfer look? It'll look good. Now I'll take another look at my hard copy side.
Here at the last minute to prepare it for liftoff.
GN3, I got a hard copy for you.
Hello? No, this is Jean Bassett. Just a minute.
Oh, hey. Jane?
Yeah.
This is just Bruce McCandless. I just wanted to make sure you all are getting a signal over your squawk box and everything's okay.
Just a minute. Hi, Bruce. We're checking. I don't know. We're checking them right now.
Okay, you should hear the golden voice of Jack Riley over that.
Well, I'll, just a minute. Well, the one in my bedroom is working.
Okay, very
good. Wait a minute. And the one at the bar is now working, so I guess everything's okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were getting a signal. We pulsed the Nassau Bay Phone Company last night.
Yeah, well, they're out here doing something right
Verify
now.
go, no go for terminal count
Okay,
sequence.
thank you.
Verify
Bye-bye.
go.
CBTS copy.
No, we're coming. Victor.
Houston, voice.
Yeah, this is Capcom. That'll take care of it for now. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
3 inches support. This is Retro.
Okay, we're coming up on T-minus 30 minutes. RCS, verify your go.
Roger, go.
Negative. I believe it was Retro support.
Okay, go. Go, baby. Hey, I'm just checking with recovery here on your weather out there.
Alright, CMP on panel 2, here's service module RCS for columns A, B, C, and D switches on up and release.
Roger.
3-4 seconds.
SR read back for confirmation. 72 degrees, 0, 3 minutes, 34 seconds.
CBTS copies. Houston Fly, you copy?
CDR panel 325, primary glycol to rat valve, go to bypass. Listen, bypass. Roger.
You bet.
Motto select, we're go with the radar. Roger, go with the radar. Looking good. Count 2, how you? We'll go here.
Minus 150. Minus 140.
S4B, fuel vent closed and fuel tank pre-pressurized. Roger, fuel pre-press. S2, fuel pre-press. Roger, S2.
Minus 120.
4B pre-press complete flight. LMP, bus ties on. Bus ties on. DP, proceed.
Minus 110. CBTS verified that complete.
S2, fuel pre-press complete. Roger. S2, pre-press complete flight. Roger. CDR and LMP, panel 6 and 9, pass on off.
And my fat gun going off. Sure has been a nice smooth countdown, Skip.
Thank you, man. LMP, VHS, increase it a little bit.
We're complete.
How's your number one start?
LMP, copy.
Right here, running out.
Okay, and CDR, GDC line.
Roger.
It's going to be marginal here. It's marginal, but we say that's good. That's a normal flight.
Minus 35.
S1 pre-press. Roger.
30 seconds. 30.
MC is good. Light speed.
Okay, number one profile, that's good.
Okay, we were marginal here, but that's alert.
Minus 20.
50. And we're initialized for 72. GRR. Roger, GRR.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, ignition. 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff.
Roger, clock. Clock start flight, Roger. Thrust to go, all engines, Roger.
Plus 10.
Clear the power. Roger, we got a roll program. Flight 5. Roger,
32:00:00.624.
Say again.
1332, colon 00
That's
decimal
1C engine,
624.
yeah. 1C, Cal. How are you, Cal?
Roll is complete and pitches program.
Roger roll, roger pitch. Stand by for 1 Bravo. Mark, 1 Bravo.
1 Bravo.
Go, Retro. Lift off. 1332 plus 00.78. Roger, ZS the same?
Is ZS the same?
Dynamic.
Okay. Roger, how you, Booster? Let's go, flight 31
13 plus
Oh, Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
4302. Spacecraft 13 plus 32 plus 00.78. Launch estimates were as predicted.
All right, flight, how you? Looking good, flight.
Correct.
GFC? Looks good, flight. Ecom?
No.
Looking good, Mike.
Roger.
How are you, Cal?
Good copy, Bravo. Copy.
People in this.
Booster, flight, how you? We're going to flight. Virgin.
Including GRRs.
We're going
That's the spacecraft plot on the ground. No, Earl. Right. And I'll get the other one.
Forgot to put astronauts in this thing.
Stand by for mode 1 Charlie.
Stand by for mode 1 Charlie.
GR times ground.
Mark, mode 1 Charlie.
Staging status, Booster.
Go.
Righto, go. Guidance, go. Good for staging, Captain.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. You are go for staging.
All right. I'm gonna try that again.
Go all the time.
I'm gonna put on Apollo 12 for this time. And that's right, I went out of it so I could. There's our crew. We are going to take Gus. We are going to take a bit of a kneel. Oops. Make sure I got it right. Whoever was in Apollo 1. Gus, Ed, and Roger. I have a Roger. Yes, I do. And Ed. All right, we got our 3 guys. Let's. Oh yeah, what actually happened here? Is this being controlled from here? Oh, I didn't have people in it last time. That's what it was. Now I have to reroute all of it to top. And all right, let's try this again with actual astronauts this time.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes in holding. T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes in holding in a planned built-in hold of 1 hour's duration. We ended this hold as planned 10 minutes ago, 6:50 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. As we came into the built-in hold, we really don't have any work to do because we're on time as far as the countdown is concerned at this point for Apollo 12. The Apollo 12 crewmen, astronauts Pete Conrad, Dick Gordon, and Alan Bean are up in the crew quarters and should have sat down for breakfast about 10 minutes ago. All the propellants are aboard the launch vehicle at this time, and they are stable. We are go for Apollo 12 at this time, T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding in a built-in hold. This is Kennedy Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're in our built-in hold, T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, and holding. We've now 13 minutes into the hold. The total duration of this hold, 1 hour. And how it's going to affect us about 35 minutes from now, or 38 minutes from now, at the projected T0 time of 11:22. Lights remain on. When we get proper thrust for liftoff, the lights go out, providing external sources for the environmental control system. We're checking the hydraulics of the first stage of the launch vehicle now. We are still go. 1 minute, 40 seconds, and counting at this time.
Yeah, I might as well just do the news report since there's nobody doing it. The main news report.
Of course, we take our most experienced people as the commander and our lesser experienced ones as the command module pilots and the plane pilots. That's kind of the logic there.
Slayton fought being grounded in 1962, argued then and now that the physical requirements were too rigid, and his heart could stand the strain despite the extra sound it makes as it beats.
I was pretty upset about it, obviously, because that's what I came in for, was to fly. But on the other hand, it's been a real great program, and I figured if I could contribute anything to it in any capacity, well, that's the thing I wanted to do. And so I guess I'm about as close to it as I can.
I suppose.
This is CBS News color coverage of Man on the Moon. The epic journey of Apollo 11. This morning, the launch of astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. The start of the trip to the moon. Sponsored by the International Paper Company, where good ideas grow on trees. And by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System. And by Kellogg's. Kellogg's puts more in your morning. Here from CBS News Apollo headquarters at Kennedy Space Center, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good morning. It's T-minus 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 53 seconds, and counting in just an hour and a half. If all goes well, Apollo 11 astronauts, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins are to lift off from pad 39A out there on the voyage man always has dreamed about. Next stop for them, the moon. The astronauts are on board now. They're strapped into their spacecraft atop the Saturn's third stage. They've been there for just about an hour. They're going through the final checkout of all the systems aboard the spacecraft to be sure they're really ready to go. At 9:32 a.m. Eastern Time, that huge 36-story high launch vehicle is scheduled to thunder to life, pushing the astronauts into temporary orbit around the Earth. 2.5 hours later, another rocket burn will send the spacecraft on its way to the moon. And then on a Sunday afternoon, the landing on the moon. And at 2:20 a.m. Monday, July 21st, a date which will live in history as long as man is on this planet and on the other planets, 38-year-old civilian Neil Alden Armstrong is to become the first human being to touch the moon. Aldrin will follow just 20 minutes later, and over the years to come, many others are going to walk on the desolate lunar surface. But Armstrong will take that first step in more ways than one, and many things will never be the same again. For in addition to the mission the three astronauts will perform and the experiments they'll undertake, the samples they'll bring back, these men will carry with them many other things. Many things that are not so nearly so easy to describe. There's the spirit of such men as Marco Polo and Columbus and Lindbergh, the dreams of Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, the vision of Kepler and Galileo, the skill of Shepard and Glenn, Schirra, and Gagarin, Titov, and all the others. They'll carry thoughts of the moon goddess Diana and, I suppose, of green cheese. And boring through the vastness, the blackness, and the cold of space, they'll carry the pledge made 8 years ago by President Kennedy to put a man on the moon and bring him back safely in this decade. The description of this mission, the fundamental purpose of this mission, was put very simply by NASA, remembering those words. The prime purpose of the mission of Apollo 11, to put man on the moon and return him safely. During the planned Apollo 11 journey of just over 8 days, they're supposed to splash down a week from tomorrow in the Pacific, 1,250 miles southwest of Hawaii. We'll hear talk about, we'll be concerned with such things as mid-course corrections, SPS burns, and docking, rendezvous. The astronauts, of course, will be concerned with very much more. So it is now, before they go, as their gleaming vehicle sits poised and peaceful out there behind me on pad 39A, that there is time, if only briefly in this busy morning, to think of those three men and the burdens and the hopes that they carry on behalf of all mankind. It's going to be a journey, certainly, for the history books. Of all of those things that have entered the history books in our generation, this will live the longest. This, it is hoped, successful launch of Apollo 11 and the successful landing on the moon. Out here, there are thousands of newsmen from around the world to cover this launch and to witness this history in the making. David Shoemaker is at the press site right alongside our CBS News Space Center here. David?
Walter, good morning. Of the more than 3,000 reporters assigned here, at least a third were on hand before dawn this morning. That is the best indication of all that this is a really big story. Most reporters wouldn't get up early for World War III. The typing you may hear in the background is the sound of reporters for afternoon papers filing their stories, complete with vivid descriptions of the liftoff.
The men walking around with their hands in their pockets work for morning papers. They have plenty of time before they must start writing. Not everyone with his hands in his pockets works for a morning paper, of course. A good number of the reporters, publishers, and editors are here. And to a man, the reporters have asked me to say that they are reassured by the presence of their bosses and grateful for their assistance. The American newsmen you see here, of course, are old hands at this and somewhat burdened by the responsibility of getting the rocket off on time. The foreign reporters, many of whom do not speak English, much less understand the space jargon, are having much more fun. This is David Shoemaker at the press site. Now to Ike Pappas at the VIP viewing area.
Ike Pappas is at the VIP viewing area, all right, as we saw there, but he was not ready to go, or the technicians perhaps weren't. We'll come back to him very shortly. Of the VIPs, they count into the thousands, and they got so, the protocol problem got so difficult that they worked up to VVIPs, that's very, very important persons, and finally worked up to VVVIPs, which is very, very, very important persons. They include ambassadors from most of the nations of the world who will be here. The notable exception being Ambassador Brennan of the Soviet Union, who turned down the invitation to come down, and it is believed that the reason was that if he came here, the Soviet would be obligated to invite us to witness one of their launchings. And one of the great differences in our two space programs is that the American program is carried out in the full glare of publicity, with all of the American people who share the awesome costs, sharing the burdens and the view of the launch for which they have paid. This is not so in the Soviet Union. Of course, besides the VVVIPs, VVIPs, and VIPs who are here, there are thousands upon thousands of people like you and I who are here, the plain citizens of our nation who have come to watch this launch, and Haywood Hale Broon is among them on the beach.
Well, we're here with just the peas, as it were, and that American ingenuity, which is so marvelous at pragmatic problems like rocket launchings and so impatient of philosophical ones, is kind of evident everywhere here on the beach in the improvised homes of the launch watchers. I mean, there are people who are enjoying a kind of dormitory gossip, just as if there were nothing going on except a little fun. There are campers you can find where it's as if someone were a hermit crab bringing his whole home along with him. And then there are the people who are satisfied just to have a soft place on the beach. That will do well enough. Some people like to have a soft place which is raised a little bit from the ground because there have been a great many bugs here at one time or another. And there are people who have, using that sort of American institution, the automobile, have made the automobile their home for the day. But generally speaking, people are beginning to get up, stretch, move around. The spraying, which we had earlier and which choked us all a bit, has made it sort of bug-free. And we don't have to worry whether we are VVV or VV or V or whatever. And back to you, Walter, with all the VIPs and with the men going up.
It's not the VIPs that are important, Woody, but the DDT. Is that the way you read it? The number of persons who have crowded on those beaches has not been estimated as yet by any competent authority, but it's well in the tens of thousands apparently, nothing like the million that were predicted at one time, which would have brought some 350,000 vehicles to the area, too many to even crowd onto the 11,000 miles of road in this Brevard County, Florida. But there are thousands upon thousands. Many of them camped overnight, as Woody told you, and the roads around the area are clogged, even to the extent that the transfer van bringing the astronauts from their overnight headquarters to the launching pad was delayed by some 10 minutes getting through that crowd with all the escort that it had. And now, Ike Pappas, I think we are ready to pick you up at the VIP viewing area. Ike?
This is the VIP area, but it is divided into various sections, various gray wooden stands, and they designate VIP, VVIP, triple VIP, quadruple VIP, and so forth. I'm standing in the stands that will seat the diplomatic corps directly behind me, the stands reserved for Vice President Agnew and former President Johnson, who have not arrived yet. Beyond that, NASA officials. 5,000 guests in all, including some 400 congressmen and members of the Supreme Court, the presidential cabinet, 20 governors, 40 mayors. Representatives of 60 nations will be here, and their flags are flying behind us. The NASA official who escorted us over to this site today called this a Roman circus. This is the Roman circus area, he said, and it is not exactly that, but there is a festive feeling here. And now let's go to other visitors to Haywood Hale Brune on the beach with the tourists.
Mike, I guess you didn't get the word. We just went to Haywood Hale Brune, Woody on the beach, but we're going to be going back to him and to you as your VIPs fill those stands. They'll have to get there in a hurry. They've got just 1 hour and 19 minutes to go. But that's the countdown clock, 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 48 seconds until the launch of the Saturn V. You see a shot here with some of the press photographers on the edge of the water there. That water, incidentally, between us at the press site and the launching site, pad 39A, is the barge canal, which comes right up here and terminates right here in front of us. It is the canal on which they bring the barges carrying the great Saturn V launch vehicle. It is too large to be transported overland, and it's one of those many, many problems they had to figure out when they decided they were going to the moon with these large boosters, how to get them here from where they manufacture them. They manufacture the Saturn first stage at Huntsville, Alabama. They put it on barges and bring it out into the Gulf of Mexico, around and eventually up here on the Atlantic coast, right up here by barge, unload it and wheel it into the vehicle assembly building, the largest building in cubic footage in the world, so big it manufactures its own weather in its cavernous interior. And there they put the Saturn I stage and the second stage and the third stage and the command module together. And then on that great launch vehicle, take them out to 3 miles to the pad. It's 1 hour, 18 minutes, 24 seconds, and counting. Everything is well. The astronauts aboard the command ship, the hatches buttoned down. The internal systems are being checked out. We see the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen venting off there into steam in the 85-degree heat here on the Florida coast. Those two, the oxidizer and the hydrogen are down around the 250, 300-degree level.
We are going to try to
below zero.
We're going to take it all the way.
Vent off, that's what you see. CBS News color coverage of the launch day of Apollo 11 will continue in a moment.
No commercials. You might as well just do Apollo 11.
Guidance system goes on internal at 17 seconds, leading up to the ignition sequence at 8.9 seconds. We're approaching the 60-second mark on the Apollo 11 mission. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong just reported back. It's been a real smooth countdown. We passed the 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power with the launch vehicle at this time. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff.
You can see the water
All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, it looks good, Wally.
Clear.
So when must be leaving town?
Building shaking. We're getting that buffeting we've become used to. What a moment. Man on the way to the moon. Looks like a good trajectory so far, doesn't it, Billy? Very good, very good. That's
Beautiful. Downrange 1 mile, altitude 4 miles now.
There's a beautiful sun there to us.
Velocity 2,195 feet per second.
Everything fell into place.
Still see it?
Yes, indeed. Oh, there we're starting to contrast now.
See it beautifully on the screen here.
We're through the region of maximum dynamic pressure now.
Yeah, everything looks good here. We're 1350 on the start file.
8 miles downrange.
I'm not sure whether I'm a fan of looking at it on the screen or looking at it up the window.
Stand by for mode 1, Charlie. Mode 1, Charlie. 1, Charlie.
Cliff Charles was taking a staging status.
Houston, you are go for staging.
That's for the that's for dropping the first stage, going to the second stage power.
Inboard cutoff.
Inboard engines out.
Come inboard cutoff.
You're hearing from the capsule communicator, astronaut Ken Mattingly at Mission Control in Houston, talking to the astronaut.
Downrange 35 miles, 30 miles high. Standing by for the outboard engine cut down now.
And this is reporting, this is Jack Riley reporting, the voice of Mission Control.
Staging. And ignition.
Each of these events are very interesting to us.
11 Houston, thrust is go. All engines, you're looking good. Hi, Roger, you're loud and clear, Houston.
At 3 minutes, downrange 70 miles, 43 miles high velocity, 300 feet per second.
We got skirt depth. Roger, we confirm skirt depth.
Should have had the launch escape citizen, Jetson.
Neil Armstrong confirming both the engine skirt separation and the launch escape tower separation.
There we go.
Houston, be advised, the visual is go today. This is Houston, Roger out.
What was that?
The visual simulation is go
Yeah,
today.
give me a window to look out. He can't hear you.
What they're
11
describing
Houston,
is
your guidance is converged. You're looking good.
the boost protective cover comes off and the windows are then
Downrange
clear to look through.
140 miles, altitude 62 miles, velocity 10,300 feet per second.
11 Houston, you are go at 4 minutes. Roger.
The second stage, these 5 J2 engines,
right on the ground track.
develop 1,125,000 pounds of thrust. That's an amazing camera the space agency has there. We can still see that spacecraft, and at this point, it is almost 93 miles high and 288 miles downrange.
Now, 72 miles high, velocity 11,000 feet per second.
Almost 8,000 miles an hour. It's got to get up to 17,500 to go into Earth orbit.
Screw this up. Just a bit.
We've got another 4 minutes before first.
Booster says it's looking good at 5 minutes.
11 Houston, you are go at 5 minutes.
The next,
Apollo 11, go.
next critical moment will be when that second stage jettisons and we get that fourth stage ignition for the first time. It's got to go.
Downrange 270 miles.
S4B is most significant to us.
Velocity 12,472 feet per second.
Slide S4B to COI capability. Okay. Mark, S4B to
COI
COI capability.
continuously orbit insertion, or you can abort to orbit. It doesn't mean complete the mission, but you have
Using
safe
the
flight.
S4B if necessary.
Oh, thank you. You all are coming through beautifully, too.
Everyone's reporting go here in the control center.
So it's 6 minutes, starting to get more. Roger 11, your go from the ground at 6 minutes.
You're in orbit.
That gate is jumping all around. Yeah. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Level fence arm at 8 plus 17. Hey, Wes. Outboard cut off at 9 plus 11. They've got it.
Now we want TLI. The translunar injection.
And then there's Terminator.
This is Apollo Control at 2 hours 8 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11 about to be acquired at the Tananarive station.
That its booster burned for an incorrect time and it missed, passing by the moon at an altitude of around 6,000 kilometers. The moon gave it a mild boost, so that also became the first man-made object to reach orbit around the sun.
I don't know what somebody else. TLI.
We've already heard from him today, is Dr. Robert Jastrow, who is director of the Goddard Institute for Space Studies at Columbia University.
From Houston Mission Control. And occasionally Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth in the background. And down...
Everyone's reporting go here in the control center.
So it's 6 minutes, starting to get more.
And our long-range...
Roger 11, your go from the ground at 6 minutes.
Our long-range cameras have lost the picture finally. Our cameras are now at pad 39, viewing that water deluge or dousing system we told you about. Hundreds of thousands of gallons of water,
TLI, wasn't it?
saving the pad from being all but wiped out by the heat and the flame.
Past. We have mountain building, which creates the beautiful continents, but it also wears out and turns over and churns around the record or the rocks that were laid down.
There's a guy who has a lunar module. That's who I am thinking of. Come on, man. Where's TLI? Full mission. Day 1. That's all day 1. Wow.
All engine running.
Dude's been busy. Is the TLI.
Ignition, call it at 15.
Flight GNC. Go, no go for TLN. We're go flight. ECOM. We're go flight. Surgeon. We're go flight. Fido. We're go flight.
1 hour, 28 minutes, 30
They're not
for spacecraft. 435.6 feet per second.
Okay, it's working so much.
Right.
The question is not enough light in here, and I got
Time to calculate our
installed out for an outside.
force.
I think
We make our burn.
Lee ought to be coming out into the daylight here in a little bit. Get it all tweaked up.
Albert. Moon target.
Right. Now, the one thing I forget about this is the zoom. Do we want to write on this what we're taking pictures?
You want to hit the moon, so
12.5 millimeter.
you orbit it nicely.
Right.
And that would put us in a pre-return trajectory right there.
This lens
in case we
Listen,
happen to miss it.
12.5 millimeters to
You would return back and
75.
land
I
back
assume
in
that's
the
the
ocean
same nomenclature
right
as
there.
on the camera, right? 75 is zoomed, and I would think so. And 12.5 is
Yeah.
right angle. Yeah. The other thing is
We
confusing
have
is
here with the
vehicle to vehicle.
gravity.
You want to be
It's
zoom on 12.5. I guess they just want to make sure you got the other vehicle in view, probably. That's why they said that.
and
Okay, well then I'll put the zoom on 12.5. Okay, you didn't click this.
course, the trajectory, the
No, I
heading,
didn't try to get this.
where we were going, and then we'd launch back up and then go back that way. If we left the moon trajectory. That's the
No, that's upright.
three
Closest,
or
I'll put it in Infinity,
I believe.
and the F-stop is
Um,
vehicle to vehicle.
it's figure eight. It's not necessarily a figure eight. There's another way we could do it. It actually makes it a figure eight. Although, I suppose it all depends on what this isn't the full picture. It's not. It looks completely different as opposed to this plus altering the moon's influence and then out of it.
Okay, I thought it looks like inside the cabin. Okay, let's change that.
Alright, so this is going to be our TLI burn. And it's going to put us within 777 miles of the moon.
Okay, this one's all right.
What's
What's that at Neil? Or
happy with
somebody
the
from the right? Yeah, we got it. Let's see if it's good. Yeah. Want to see the monitor? Get a picture of it, right? Yeah, you want to see the monitor? Is this already good? I'm going to put it back over here. Where's over there? In the grist still? No, it seems familiar. Roger, you want the camera in the grist still? So what I ought to do is probably...
Now, I know we want to do the equatorial. So I can see we're not in equatorial over here.
It seems to stick pretty well if you stood it up on the lens kind of pointing out. The two pieces above the two pieces on the back of the lens.
We want to minimize how much we have to burn to stay in orbit.
A little up with it.
When we get there.
Yeah, all this must be better off.
So at that point, we'll just wait.
I'll do it.
So, alright.
Rolling around.
So I'm using this.
Upside down. I don't know. I think you almost be better just by looking at the monitor, folks. Yeah. Yeah, but this way I think I'll know which way to move it. Are you going the right way for those roses? Let's really go roll over the other way. You better
Okay.
Flight guidance. Go ahead. Be verified as Verb 66. Roger.
And we got the time base 6 indications on time. This is Houston, roger out. Apollo 11, this is Houston. We just got telemetry back on your booster and it's looking good. Roger, Aaron, looks good here. Houston, roger out.
It's Apollo Control. We're 2 minutes from ignition now. We're showing present altitude about 108 nautical miles. We expect to be at an altitude of 177 nautical miles at cutoff. Present velocity 25,560 feet per second. And we're a minute from ignition.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Slightly less than 1 minute to ignition, and everything is go.
Roger.
Okay, 5925. And the flight will go off at 42. After that, we cannot go. Time and based on track.
Yeah, you feel it. That's what it is.
Okay, we flight is out. Know any of it anymore.
You did feel it.
We're operate 59.
By the way, it's going here. We do this.
Stand by right now. Very good. Trust. Ignition. Call it a 15. Say. Check that, please. Confirm ignition and the thrust is go. Pressure's look good. Okay. Flash is out. Window number 5. 3. You can stabilize the line for next. You guys don't know. I'm not sure whether that's or it could be lightning, or it could be something to do with the engine. I'm not being too much clear. It's out of degree off. We did that. And after docking license of the gate code extension, that's count that way. Yes, continual flash. About 2 degrees off. Power is off. Don't worry too much about that. Apollo 11, this is Houston at 1 minute. Trajectory and guidance look good, and the stage is good. Over. Apollo 11, that's good. Right. Okay, got sequence logic 2 on? Yes, about to off. Yes. Surgical EDS. Surgical EDS. Yeah, don't do others. Don't do third thing. That is above. Don't look out window 1. If you look, if it looks like what I see out window 5, you don't want to look at it. I don't see anything. Right. He's flashing. Oh, I see a little flashing out there. You see that? Buzz, did you read it? Just watch window 5%. See it? Oh, that's just spark flow. Oh, what's
Orbit.
Maybe not work. I don't know, but it's your put a little blip in there. 2 minutes. I think you can increase the thrust. I think it's a 2-year shift. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Thrust is good. Everything's still looking good. I just felt like a pitch change rather than an acceleration increase. You feel that way to you? Okay, we got a lighted horizon. That's 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, we are going to
Pretty
right. On our way to the moon.
A fairly smooth ride, you know, just a little tiny bit rattling. Nothing like stuff. Each stuff looks great. I don't think you could do any better. I'm sure I could.
So now we're on our way. And then all the open door.
I'd do worse because I'd be a full degree on the radius right now.
Speed, everything add it to
What's that? 3
orbit.
minutes. 3 minutes.
The burn. Change
We
that.
got about 1 G meal pressure. We got 3 feet per second. Under 1 G. Likely within 3 feet per second. Car gauge down. Same time. Yeah, it shakes the drink up a little bit. Taking that 3 minutes. That camera doesn't fall on your face. Yeah, I checked it. It's locked in there pretty well. Won't hurt your slides here. 5.5, and it is 5.5. Nice ride. Apollo 11, this is Houston. 3.5 minutes. You're still looking good. Your predicted cutoff is right on the mountain. Bright star out there. Must be Venus.
And we're ready for.
Forgot to
memorize John Mayer's views out the window well enough to say that's Venus or not. And it's sure bright. Oh, you know that. They will, just Venus. That's the second combination.
Enough.
Wow, that's about where it is. Here comes the old sun. Gee, that's going to be bright. Glad I got my card up. I'm glad you did too. That was a good idea. That was a good idea. Well, I can't see. Well, I'm saying something. I'll tell you what, I can't see. I can't see very much. From 4:30.
I don't know what you gotta do.
How you look, folks? Looks good. About 14 feet per second. The altitude's very good. With 5 minutes cut it to be honest.
And now we're gonna pull the lunar module.
Push it up a little bit. You want to get the whole thing? Sure. And you're going to go to 100.8? Mm-hmm.
At some point we're gonna separate. We're going to separate from where we're connected to this module.
200. CFC mode auto. Auto. Start the digital and timer. Change start. Translate stuff like home. CM launch vehicle set push button. Watch the tank pressure and we have to find. You on tank pressures you are. We're going to go to 100.8. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There we go. Houston, we're about to set it. Testing. Yep.
Yeah.
That's complete.
Definitely.
Malibu. Okay, got 0.7. I'm going to stop there. Okay, let's go to release. Got to be at speed of 1.8. Okay, you got problems there. Get fix those ones. There you go. I get them. Okay. Let's see. And primary and secondary propellant B went Barber Polo set. That was secondary propellant on Quad Bravo. Quad Bravo, yeah. Both the primary and secondary soft backs went Barber Polo. Reopen. Okay, you're. You rushed to 145, right? Is it? Like ski above 62? Yeah. Proceed, you're 60. He's pitching, trying to turn itself off again. Look at that. Is it holding at this point? Watch your phone go back to upgrade command. It slows it down. Keep pitching. You man that pitch to itself in there? That's great.
Very falcon right there.
Okay, I see a swamp panel going out. Okay, you gotta get a 6-6 there. Hang on. See a swamp panel. Is it flying? Yep. It's all right. Jesus, we're almost unbelievable.
I got practice doing this one for you.
See it's good. Do I need some circuit breaker in to get another to get this camera going? Right? Yeah, you need a power on over there, though. I got it. Oh, it's beautiful. You sure the right power switch on? Oh, that's yeah. You got it? You got Mike? Oh, no. To the right over here. Can you see? No, I don't see. He's a little bit to our right. Okay. I see. We need about a 5 degree right. We need to stop our. Okay, what's that? That's pretty far away from. Yeah. Okay, watch this. We should be stopping here. Yeah. How long do we want to let that go? That's fine. He's fine. Okay, you got 100.4 now. Yeah, I know those numbers don't mean anything. You know, they were 99 something when I turned around. Don't ask me why. tested for him quite a bit, and I don't know why those numbers are screwed up, but they were.
Good.
Buzz, how's he look to you? Looks like he's getting closer. The run creeps, okay. Yeah, it looks like he's drifting down, and he's close to being,
So,
How are our 8 gray shark ducks? They're still good. They're good. Flies like a spacecraft instead of a simulator. Oh, that's good. Sure beautiful. I hope you get some pictures. I got the 16 on there. Is it going? 16 frames at SO? Yeah. 70. 1250. Beautiful. It really looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah, we're closing in a leisurely fashion. Okay, how long did this get posted? It's on it. It's printed. Yeah. Yeah, it's 6 frames. It's 15. I think that's toward the end. You probably switch it up a little bit. You want to get the whole thing? Sure.
well, let's you're out.
The thing is, it's sitting there. I can't get much of the house now. There's no good. I'm afraid. Can I hold something for you? Take a couple of TVs. Yeah, you might look, if you're looking for something to do, you might just look over my panel 1 and 8 and all that, make sure all the switches are to your liking. Apollo 11 is for Houston, or is that those? Yeah, I'll do.
Got a lander. On our way to the moon. Let's go. I'm just using this thing's rocket engine. It's out of full length. Let's go over here. This guy. Once we get over here next to the moon, I'm going to stay in a particular direction, change, and start the moon.
Yeah, things occasionally come
When nearby controllable audio.
and occasionally, a little piece of something hits the, what do you call that thing?
With the real one, they control it from Houston.
The whole lab quivers in this rock. All the surface of it, like that. That's just one spot, so it's not being hit.
When this mission was down, I didn't bring any stuff.
Just
Apollo 11. This is Houston, broadcasting in the blind. Request Omni Bravo. If you read us, request Omni Bravo. Out.
Hitting the moon. Check the density.
Apollo 11. This is Houston. How do you read?
Right, so the moon's over there, but it's actually heading in this direction, and we're heading in this direction. So we're going to intercept. I guess I'm just going to have to fast forward at this point. Turn off docking mode.
The markings I might not have had precisely the substellar point. I
think as time goes by, they've been becoming more accurate, but old Enough here is just flat invisible. Roger.
Bravo, out.
I'm docking.
Yes, sir. Little piece of something hits the, what do you call that, covering?
On the booster at the present time. You may see some sort of a cloud coming out of it.
Yeah. Thank you. Houston Apollo 11, we still have our oxygen fan on for tank 2. Is that what you want? Stand by.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Morning, Houston. Apollo 11.
Roger, Apollo 11, good morning. When you're ready to copy 11, I got a couple of small flight plan updates and your consumables update and the morning news, I guess. Over.
Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11.
Roger, standing by for your update. Over.
Okay, 11, this is Houston at time approximately 22:30 in the flight plan, in your post-sleep checklist, and in all other post-sleep checklists. We'd like you to delete the statement that says Auto RCS Jet Select 16 to on. And what we're doing here is picking this up in the procedure for exiting PTC that's in your CSM checklist. And in the CSM checklist on page Foxtrot 9-8, if you want to turn to that, we'd like to change the order of the steps in that. Over.
Am I? Okay, page F9-8. Go ahead.
Okay, right now it reads to exit GNN PTC, then you've got a pen and ink change. It says Auto RCS Select 12 main A and B, and you come down to the printed step 1. We'd like to take and move the Auto RCS Select 12 main A and B down to be the second step. So the procedure would read Step 1, manual attitude 3, Excel command. Step 2, Auto RCS Select 12 main AB. Step 3 would be verify DAP load and so on. Over.
Roger, I copy. That Auto RCS Select 12 main A, main B to be the...
Roger, should be the second step in that procedure. At time 22:40, or when you get to it, we'd like to commence a charge on battery A. And at time 24:10, we have an updated attitude for your P52 and optics calibration. Over.
Okay, 24:10, go ahead.
Roger, P52 and optics calibration attitude. Roll 3 330.5.
Probably something I could do
Pitch
give me direction.
086.3. Yaw 000.0. The nominal attitude it's
like
pen and inked in for the P23 is still good. At time 25:30 approximately, after you complete P23, we're requesting a wastewater dump down to the nominal 25%. Over.
And how different it is the sooner you do it. It's 11 seconds. And Uber does nothing.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Did you copy the attitudes and the wastewater dump? Over. This is Houston. We're not reading you at the present time. You're way down in the noise level. Stand by, please. Apollo 11, this is Houston. How do you read? Over.
Roger, Houston. Apollo 11, loud and clear. How many?
Okay, beautiful. Did you copy the attitudes for the P52 and the wastewater dump? Over.
Right, okay, we note the battery charge as soon as we get around to it. And the attitude for the P52 optic cow, roll 330.5, pitch 086.3, and yaw all zeros. The attitude for the P23 and then the flight plan is okay. And I copy your battery charge.
Just going to give me
Crew status report as follows. Fleet CDR 7, CMP 7, LMP 5.5. And we've completed the post-sleep checklist. Standing by for a consumable update. Over.
Roger. We're requesting a wastewater dump at GET 25:30 down to the nominal 25%. And there we go with the consumables update. At GET of 22 hours, RCS total is minus 3.5%. Alpha minus 3.5%.
I don't want these huge 45-second burns.
Minus 1.5%. Charlie minus 5.0%. Minus 4.0%. H2 minus 2 pounds. O2 minus 4 pounds. Over.
Okay, stand by. All right, copy
burn in an hour.
And I'll read you back to our RCS quantity. You got 86% in Alpha, 87 in Bravo,
0.4.
88 in Charlie, and 90 in Delta. Over.
Roger, I copy. And did you copy the wastewater request?
Roger, wastewater, and we got the time of that, and it'll be down to 25%.
Okay.
Houston, 11.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, I started charging battery A, and the voltage started off a lot higher than I expected. It's just a little bit shy of 40. It looks like it's dropping down some now. This is the battery charge voltage. Seemed to me yesterday, when we were doing this on battery B, it started out initially at a much lower battery charge voltage.
Roger, stand by a second and I'll get some reading on that.
On charging battery A now, I've got about 39.3 and about 1.5 amps. Looks like it's gradually increasing in the amp charge.
Roger, on RTM we're showing, I guess 39.11 and the current about what you report. I think we're losing you in the noise again. 11, stand by. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Houston, Apollo 11, go ahead.
Roger, 11, on your battery charging question. We feel that it's probably a difference between individual batteries, and it does seem to have gone away as sort of a startup transient here. Other factors that it might conceivably have an influence on it would be battery temperature, things of this sort. ECOM seem to feel that it's operating within the normal design limits, over.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, 11, this is Houston. If you're interested in the morning news, I've got a summary here from PAO, over.
Okay, we're all listening.
Okay, from Jodrell Bank, England, via AP. Britain's Big Jodrell Bank radio telescope stopped receiving signals from the Soviet Union's unmanned moonshot at 5:49 EDT today, and a spokesman said that it appeared that the Luna 15 spaceship, quote, has gone beyond the moon, unquote. Another quote, we don't think it has landed, said a spokesman for Sir Bernard Lovell, director of the observatory. Washington, UPI, Vice President Spiro T. Agnew has called for putting a man on Mars by the year 2000. But Democratic leaders replied that priority must go to needs on Earth. Agnew, ranking government official at the Apollo 11 blastoff Wednesday, apparently was speaking for himself and not necessarily the Nixon administration when he said, "We should, in my judgment, put a man on Mars by the end of this century." Laredo, Texas, AP. Immigration officials in Nuevo Laredo announced Wednesday that hippies will be refused tourist cards to enter Mexico unless they take a bath and get haircuts. Gilberto Cazares, chief of Mexican immigration in Nuevo Laredo, said authorities in Mexico City, Acapulco, and other popular tourist spots have registered complaints about the hippies by United Press International. Initial reaction to President Nixon's granting of a holiday Monday to federal employees so that they could observe a national day of participation in the Apollo 11 moon landing mission mostly was one of surprise. Rodney Pidner, Associated Press, London, AP. Europe is moonstruck by the Apollo 11 mission. Newspapers throughout the continent fill their pages with pictures of the Saturn V rocket blasting off to forge Earth's first link with its natural satellite. And headline writers tax their imaginations for words to hail the feat. Quote, "The greatest adventure in the history of humanity has started," declared the French newspaper Le Figaro, which devoted 4 pages to reports from Cape Kennedy and diagrams of the mission. The tabloid Paris Jour proclaimed, "The whole world tells them bravo." The communist daily La Humanité led with a launch picture and devoted its entire back page to an enthusiastic moon report. describing the countdown and launch, the astronauts' wives and families, and backgrounding lunar activities. Hempstead, New York. Joe Namath officially reported to the New York Jets training camp at Hofstra University Wednesday, following a closed-door meeting with his teammates over his differences with Pro Football Commissioner Peter Roselli. London, UPI. The House of Lords was assured Wednesday that a midget American submarine would not, quote, damage or assault, unquote, the Loch Ness Monster. Lord Milmany said he wanted to be sure anyone operating a submarine in the loch, quote, would not subject any creatures that might inhabit it to damage or assault, unquote. He asked if the submarine's plan to take a tissue sample with a retrievable dart from any monster it finds can be done without damage and disturbance. He was told it was impossible to say if the 1876 Cruelty to Animals Act would be violated unless and until the monster was found. Over.
Roger, thank you, Bruce. There's interesting. And that's number 2 item. We all got haircuts before we left, and we all get a chance to see before I was done.
Roger. And I understand he was down there and really enjoyed watching the launch. We all think it's pretty magnificent, and you all are doing a great job up there.
This is Apollo Control at 23 hours, 22 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from Earth is 99,308 nautical miles. Velocity, 5,411 feet per second. Spacecraft weight, 96,361 pounds. The flight dynamics officer reports that in terms of distance, Apollo 11 will reach the halfway mark at 25 hours, 0 minutes, 53 seconds. At that time, the spacecraft will be 104,350 miles from both the Earth and the Moon. This is Apollo Control at 23 hours, 48 minutes. Capcom Bruce McCandless is getting ready to put in a call to the crew momentarily. Apollo 11's distance now is 100,685 nautical miles. Velocity 5,356 feet per second.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead, Houston.
Roger. Mike, we got some comments on the performance of P-23 for today, if you got a minute to talk.
He's all ears. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. For today, we'd like you on P-23 to make a trunnion bias determination prior to the P-23 sightings as called out in the procedures, and also one afterwards. Our intent here is to check out the possibility that some sort of thermal effect may be giving you errors in the angular readout in the section. The bias that you get beforehand should be incorporated, that is a proceed on noun 87, after you get 2 consecutive measurements equal to within 0.003 degrees. And, of course, move the trunnion off a couple of degrees between the measurements. The Earth should be a lot smaller in your field of view today, and I'm sure you're a lot more qualified to tell us about that than we are. But to ensure that you're getting a good angle measurement between the star and the Earth horizon, the section M line, which is the line that runs through the 2 hash marks and is perpendicular to the R line, should be parallel to the Earth's horizon at the substellar point. And then the actual superimposition of the star upon the horizon can be made any point in the field of view of the sextant above, below, or on the M line. We recommend the marks be made as rapidly as possible after the auto maneuver. If you feel that the amount of time between the auto maneuver and the time you get ready to mark is excessive, or that you don't like that auto maneuver attitude when you get ready to mark, of course you can use a verb 94, it's verb 94, to get you back to the flashing 51 position to redo the auto maneuver. Over.
Well, Roger. Stand by one. We're going to stop PTC here, and then we'll talk about this between things.
Yeah. Okay.
Apollo 11 is now going out of the passive thermal control mode, in which it was slowly rotating to maintain thermal balance. It's getting set up for the P-23 activities. That's the mid-course navigation. Capcom Bruce McCandless is passing up some changes in the procedures for this navigational operation.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11.
Okay, we're stopping PTC now and maneuvering to our P-52 and optics cal attitude. In regard to the P-23, what I was trying to tell you yesterday was about that. The M line is not anywhere parallel to the horizon at the roll, pitch, and yaw, which you give me to go to for the substellar point. And I was trying to maneuver off to get it parallel to the horizon when y'all said that was not necessary.
Roger, 11. I guess in keeping the cups of coffee score, why, you get that one.
Well, okay, well, this morning let's just see how close it comes to being parallel to... Okay, 11, we have a picture. We see the Earth right in the center of the screen, over. Apollo 11, Houston, appears to us that we're seeing a view from outside, plus a little of the inside. It appears you've taken the camera away from the left window. Now, over.
That's correct. We're moving it back and reconfiguring for interior lighting.
Roger. We can still see the Earth through the left window, and it appears that we can see a floodlight off to the left, either that or some sun shafting through the hatch window. It's a floodlight. Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that had. It's Big Mike Collins there. Well, you got a little bit of... Yeah, hello there, sports fans. You got a little bit of me, plus Neil's in the center couch, and Buzz is doing the camera work this time. Roger, it's a little dark now, 11. Maybe a bigger f-stop might help. Yeah, that didn't work.
It's getting a lot better now, 11. Mike, you coming in 5 by. I got a good...
Well, I put on a coat and tie if I'd known about this ahead of time.
Is Buzz holding your cue cards for you, over?
Cue cards have a no. We have no intention of competing with the professionals, believe me. We are very comfortable up here, though. We do have a happy home. There's plenty of room for the three of us, and I think we're all learning to find our favorite little corner to sit in. The Zero G is very comfortable, but after a while you get to the point where you sort of get tired of rattling around and banging off the ceiling and the floor and the side, so you tend to find a little corner somewhere and put your knees up or something like that to wedge yourself in, and that seems more at home.
Roger, looks like Neil is coming in 5 by there. 11, Mike, see you in the background. The definition is really outstanding. The colors are good. It's a real good picture we're getting here of the Commander Armstrong. Buzz, when you take the camera over towards the window with the sun shining through it, sends to blank it out, though.
Yeah, Neil's standing on his head again. He's trying to make me nervous.
Roger.
He's disappearing up into the tunnel, of course, as he would going into the lunar module, only backwards.
Roger, we can see portions of the LAB now, the systems test meter panel in the lower part of the picture, or we did have it anyway.
Okay, and then directly behind his head are our optical instruments, the sextant and the telescope that we use to take sightings with.
Roger, copy, and we see the disky flashing with a 651. In fact, we can read registers 1 and 2 quite clearly.
Yeah, the old high gain angles telling us which way the Earth is.
Copy. That's a beautiful picture. Clarity is outstanding.
We can also give you the time of day in our system of mission elapsed time, 34 hours, 16 minutes, and umpteen seconds.
Roger.
Can you see that clearly enough, Charlie?
Roger, Apollo 11. We can see it counting up every second. We got 34:17:02 now.
Okay, back to the high gain angles.
Roger.
Swing amp. Now we've amputated those.
Houston, we have a beautiful rainbow there, and as you move the camera around rapidly, that looks like the star chart coming into view now, over.
Yeah, those are Buzz's 2 star charts that he is using right now as sunshades over the right-hand window, window number 5.
Roger, we see the sun shining in through it behind him and plotting out the the ecliptic plane and the stars that you're using for the navigation.
You're right. He doesn't really need the charts. He's got them memorized. They're just for show.
We copy.
While we're pointing up in this direction, we see out our side windows the sun going by, and of course out one of our windows right now we've got the Earth. Now right behind my window, of course, we have the sun, because the sun is illuminating the star chart that we see. This line represents the ecliptic plane, and these lines, vertical lines, represent our reference system that the spacecraft is using at this time. As we approach the moon will gradually grow larger and larger in size.
and eventually it will be in eclipse. It will be eclipsing the sun as we go behind it as we approach the lunar orbit insertion maneuver. Roger, 11. Could you tip a little bit better focus there, 11 over? Houston, that's a lot better on the star chart now. We can make out the ecliptic plane and the planets and the sun and the moon as they're drawn at various places throughout the ecliptic plane. Over. Okay, Charlie. If we can get some of the wires untangled here, we'll give you a demonstration of how easy push-ups are up here. 11, Roger. Good view of buzz there. Houston, Apollo 11 on the 7/10
Time Apollo 11 is 137,219 nautical miles from Earth. The spacecraft is traveling at a speed of 4,132.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, I've got the morning news here if you're interested, over.
Yeah, we sure are. We're ready to copy and comment. Is that 2:30 there?
Roger.
Copy and comment. Okay, go
Okay, here we go. The interest in the flight of Apollo 11 continues at a high level, but a competing interest in the Houston area is the easing of watering rules. Mayor Louis Welch promises the lifting of lawn watering restrictions if the rains continue. Friday is partly cloudy and there is a 30% chance of thunder showers in the afternoon. In Washington, D.C., the Senate Finance Committee approved extension of the income tax surtax, but a Senate vote on the bill.
You cut out, Houston. You cut out.
Roger, where do you hold me cutting out, over?
Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. How do you read now, over?
Not clear. Go ahead.
All right.
After these rains in Houston.
Roger. In Washington, the Senate Finance Committee has approved extension of the income tax surtax, but a Senate vote on the bill currently seems remote. In Austin, State Representative Ray Lemon of Houston has been nominated as a national director of the American Society for Oceanography. Lemon has proposed a study of the possibility of establishing an Institute of Oceanography in Texas. This would be the first such institute on the western Gulf of Mexico. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, The Weather Bureau, after recapping today's weather, showing a high of 88 and a low of 72, has noted snowfall none. From St. Petersburg, Florida, comes a radio report from the Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl, which said that the crew of his papyrus boat, the Ra, will sail into Bridgetown, Barbados, despite damage from heavy seas. The crew, however, will sleep on an escort vessel. Norman Baker, navigator of the expedition, said the crew was aboard the Ra today repairing damage from storms this past week, which split the footing of the mast. Part of the broken mast was jettisoned overboard, and the vessel was 725 miles east of the Barbados. It is possible but uncomfortable to sleep aboard the Ra, Baker said in the radio report. But the purpose of our voyage is not a test of strength or human endurance. That is the reason why the crew was spending nights aboard the escort vessel Shenandoah, which rendezvoused with the Ra on Tuesday. In sports, the Houston Oilers are...
Those 3, over.
Roger, we figured you would.
This is Apollo Control at 55 hours, 10 minutes. Our network controller has just advised that we are receiving live television at Goldstone. We would presume this is a test of the system similar to what we received from the crew yesterday. The crew is planning to send television from the lunar module when they ingress. Stand by, here's a call to the crew.
Flight configured here at Houston. Further transmission will be up in a couple of minutes, over. Out down there. See some really beautiful pictures now, Buzz, over. Real clear.
Okay, we might have got just... Just say hello. On the LCD sight gauge, you got them at, it looks like the white mark that's in the plunger is about quarter to 3/8 inch out into the green away from the red. Is that what you'd like to say, all right?
Stand by. Right, Buzz, that looks good to us. Thank you much.
It is the white index, is it not, that you're interested in comparing whether it's in the red or green?
Stand by. That's affirmative, Buzz. It looks good. That's a good reading for us, over.
Okay.
We had a shot a moment ago of the suit disconnect valve. That's affirmative.
Okay, they don't in our monitor, and that leads us to make some corrections to the camera, which probably aren't required sometimes.
We have no complaints at all. It's a magnificent picture.
We've been receiving television now from the spacecraft for about an hour and 20 minutes. Apollo 11 presently 177,000 miles from Earth.
What was that, Buzz, you're chasing now?
That was me picking up some particles of paint that were floating through the air in front of the camera there.
Right, Neil, we got it. Clear to us at Neil's about to check the Velcro. Tropical convergence. I guess the most predominant one is around the equator or slightly north of the equator. Yeah, that's the way it looks, Charlie. Same as yesterday. Right.
Apollo control at 61 hours, 39 minutes. We've had no further conversation with the crew since our last report. Flight surgeon says there is no indication at this time that they have begun to sleep, but we expect they'll be getting to sleep here shortly. Coming up in less than 10 seconds now, we'll be crossing into the sphere of influence of the moon. A computational changeover will be made here in mission control. At this point, as the moon's gravitational force becomes the dominant effect on the spacecraft trajectory, and our displays will shift from Earth reference to moon reference. At that point, which occurred a few seconds ago, the spacecraft was at a distance of 186,437 nautical miles from Earth and 33,822 nautical miles from the moon. The velocity with respect to the Earth was 2,990 feet per second, and with respect to the moon, about 3,272 feet per second. The passive thermal control mode that was set up for the second time by the crew appears to be holding well at this point, and all spacecraft systems are functioning normally. The mission going very smoothly. At 61 hours, 41 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control at 62 hours, 29 minutes. The flight surgeon reports that the crew appears to have been asleep now for about the past 30 minutes. The spacecraft appears also to be holding its passive thermal control attitude very well. And at this time, Apollo 11 is about 32,000 miles from the moon, traveling at a speed of 3,782 feet per second. In the past 50 minutes or so, we've seen that velocity increase about 10 feet per second, going from 3772 feet per second to the present 3782 as the spacecraft continues to accelerate toward the moon. The change of shift briefing following this shift will occur at about 11:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Flight Director Glenn Lunny and his team of flight controllers are coming on now.
Okay, I'll see you in 71 hours.
Roger. Apollo 11, Houston, over. Roger, we'd like to do a little cryo tank balancing. So if you could position the oxygen tank number 1 heater switched off and hydrogen tank 2 heater switched off, leaving all the rest of the cryo switches the same. We'll let it run that way for a few hours, over.
Okay, stand by one of those switches. We'll get them in a minute.
Roger. Apollo 11, this is Houston. If you have a minute or so free, we can read you up the morning news here.
Go right ahead. Let's hear it.
Roger, hot from the wires of the MSC Public Affairs Office, especially prepared for the crew of Apollo 11.
Okay, first off, it looks like it's going to be impossible to get away from the fact that you guys are dominating all the news back here on Earth. Even Pravda in Russia is headlining the mission and calls Neil the czar of the ship. I think maybe they got the wrong mission.
West Germany has declared Monday to be Apollo Day. School children in Bavaria have been given the day off. Post office clerks have been encouraged to bring radios to work, and Frankfurt is installing TV sets in public places.
BBC in London is considering a special radio alarm system to call people to their TV sets in case there's a change in the EVA time on the moon.
And in Italy, Pope Paul VI has arranged for a special color TV circuit at his summer residence in order to watch you, even though Italian television is still black and white.
Back here in Houston, your 3 wives and children got together for lunch yesterday at Buzz's house. According to Pat, it turned out to be a gab fest. The children swam and did some high jumping over Buzz's bamboo pole.
In Moscow, space engineer Anatol Koretsky was quoted by TASS as saying that Luna 15 could accomplish everything that had been done by earlier Luna spacecraft. This was taken by the press to mean Luna 15 could investigate the gravitational fields, photograph the moon, and go down to the surface to scoop up a bit for analysis.
Even the kids at camp got in the news when Mike Jr. was quoted as replying, "Yeah," when somebody asked him if his daddy was going to be in history. Then after a short pause, he asked, "What is history?" In Washington, President Nixon is planning to use his executive power to streamline the Interstate Commerce Commission. According to industry sources, it was reported Nixon would trim the commission from 11 to 7 members by not making new appointments.
And the big news around Houston today concerns the Astros. In the sports world, the Houston Astros rallied in the 9th inning at Cincinnati to dump the Reds 7-4. Going into the 9th, however, things looked pretty bleak. The Astros were trailing 4-3. Then with 1 out, Jesus Alou stroked a single to the right field. John Edwards hit another single to right, and Sandy Valdespino hit a double to bring in the tying run. Julio Gauthier was walked, and Joe Morgan dropped a bunt for the game-winning play. A wild throw to the plate and allowed another run to score. Then a sacrifice fly by Dennis Menke brought in the final run. They really came through in the 9th.
And other games in the National
Yeah,
League.
those Astros really been catching those flies since they put a roof on the stadium.
Good work. In other games in the National League, New York beat Montreal 5-2. Pittsburgh beat St. Louis 4-1. And Atlanta over San Diego in the first game of a doubleheader 6-2.
In the American League, Detroit beat Cleveland 4-0. New York trounced Washington 5-0. Boston out-hit Baltimore to score 6 runs to the Orioles 2. And Chicago beat Kansas City 6-1.
Okay, in golf world, Tommy Jacobson, a frequent competitor in recent years, took the lead in the Philadelphia Golf Classic yesterday. His second round score was 139.
You might be interested in knowing, since you are already on the way, that a Houston astrologer, Ruby Graham, says that all the signs are right for your trip to the moon. She says that Neil is clever, Mike has good judgment, and Buzz can work out intricate problems. She also says Neil tends to see the world through rose-colored glasses, but he is always ready to help the afflicted or distressed. Neil, you are also supposed to have, quote, intuition that enables you to interpret life with feeling, unquote. Buzz is to be very sociable and cannot bear to be alone, in addition to having excellent critical ability. Since she didn't know at what hour Mike was born, she has decided that he either has the same attributes as Neil, or he is inventive with an unconventional attitude that might seem eccentric to the unimaginative.
And last but not...
Ruby Graham, an astrologer here in Houston. Now we checked with flight operations for all the signs for the mission, and then we, of course, had to make sure that everything was really all set. Houston 11, just cut in and out every time I take it. Apollo 11, this is Houston. We're switching Omnis. Can you stand by for about 2 minutes?
11 radio check. 11 Houston, go ahead. Roger, you cut out after Tommy Jacobson. I guess we got into antenna switching problems.
TIG, all right? Mark, TIG minus 12.
Yeah, we're right on, Bruce. Thank you.
Roger out.
We're 3 minutes away from loss of signal. Apollo 11 is 425 nautical miles from the moon. Velocity 7,368 feet per second. Weight 96,012 pounds.
2 minutes to LOS. Okay, 4123, 1 minute to LOS. Apollo 11, this is Houston. All your systems are looking good going around the corner. We'll see you on the other side. Over. All right.
Everything looks okay up here.
Time check. Roger out.
9 minutes.
And we've had loss of signal as Apollo 11 goes behind the moon. We were showing a distance to the moon of 309 nautical miles at LOS. Velocity 7,664 feet per second. Weight was 96,012 pounds. We're 7 minutes, 45 seconds away from the LOI. For one burn, which will take place behind the moon, out of communications. Here in the control center, 2 members of the backup crew, Bill Anders, Jim Lovell, have joined Bruce McCandless at the Capcom console.
You've got your patch ready in case you want it?
Now Fred Hayes, the 3rd member of the backup crew, has just come in too, and Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, is at that console. The viewing room is filling up. Among those we've noticed on the front row in the viewing room are astronauts Tom Stafford, John Glenn, Gene Cernan, Dave Scott, Al Worden, and Jack Swigert. With a good lunar orbit insertion burn, the Madrid station.
8 seconds. 99. Proceed. Standing by for J. Got B closed. Burning. We're looking good. Here comes B. Thrust A, mark.
This is Apollo Control at 75 hours, 49 minutes. Apollo 11 should have started this long burn. Duration 6 minutes, 2 seconds. Delta V 2,917 feet per second. Given that burn, we expect an orbit of 61 by 169.2 nautical miles.
EMS and CNN count together. Okay. Pitch trim is up at 1.5 degrees, cycling about that, which is a little bit off the trim value. Yacht trim is cycling about 0. Chamber pressure is 95. Flag going increase. Yeah, you're into a minute into it, yeah. Well, it's still below zero. I bet you we're never going to catch up.
We're 24.5 minutes away from acquisition of signal with a good burn. Well, the clock has not yet started counting for the other acquisition time. We'll take this line down now, come back up just prior to the acquisition time for no burn. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Building up a little bit, actually. It's up around 96 now.
Moving toward the limb pointed straight down toward the radius vector, and that's been despite a number of down minimum pitch impulses.
Roger.
We're over at Smythe C right now.
Roger.
We're about 88 degrees east, I would estimate. But
we show you about south of the southwest of the crater Jansky right now.
my C doesn't look very much like a C. The area which is devoid of craters, of which there's not very much, is sort of a hilly looking area. It's not like a Mare at all.
Roger, we copy that about the C, and looks like you were just giving us a view of the crater Nieper, the large crater on the left, and Jansky on the right.
That exchange between Capcom Bruce McCandless and Mike Collins aboard the Apollo 11 spacecraft.
We think you're close, but no cigar.
Apollo Control, Houston. We acquired TV at 78 hours, 24 minutes, 11 seconds. Currently, our orbital parameters show 104. Altitude, an apoloon of 170.2, a paraloon of 61.3 nautical miles, those are.
All right, 11, this is Houston. Would you care to comment on some of these craters as we go by?
Roger, we're approaching the approach path to ignition. This is equivalent to 13 minutes before ignition, and we're at about 80 degrees east, I guess. 83 degrees east. Would that correspond to location you're holding in present time?
Roger, we're showing your present position is about 76 degrees east, looking back towards the east.
Hey, you should be looking back at Smythe C now.
Roger.
We've now heard from all three Apollo 11 crew members during this television pass. The individual talking earlier was Neil Armstrong.
Right here, Schubert. And Gilbert U is in the center right now. And this comes up at about a little over 12 minutes before power descent. Instead of looking back at it, we'd be looking straight down at it at that time.
Roger. We show you an altitude now of about 110 miles, and of course you'd be considerably lower at the initiation of powered descent.
Okay, Houston, look at register 3 on the Disky theta. Theta is increasing toward my desired of 315, and I'll let the hand controller alone here, and I'll bet you it reverses itself.
Roger 11, we're watching the Disky now, and still coming in beautifully on the TV.
Okay, there's the right side of the screen at the present time, there's a triple crater with a small crater between the first and second, and the one at the bottom of the screen is Schubert Y. Zoom in, it does have a central peak in Schubert Y, actually several of them, and you can observe those, but the rim craters at the bottom of your screen.
Roger, we're seeing the central peak quite clearly now.
Okay, we're zooming in now on a crater called Schubert N. Schubert N, very conical inside walls, and the bottom appears to be nearly flat. Look at theta on the Disky. It's stabilized and is holding steady now.
Roger.
Looking out the window, I can see a number of small craters on the bottom of Schubert N. We're coming up on the foaming sea, where I'll be doing some P-22 marking on a crater of my choice, name of Crater Camp.
Okay, we'll be watching for camp.
And notice register 3 has reversed itself and is heading back the other way now without any pitch thruster firing.
Roger, Mike. We confirm that you've changed the direction of your pitch rate.
Generally speaking, the tendency seems to be to pull the LEM down toward the center of the moon, as in a gravity gradient experiment.
Roger 11, we copy.
It may have something to do with mass kinds, or it may...
Roger, we've got...
it may have something to do with mass kinds, or it may just be the peculiarity of the Disky display.
Okay, we've observed the behavior of your Disky, and I think we've got the data here to work on it. Let us grind around a little while on it, and we'll report back to you probably in a rev or two.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm going to pitch down toward 315.
Roger.
Three horizontal craters that you now have in the field of view are immediately underneath the ground track. The right hand and the largest crater that you see is Cubiago P.
Roger, we concur on the identification of that crater. we show you coming up on landmark Alpha 1 here shortly.
Roger, Mike having his first look at Alpha 1 at the present time. Yeah, there's a great bright crater. It's not a large one, but an extremely bright one. It looks like a very recent, and I would guess, impact crater with rays streaming out in all directions, which should make the correction of foaming sea easy to see coming up on it. Now, Crater Camp is one of the smaller ones out on the floor of the foaming sea.
We've been some 17 minutes now into this television pass, standing by, continuing to monitor.
Okay, we show you over the Sea of Fertility now, and you ought to have Langrenus down south of Trek a few degrees, about 9 degrees south of Trek.
Yeah, the crater that's in the center of the screen now is Webb. We'd be looking straight down on it at about 6 minutes before power descent. It has a relatively flat bottom to the crater, and you can see maybe 2 or 3 craters that are in the bottom of it. On the western wall, the wall that's now nearest to the camera, near the bottom of the screen, we can see a dimpled crater just on the outside. And then coming back towards the bottom of the screen and to the left, you can see a series of depressions. It's the type of connected craters that give us most interest to discover why they're in the particular patterns that they're in. I'll zoom the camera in and try and give you a little closer look at this.
Roger, we're observing the dimple crater now. The central peak that we can see on the orbiter photos doesn't seem to stand out very well here.
Well, they're not central peaks, they're depressions in the center.
Roger.
And you'll notice on the pitch vector activity, I put in a dozen minimum impulses and pitch down, and I'm still far from correcting back to 315. We're moving the camera over to the right window now to give you Langrenus. It's several central peaks. And
Roger, we got Langrenus in our screen now. Okay, 11, this is Houston. We're getting a beautiful picture of Langrenus now with its rather conspicuous central peak.
Sea of Fertility doesn't look very fertile to me. I don't know who named it. Well, it may have been named by a gentleman whom this crater was named after, Langrenus. Langrenus was a cartographer to the King of Spain and made one of the early reasonably accurate maps of the moon.
Roger, that's very interesting.
I'll have to admit it sounds better for our purposes than the Sea of Crises.
Amen to that. Okay, it looks like you're coming inside now on the camera.
Well, I can't get behind to see the monitor. I'll bring the focus in, but we're going to be looking down past one of the LEM quads, and one of the antennas almost straight down. at the ground track that we'll be seeing coming in. I guess this is maybe 2 or 3 minutes before power descent. All right, that should put the lens structure about in focus. I'm going to move it out to infinity and then expand the field of view. Crater Secchi is out my window now, window number 2.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We show you coming up on the Terminator at 78:53, about 7 minutes from now. And we've also got the LOI-2 and TEI-5 pads ready for you after the TV, whenever you want to terminate over.
Roger.
And we're getting a good view of the track leading into the landing site now. Okay, it looks like we had Secchi K go by about 10 seconds ago, coming up on Apollo Ridge. And in the right-hand portion of our screen right now, we can see Messier, Alpha, and Bravo with the light-colored rays streaming off in one direction.
I don't know if you can make out, but in the Sea of Fertility, there are a number of craters that are just barely discernible. Old craters whose outlines are just barely able to be seen.
Roger, I think we can make them out. The color really enhances our ability to discern features and craters over what we see in real time on our black and white monitor.
Right. At these low sun angles, there's no trace of brown. It's now returned to a very gray appearance, and like the acreage does, it has a look of plaster of Paris to it at this sun angle, which is completely lacking at higher sun angles.
Roger.
We're now some 25 minutes into our television pass.
Okay, this is very close to ignition point for power descent. Just passing Mount Maryland. That's a triangular-shaped mountain that you'll see in the center of the screen at the present time, with the crater Secchi Theta on top of the far northern edge of the mountain.
Roger, we're getting a good view of Mount Maryland and the Secchi Theta.
And now we're looking at what we call Boot Hill. Occurs 20 seconds into the descent.
Watching this pass with a great deal of interest in Mission Control Center is Pete Conrad, the commander for the Apollo 12 mission.
right edge of the screen is Censorinus T. Now passing the 1 minute point in power descent.
Roger, and for your information, your current altitude is 148 nautical miles above the surface.
I'm unable to determine altitude at all looking out the window. I couldn't tell whether we're down at 60 or up at 170.
I bet you could tell if you were down at 50,000 feet.
I wouldn't be surprised. We're passing some steep ridges here, the edges of old craters that were photographed by Apollo 10, and the crew of Apollo 10 was very impressed with the steepness of these ridges when they came over them at about 50,000 feet.
Roger, we can observe they're also steep even from this altitude. You've got quite a shadow being cast by the sun at these low angles.
The entire surface is getting considerably darker than the surface that we looked at previously when the sun was quite high above us. The crater in the right crater in the center of the screen, the smaller one, is Censorinus.
Roger, and we show you a little over 1 minute from the terminator at the present time.
How's the brightness of the picture you're receiving? I think we ought to open up the f-stop some as we approach the terminator.
Yeah, the brightness is still doing quite well. You can go ahead and open it up a stop or two. The automatic light level compensation seems to be working beautifully.
That's a good picture of Boot Hill.
Roger.
3 minutes and 15 seconds into the descent.
Roger, we're seeing Boot Hill now.
The next crater coming into the bottom, that's Duke Island right there, and to the left, the crater, the largest of the crater near the center of the picture right now is Maskell and W. This is a position check during descent at about 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and it's our downrange position check and cross-range position check prior to yawing over face up to acquire the landing radar. Past this point, we would be unable to see the surface below us until getting very near the landing area.
Roger, I imagine you get a real good look at that tomorrow afternoon.
Sinuous Rill is the one that was referred to in Apollo 10 as Sidewinder. Good name, too. Sidewinder, Diamondback. Looks like a couple of snakes down there in the lake bed. And we're approaching the terminator now. You can see the contrast increase, and only the sunlit side of the bridges remain illuminated, while the dark sides in the shadow will become completely black.
11, this is Houston. The picture is getting a little grainy now. You might go ahead and open up the f-stop.
Landing point is just barely into darkness. That one crater, the upper part of which you see, lower part completely in darkness. A small, well-defined crater is bulky, which is about a beam of the landing site.
Roger, we can just see it looks like a little less than half of its rim right now. And we can make out just barely some features on the surface, maybe from Earthshine. Are you wide open on the f-stop at this time?
Yeah, and it looks like we're just about to get the sun coming into the lens, so we'll have to move the camera away.
Roger.
We can't see any earthshine or any surface features at all in earthshine now due to the fact that the lamp is very bright and is causing our pupils to contract. It's a very fantastic view to see the Terminator as you look along the edge of it. I think you'll agree that some of these craters that you're seeing in the picture now are really accentuated by the lengthening of the shadows as they approach the Terminator.
Yes, it's a very beautiful and rugged sight that we've got on the screen now.
And I think you got some interesting data on thruster firings versus pitch angle. It looks like that limb just wants to head down toward the surface is all.
Roger, I have a comment here that says that's what the limb was built for.
I believe. And as the moon sinks slowly in the west, Apollo 11 bids good day to you.
Roger, we sort of thought it was the sun setting in the east.
There you have it, our first glimpse of the lunar surface during the Apollo 11 mission. The 11 crew took us on a guided tour of the front side, plus talked their way through the powered descent that lies ahead in tomorrow's activities. This is Apollo Control Houston at 86 hours, 52 minutes, now into the flight, Apollo 11. Our current altitude on the Apollo 11 spacecraft now reads 64.9 nautical miles. This corresponds with our apolloon of 64.9 nautical miles. Our paraloon on this pass 54.6 nautical miles. We've had no further conversation with the Apollo 11 crew, nor do we expect to do so. We will take the loop down at this time and stand by if any further conversation should develop. At 86 hours, 53 minutes into the flight, this is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control Houston at 87 hours, 31 minutes, now into the flight, Apollo 11. The Apollo 11 spacecraft continues on its front side pass above the moon. We're now less than 10 minutes away from loss of signal. The Apollo 11 crew and currently in their rest period. We've received no indication yet that any of the three crew members are actually sleeping, although all three appear to be in a very restful mode. This will be the final sleep period for the crew. Now at the threshold of their prime mission objective, the final sleep period prior to landing.
Beautiful, beautiful. Apollo 11, Apollo 11. Good morning from the block team. Good morning. Good morning. We got about 2 minutes to LOS there, Mike.
Apollo 11, Houston. Over.
Houston, Apollo 11, go ahead.
Roger, the Black Bugle just arrived with some morning news briefs, if you're ready.
Go ahead.
Roger. Okay. Church services around the world today are mentioning Apollo 11 in their prayers. President Nixon's worship service at the White House is also dedicated to the mission. And our fellow astronaut, Frank Borman, is still in there pitching, and will read the passage from Genesis, which was read on Apollo 8 last Christmas. The cabinet and members of Congress, with emphasis on the Senate and House Space Committees, have been invited along with a number of other guests. Buzz, your son Andy got a tour of MSC yesterday. Your Uncle Bob Moon accompanied him on the visit, which included the LRL. Among the large headlines concerning Apollo this morning is one asking that you watch for a lovely girl with a big rabbit. An ancient legend says a beautiful Chinese girl called Chang'o has been living there for 4,000 years. It seems she was banished to the moon because she stole the pill of immortality from her husband. You might also look for her companion, a large Chinese rabbit, who is easy to spot since he is always standing on his hind feet in the shade of a cinnamon tree. The name of the rabbit is not reported.
Okay, we'll keep a close eye for the bunny girl.
Roger. You residents of the spacecraft Columbia may be interested in knowing that today is Independence Day in the country of Colombia. Gloria Diaz of the Philippines was crowned Miss Universe last night. She defeated 60 other girls for the global beauty title. Miss Diaz is 18 with black hair and eyes and measures 34 1/2, 23, 34 1/2. First runner-up was Miss Australia, followed by Miss Israel.
After
Flight controller is 2.5 minutes to acquisition.
Okay. Landing gear, deploy, fire. Here we go, Mike. Bam, it's out. Ain't no doubt about that. And it's great. All right. Your ED logic tower A closed. Logic tower A closed. All right, fire it again. Okay. Nothing happened, huh? Right. Okay, man. I heard it click. Yeah, so dying. Well, that relay, I suppose, snapped their arm off, soft. DB-11, ED, landing gear flag open. Gear went down okay, Mike.
This is Apollo Control at 98 hours, 16 minutes. We are now less than 2 minutes from reacquiring the spacecraft in its 12th revolution of the moon. At this time, Armstrong and Aldrin should be completing pressure checks on their spacesuits. Coming up in this revolution, they'll be running checks on the guidance platform of their LEM guidance system. They'll also be running checks on the reaction control system thrusters and their descent propulsion system, as well as the rendezvous radar.
Okay, all flight controllers, give you about 5 more minutes to get settled down in your console. After that, I want all air path chatter terminated. Decon for flight. So, Mike, get your probe and road people handy. Okay, all flight controllers, let's get settled down. No more air path chatter. Cut out the visitors, get them seated, and let's get going. We got 10 minutes for acquisition. Big things in this class. We should have undocked. We're coming up in separation.
Hey, Mike, what would you recommend as a good setting on the 16 millimeter? at 1/250th. And
give me the status of all your loads, please.
we are getting now all the way from Infinity down to very quickly. We'll be able to keep it in focus and 6 frames per second, I guess. Yeah, what'd you say? F8 at 1/250th? And as you get it all set up, check that f-stop again, because this slides and slips off with very little tilt. How about using as an unbacking time, 100 hours and 12 minutes? That keeps you fancy? That'll be fine.
That works. Flight network. Tell you guys are doing a good job. Tell them to keep it up.
Roger, flight, thank you. What do you got for ALS, Mike? 100 hours and 16 minutes. Okay. Got this for about a minute ago. You guys got this? Yeah, I think we're about ready. We're all set when you are, Mike. 10 seconds. Okay, there you go. See you later. See ya. Looks like a good step. Looks good to me. Okay, I've killed my rate, Mike, so you drift out to the distance you like, and then stop your rate. Starting my yaw. You're sure a better visual than the simulator. I picked up a roll. I'm going to get rid of it.
This is Apollo Control at 100 hours, 14 minutes. We're now less than 2 minutes from reacquiring the spacecraft on the 13th revolution. When next we hear from them, the lunar module should be undocked from the command and service module. We're presently about 25 minutes away from the...
Okay with you, so I start my pitch, or you think you're not far enough away yet, Mike?
To give the LEM and the CSM a separation distance at the descent orbit insertion maneuver.
Okay, I'll wait for when you're ready. When you think you get your rate skilled perfectly.
Events, the separation maneuver is scheduled to occur at a ground elapsed time of 100 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds. The descent orbit insertion maneuver, which will be performed on the backside of the moon, set for 101 hours, 36 minutes, 14 seconds. And the beginning of the powered descent at 102 hours, 33 minutes, 4 seconds. We're now 55 seconds from reacquiring Apollo 11 on the 13th revolution. During this revolution, we will be doing the separation maneuver. We'll also be giving the crew on the lunar module a go, no-go for the descent orbit insertion maneuver. We'll stand by now to reacquire the spacecraft.
Flight controllers, stand by for acquisition.
AOS. We have confirmation of acquisition of signal. We'll stand by for a call to the crew.
Looks like in the simulator you're drifting off the
Data, low bit rate. Level low bit rate. Flight control, go control. Dips is properly pressurized. Roger.
Hello, Eagle, Houston. We're standing by over.
Yeah, looking good. I've seen 3 of them. The Mesa is not down, right? The Mesa is still up? Good.
We ready with the load flight?
Stand by.
Good. Flight. Telcom, we're on the steerable. High bit rate.
Roger.
Negative CSM.
Roger. Guidance, how do you stand on the EOI target and the descent target?
All loads are at start, ready to go.
Okay,
Yeah, you're looking good.
Eagle, Houston, we see you on the steerable, over.
Roger, Eagle, I'm done.
Roger, how does it look?
The Eagle has wings.
Roger.
Looking good.
Roger, Neil. We got if you'll give us crew and data, we got the loads for you. Okay, you've got it. Fluid data. Roger, and let us know when you're ready to copy. We have a DOI pad and a PDI pad. Over. Can you check our tracking light, Mike? That's working beautiful. Back off. Okay, I'm ready to start my yaw maneuver if it suits you, Mike.
Flight, monitor this yaw maneuver here.
Roger. Negative AOSD attempt, right?
That's
Here you go, fine.
Buddy, we're going to first acquisition. We'll see us then. See what we get. Watch this maneuver here as he's yawing around. Let me know if we're going to be approaching stirruple limits. It looks good, flight. I don't think we will.
Does it look like you're going to be able to do this without firing any adjusters, Mike?
Laterally, once you break it.
Go ahead, Houston. Eagle is ready to copy. Roger, Eagle. Coming at you with a DOI pad. 101 36 1407. Down 81. Minus 00758. Plus. All balls. Plus 00098. Plus, correction, 00572. Perigee plus 00085. 00764. 030. 000. 293. Down 86. Minus 00759er. Plus all balls. Plus 00090. Rest of the pad is NA. Stand by on your read back. If you're ready to copy the PDI data, I have it for you. Over.
Roger, FCSM.
Go ahead. Understand you're ready to copy the PDI data, Eagle. Over. That's permanent. Go ahead with the PDI. Roger. PDI pad. TIG 102330436.
Body count recording.
09er50 minus 00021 182 287 000 plus 56 9er 19er. PDI abort less than 10 minutes.
One more look. Roger.
105 12 3000. PDI abort greater than 10 minutes. 103 40 0000. 107 11 3000. No PDI plus 12. 102 44 2700. Noun 81 plus 01223 minus all balls plus 01889er 01520 plus 00110 02250. Burn time 046 000 190.
Okay, you got the state in, DOI, and decent targets, right?
1187.
Okay, you had no pippa pies.
That's right. Controls clean. All balls. We'll need a back course after system. Plus.
Roger.
01911. Noun 11. 103 31 0700. Noun 37 105 12 3000. Ready for your readbacks. Over. Eagle Houston, we're through with the computer. You can go back to block, over.
Roger, back to block, and DOI 101361407 minus 00758 plus all zeros plus 00098 00572 plus 00085 00764 030 000 293 minus 00759er plus all zeros plus 00090 NA, over.
That was a good read back, Buzz. So go ahead, over.
Okay, PDI pad 102330436 0950 minus 00021 182287000 plus 569019er. PDI less than 10. 105123000. PDI aboard greater than 10. 103.
We commanded down the
40
000.
100 degrees out. 107 11 3000. No PDI plus 12 aboard.
Negative. Okay.
102 44 2700 plus 01223 minus all zeros plus 01889er 01520 plus 00110 02250 046 00019er plus 01187 plus 0000 0 plus 01911 103 310700.
You want me to get the CSM in
105 12 3000. Over.
Roger.
Come on, Mike.
Guidance, you monitoring this self-test flying radar.
Eagle Columbia, at your convenience, I'd like to switch over to VHF ranging log.
Roger, we're looking at it. Okay. Control. Please test it.
Roger, let's go to VHF ranging now.
Okay, Mark.
There's position 2, flying.
Okay.
Eagle Columbia. I'm reading you loud and scratchy. Neil's not coming through too well in his box. Could you stay quiet for 15 seconds while I get this locked on? Okay. I got a solid lock on. I have you 0.27 miles.
Okay, flight. We're back to position 1.
Okay. Flight guidance. Go guidance. Stand by. Okay, we're ready to go to the LGC. He's in Pooh right now. He's ready for us up there. Roger. Pooh and data. Roger, Capcom, Pooh and data. We'll give him a CSM state vector.
Eagle Houston, we got a state vector for you. We'd like Pooh and data, over.
You have it.
Thank you, sir.
Guidance, you're clear.
Flight control.
Roger, go control.
We finished that. That was a good self test. LR self test was good.
Roger.
Columbia Houston, we have a CSM rescue pad if you're ready to copy, over.
Ready to copy.
Roger, Mike. Phasing TIG 103 40 00 00. TPI for PDI less than 10 105 12 3000. TPI for PDI greater than 10 107 11 3000. Over.
Roger. Ticks follow. Phasing 10340. PDI less than 10 105 12 30. More than 10 107 11 30. Over.
Good read back out. Eagle Houston, when you're ready to copy, I have a lunar surface data pad for you, over.
Flight guidance, it's Eagle's computer. Roger, it's his computer, Capcom.
Roger, stand by.
We got the load in, Eagle. You can go back Update on link off, over.
Roger. Flight guidance.
No guidance.
Okay, if the CMC can give us full accept.
Okay.
He's sitting at P20 right now.
Still doing his sextant VHF ranging stuff, betcha.
Columbia, Houston, at your convenience, we'd like to and accept. We have a couple of state vectors for you, over.
Okay, going to Poo and accept, and I just started some unexplained roll thruster activity. I might have bumped the hand controller.
Roger. We'll look
Okay,
at
see
it
anything?
And Eagle is ready to copy
Right, we verify this.
lunar surface data card.
Rod, Buzz. Starting with the T2. T2 TIG 102 54 29er 00 103 51 56 00 106 37 35 00 109er 100000. In the remarks, T2 occurs at PDI plus 2126. T3 time, correction, T3. T3 TIG 104 39er 4100 001 58 1500 001 58 5400 911 105 36 2300 107 11 3000. Ready for your read back, over.
Roger, T2, 102 54 2900 103 51 5600 106 37 3500 109 100000. T2 is PDI plus 2126. T3, 104 39er 4100 001 58 1500 001 58 5400 105 36 2300 107 11 3000. Over.
Raj, good read back, Eagle. Out.
Guidance, how you doing on your uplink to the CMC?
One more.
Okay.
Flight account, we dumped about 16 minutes on them later.
Roger.
Put your tracking light on, please. It's on, Mike. Thank you.
How'd that alignment look, Bob? Mags line?
Flight control.
Go control.
His alignment looks good.
Flight guidance, we're through the CMC.
Roger, through the CMC, Capcom.
Columbia,
Yeah,
Houston, we got the load in. You can go back to block, over.
Flight control, we have our lock.
Is that for Columbia?
That's affirmative, Columbia.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guidance from flight. You gave both CSM and LEM state vectors there, right?
Everything's in.
Roger. No PIPA bias.
No PIPA bias.
Roger.
Control was going. Did a little one, did a good thing.
Okay, all flight controllers. Looks like the next thing is going to be a P-52 here on the LEM spacecraft, and very shortly we'll be going through our go-no-go for DOI.
Now, Mike, you want to give us a mark when you're right at 7 miles? 7/10 of a mile? Will do. Okay, we just got 7/10 on the radar. Mark, yeah, I'm oscillating between 6'9" and 7/10. Very good. We got 4,200 on the tape meter. I'm steady on 7-0 now. Yeah, I read you. You're sort of scratchy, but I read you.
Capcom, Telcom over 2. Telcom from flight. Go, flight.
Houston, Apollo, or Houston, Columbia, over.
Roger, go, Columbia, over.
Roger, I still need a DOI P76 pad and a PDI 1 plus 12 P76 pad sometime at your convenience.
Roger, stand by.
Flight from guidance.
Go guidance.
We don't pass those. He gets those from the land.
Roger. If we got them handy, why don't we give them to him? Give them to him.
We don't have any 76 pads. We can give him.
We can give him the TIG time.
Yeah, we can give him the TIGs and the 981s, and maybe that's what he's searching for.
Okay, that's all he needs.
Okay. Yeah, and you also need burn time now to buy us that.
Okay, burn time for DOI and for PDI.
Correct.
Flight GNC. Go GNC. From convenient time, we'd like to have road control power direct 2 turned off. What's the problem? Oh, it was apparently left on after the T-41.
Columbia, Houston, DOI P76 pad, if you're ready, copy, over.
Ready to copy.
Roger, Mike, 980, correction, 984 minus 00758 plus all zeros plus 00098. Noun 33 101 36 1400 and stand by for the PDI plus 12.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston with the PDI plus 12, noun 84 if you're ready, copy.
Ready to copy.
Roger, noun 84 plus 01223 minus all zeros plus 01889er. Noun 33 102 44 2700. PDI plus 12 burn time is 046.
So, Steve, is there going to be any confusion?
Burn time for DOI is
on the
030.
No, these are the
Ready
correct
for your
signs.
readback, over.
Roger, DOI P76 84 is minus 00758. All balls plus 00098 at 101 36 1400. Plus 01223 minus all balls plus 01889er 102 44 2700. Burn time 46 and 30 seconds.
Roger, one error, Columbia, on the TIG for DOI. Seconds was 1407, over.
GNC from flight. GNC. Still got the mode.
Right, 1407.
Roger.
That's the road control power. Rotation control. Okay.
What was that now?
Still got rotation control power direct 2 on. I believe it's supposed to be off this time.
Columbia, Houston, we'd like you to turn off your rotational control power direct number 2 off, over.
Flight guidance.
Go, guys.
Okay, we still haven't had the P-52 on the land, waiting for that.
Roger. Just finished his P-30 there.
Roger.
P-30
Yes,
power
it did.
getting.
FAO.
Okay.
Just now moving the antenna out of the way for the P-52.
Okay.
He's 5 minutes behind.
Roger. Copy.
Flight from guidance.
Go, guidance.
The Eagle is attempting to drive the radar without the switching the LGC position. I think he's going to have some problems here.
Okay. Capcom, you want to make a mention of that?
Okay, we need the rendezvous radar to LGC.
Stand by.
Flight control.
Go ahead, control.
Why is that? I missed that. Why was that?
So the Eagle's attempting to drive the rendezvous radar with the LGC with the proper switching position.
So he's trying to designate it.
Trying to designate it.
Yeah.
There he's gone to.
He just did the right functions. Fine.
Capcom, Fido, and Mocha Die.
P-52 and the CMC flight waiting on the limb now. P-52 and the LGC flight.
Columbia, Houston, on those P-76s, friendly reminder from your Fido, add half the burn time to the TIG, over.
Telecom from flight. Go flight. I'd like to check the steerable angles for next stock 219 and plus 30. That's a firm flight. Okay. How's he doing on that 52 guidance?
It's hard to tell. He's marking. That's what I would say.
Okay, on flight controller is about 6 minutes to gonna go for DOI. Start checking your data pretty close.
This is Apollo Control. We're coming up on 15 minutes now until loss of signal with the lunar module. Flight Director Gene Kranz has just advised his flight controllers to review all of their data, take a good close look at the spacecraft in preparation for a go, no-go decision on the descent orbit insertion.
Flight Telcom, go Telcom. We've lost data. If he cannot reacquire, halftime. Roger.
He's doing, same thing happened in 10. In his P-52, he drove that antenna into the stops. You want to halftime me?
Roger.
Columbia, Houston, we've lost data with Eagle. Would you please have him select halftime me, over?
Eagle, this is Columbia. Houston would like you to select halftime me.
Roger, I got it now. Houston, you reading Eagle now on halftime me? That's affirmative, Eagle, reading you 5-5.
Data's in and out. High bit rate. CMC has a good P-52.
Roger.
Flight guidance.
Go, guides.
Limbs complete with 1 star. Working on the other one now.
Okay. Starting to inch up on ignition pretty shortly.
Yeah, I know.
Got 21 minutes to take.
Columbia, Houston, we'll have LOS at 10128. AOS for you, 10215, over.
Okay, all flight controllers, about 60 seconds to go for DOI.
Eagle, Houston, it appeared to us when you're doing the P-52 maneuvering, the S-band high gain went into the stop. Verify that both S-band breakers are in, over.
Roger, I think I got it to 90-0 before it went there. The one on this side's in, and I'll check the other later.
Okay, thank you, Buzz.
Okay, all flight controllers going around the horn. Go for DOI. Retro? Go. Fido? Go. Guidance?
Go after P-52.
Roger. Control? Go. Telcom? Go. GNC? Go. Ecom? Go. Surgeon? Go. Capcom, or go for DOI. We're going to continue watching this P-52.
Eagle, Houston, you're a go for DOI, over.
Flight Telcom? Go Telcom. We can probably get the scribble back.
Roger, go for DOI. Do you have LOS and AOS time?
Roger for you, LOS 10128. AOS 10216, over.
Rather break off what he's doing now. Okay. You can have in case he calls 6172, dial minus 14.
And Buzz, S-band variable update for you on the angles at AOS 219er and yaw 30, over.
All right, that's in the flight plan. Thank you.
All right, just how much longer has he got to go to?
I can't tell. He's got at least a mark to do, I think.
Houston, Columbia, how all the systems looking?
Say again, over.
Just wanted to get a systems check from you sometime prior to LOS.
Roger.
Flight guidance.
Roger.
He's taken at least 5 mark pairs. That's what his alarm is. I'm sure he knows that.
Okay.
He's really marking a lot. 4 ball 3 star with it. Flight.
Houston, Eagle.
Great talking angles.
Striking angles, 993 on 4 zeros and a 3 are minus 00292 plus 00289 minus 00094.
Roger, copy, semi.
We accept them? You accept those guidance? Affirmative. Okay.
Roger, Eagle, you can target, over.
Roger, target.
0. Okay, 8 minutes to LOS. Let's stand tight here.
Columbia wanted a systems check. How's everything looking for Columbia?
That's looking great. We'll check again. GNC? Very happy? How about you, Econ? Great flight. Roger.
Columbia, Houston, your systems are looking good. Going over the hill, about 7 minutes to LOS.
Okay, thank you.
Like, we get a DOI ignition time up on the clock.
Roger. Procedures?
Go ahead, Fly.
Capcom, if you get a chance, you want to slip in and ask him to please biomed switch to commander. They missed it back a while ago. Capcom, flight.
Go ahead, fly.
You get a chance, would you have the crew place biomed to the commander, please?
Roger.
Eagle, Houston, place the biomed to commander, over.
Roger, you got it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, all flight controllers, we got about 5 minutes to go back over our work schedules and make sure we haven't missed anything. I don't have any open items in our work schedule. Flight Telcom. Go Telcom.
The data is just about out all the time now. We can go low bit rate, pick up some data.
Okay. Capcom, why don't we have
about low bit rate?
Yeah, why don't we have them go low bit rate?
Eagle, Houston, we've lost the high bit rate. Would you please select low bit rate, over?
You got it?
And Eagle, on my mark, we'll have 12 minutes till ignition, over.
Roger.
Eagle, Houston, stand by for my mark. Mark, 12 minutes till ignition.
We got it. We have good low bit rate data, flight.
Roger. What site were you on with that high bit rate nominee there?
Madrid.
Madrid? Been pretty good with those 85s.
That's Roger.
Columbia, Eagle, Houston, 3 minutes. LOS, both looking good. Going over the hill.
Columbia, right.
Eagle, right. Flight, Spider.
Go, Spider.
I'd like to take the 10 by 25.
Roger, go ahead.
Thank you.
This is Apollo Control. We've had lots of signal now. The spacecraft
Flight,
Eagle has
LOS.
been given a go for descent orbit insertion. That maneuver to occur in 7 minutes 40 seconds. Out of contact, out of radio contact. The DOI maneuver is scheduled to come at 101 hours, 36 minutes.
Okay, all flight
14
controllers,
seconds.
why don't you take 5, relax a bit, and then let's come in.
That will be a 76.4 foot per second burn. The burn duration, 29.8 seconds. And the resulting orbit for the LEM will be 57.2 by 8.5 nautical miles.
Did you have high gain now?
That's firmly got a little trouble locking up.
I didn't think we were going to get high gain.
Again,
For the dump, right?
That's firmly fine.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, over.
Houston, Columbia, reading you loud and clear. How many?
Roger, bye, Mike. How did he go, over?
Listen, babe, everything's going just swimmingly. Beautiful.
Great. We're standing by for Eagle.
Okay, he's coming along.
We copy out. And Columbia, Houston, we expect to lose your high gain sometime during the power descent, over.
Columbia, Roger. You don't much care, do you?
No, sir.
Let me know when you get the dump, Ecom.
While you're going, I don't think the high green's going to switch in there. We'll skip the dump.
Okay. Skipping dump. Don't lose that data, though.
AOS left.
Roger, AOS left.
We have
Flight,
acquisition of signal
Telcom,
from the
low
left.
bit rate.
Roger, low bit rate. We are at altitude. Low bit rate, altitude. Flight control. Control. You got it. And now we... Guidance, I assume you're standing by for the burn report.
Standing by that in the sunshine.
Roger.
Fine control with the burn attitude.
Roger.
Houston, Eagle, how do you read? Bye, Eagle. We're standing by for your burn report, over.
Roger, the burn was on time. The residuals before nulling, -0.1, -0.4, -0.1. X and Z null to 0. Nulling.
We've lost data. Flight, they're probably going sterling.
We're attempting to restore antenna lock through the big 210-foot dish at Goldstone. We'll stand by.
Just like we lost all data with Eagle.
I didn't check your ad. I don't think you did. Okay, check. Look, real good. 263. I'm ahead of it. Right side up. The final vectors are go. Look real nice. There we go. Right side up. Right side up. We may have locked up on the side lobe. Request we try to reacquire. Use it active. Still reacquiring at this time.
Eagle, Houston, did you call?
AOS land. Roger, AOS land. Looks good, Floyd. Roger.
Eagle, Houston, or Houston Eagle, how do you read now?
Roger, bye, Neil. We copied up to the AGS residuals. Would you please repeat the AGS residuals and the trim correction to sun check, over?
Roger, AGS residuals, minus 0.1, minus 0.2, minus 0.7. And we used the pings noun 86 for Delta VZ, which is 9.5, versus yours, which is 9.1, and I believe that may explain the difference. Apogee 57.2, Paraloon 9.1, Sun check the 3 marks, noun 20 minus noun 22, plus 0.19, plus 0.16, plus 0.11. Over.
Right, copy. Looks great.
Happy guidance? Affirmative, let's go. Okay. Okay, we're off to a good start, Slade.
Guidance says we're go. Now 12 minutes 54 seconds to ignition. Gene Kranz just advised his flight controllers we're off to a good start. Play it cool.
Procedures for flight. We make sure the doors get secured now, please. Procedures for flight. Go ahead. We secure the doors. Roger.
12 minutes now until ignition for powered descent. Everything's still looking very good at this point.
Flight network data from Goldstone is from the 210-foot dish. Roger, 210. Flight, go ahead. Go, guys. Did you get his tickets real good in P63? 700 to the second above. Flight, Delta. We've lost data. For some reason, I still think we may be locked up on the side load. Flight network. We didn't get that straight away. Roger. Flight network. We have Goldstone and we have both.
We presently show the LEM at an altitude of 12.9 nautical miles and descending.
Eagle again, having tried a high gain, over.
Eagle, that's just Bobby. I hit the lost again. They're requesting another try at the high gain.
Goldstone, of course, they still have upwind clouds, but the downlink they have no left. Careful angles and still drift right. I don't want to fly out. Not yet, right. Okay, all flight controllers, keep watching your data. I'm still going to be asking for a go, and I'll go here in about 4 minutes.
Did you tell us we're on the main lobe now? SOCOM?
Say again?
How does the signal strength look?
It's running about 0.88. It's higher than it has been.
Eagle, Houston, we have you now. Do you read, over?
Loud and clear.
Roger, we see your VER 47.
AGS initialization and alignment. Standing by flight. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem was there. It just started oscillating around in yaw. According to the needle, we're picking up a little oscillation right now, as a matter of fact.
Roger, we'll work on it.
Aldrin is referring to the LEM steerable antenna. That comment about the oscillations.
Flight Telcom, I think this is probably due to some skin reflections. Okay. Flight network, we're still on 210 data.
Did you copy the the sun check, Charlie?
That's affirmative. We did, Buzz, out.
See if we can get this alignment initialization again.
Eagle is now at 10.7 nautical miles, 7 minutes 37 seconds from ignition.
Flight guidance, we're going initialize. Roger, going.
Eagle, Houston, the AGS initialization looks good to us, over.
Okay. Control, I'm standing by for the alignment here. Roger. Fido, how are you looking down there? And can I have your pictures, please? Flight, Fido.
How are you doing, and how can I have your digitals?
Okay, they'll be up in a minute. Slide machine to go into power descent.
Roger.
Digitals, channel 22.
22, thank you.
Our radar checks indicate 50,000 foot parallel, and our visual altitude checks are steadying it out at about 53,000.
Roger, copy.
Copy, Fido.
Fido copies.
Hey, flight suggestion, would a little y'all help this high gain? It's terrible.
What do you think, Don?
Sure would, Clyde.
How much? Which direction?
Stand by.
And Houston, we got a 500 alarm early in the program. Went to descent 1, proceeded on it, and we're back at auto again. Over.
Roger, we saw that, Buzz. Thank you much, Al.
10 degrees flag, Clyde.
I think, okay, that wasn't an alarm. That was a code. Okay.
Roger, we saw that.
You want them to roll about 10 degrees, right?
Y'all.
Okay, I'll flight
Eagle
controllers.
Houston, we
About 40
recommend
seconds to the gunner
y'all
go.
10 right will help us on the high gain signal strength, over.
Okay, all flight controllers, go for powered descent. Retro.
Coming up on 5 minutes to
guys,
ignition. Gene Kranz getting a go, no go for descent.
GNC, go. ECOM, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, word go for powered descent.
Eagle Houston, if you read your go for power descent, over.
Hello, it's flight Telcom. Go Telcom. Go on. You want to go on?
Houston, we've lost you on high gain again. Would you please, we recommend
Forward,
y'all right 10 degrees and reapply.
We'd like to go forward on the
Columbia, your go for PDI, and they recommend you yaw right 10 degrees and try the high gain again.
You want to try the yaw first, Don?
Data again, Clyde.
Eagle, you read Columbia?
Right, we read you.
Okay.
Don, you want to try the yaw first?
Eagle Houston, we read your go for PDI, over.
Roger, understand. Stabilization control circuit breakers.
Got string in the eggs. Looks good,
Check your
Clyde.
gimbal AC closed.
Good.
Check your gimbal AC closed. Circuit breakers. Hand over
You're
eye.
saying the alignment's good.
Off.
Yeah, that's correct. Alignment's go, Capcom.
Gimbal enable. State scale 25.
Eagle Houston, your alignment is going, yeah.
3 minutes point early.
How's your mist been looking now, Fido?
Right, Fido, we
JG, look good.
We're go.
Okay, how about you guys?
Holding about 18 foot. We're going to make it a
Position check down range until it's be a little long.
Roger, copy.
That's right.
We can send that, Roger.
Flight controllers, 30 seconds to next gunner, go. Flight controllers and go around the horn. Make your gunner goes based on the data you have for an LOS. So we got a okay, retro, go. Fido, go. Guys, go. Roll. Go. Go. Insert, go. Econ, go. Surgeon, go. Capcom, or go to continue PDI.
Eagle Houston, you're a go to continue
at 4 minutes.
Get that
Roger, you're a go to continue power descent. You're a go to continue power descent.
Altitude 40,000.
Go, guys.
We need that landing rate of 18,000.
Eagle Houston, we got data dropout. You're still looking good.
On the ping.
Roger, copy, guys.
Okay.
Okay, we got data back.
Radar flight looks good.
Raj.
2,000 feet.
Raj, 2,000
Okay,
foot Delta.
good lock on.
We got a lock on?
May know any accept, guys.
Altitude lights out. LH is minus 2,900.
Roger, we copy.
At the earth, right out our front window. Houston, you're looking at our Delta H.
Looks good,
Flight alarm.
Looks good.
Looking good to us, over.
Accepting it, guidance.
1202.
Standing by.
1202.
Looks like it's converging.
Good radar data. Altitude now 33,500 feet.
1202 alarm. Yeah, the same thing we had.
Flight, retro.
Go retro.
Throttle down.
Give us a reading on the 1202 program alarm.
We're going that flight.
We're going that alarm.
Roger, we got you. We're going
If it
that
does
alarm.
reoccur, we'll be go. He's taking in a Duff H now.
Raj.
Roger. 330.
Did you get the throttle down?
6+25, throttle down. 6+25, throttle down.
Flight Fido converging on Delta H.
6+25.
Flight control, we have velocity.
Raj.
We're still go. Altitude 27,000 feet.
Same alarm, and it appears to come up when we have a 1668 up.
Roger, copy.
Okay, we'll monitor his Delta H flight. I think that's what's good.
Okay.
Eagle, Houston, we'll monitor your Delta
And his
H.
alarms.
Raj.
Delta H is beautiful.
Delta H is looking good now. Roger, Delta H is looking good to us.
Okay, all flight controllers inside. 55 down.
On time.
Roger, copy, throttle down.
Throttle down.
Set him in the simulator.
Roger.
How's it looking, guys?
Eggs and things look real close.
Are you wanting to stay out of 68?
Negative flight. I disagree. I'm on to the owner.
Okay.
Altitude now 21,000 feet. Still looking very good.
The Mount 68 now well may be the problem. Yeah, we can monitor Delta H.
Raj.
Flight Fido looking real
Velocity down now to 1,200 feet per second.
You're looking great to us, Eagle.
Telcom, how you
Okay, I'm still on blue, so we may tend to lose as we gradually pitch over. Let me try auto again now, see what
I'm
happens.
going to try the steerable again, Ben. Copy for it.
Okay, looks like it's holding.
Roger, we got good data.
We on steerable down? That's a birdie flight, and it's holding in there pretty good. Raj. Everybody hang tight. 7.5 minutes.
7 minutes, 30 seconds into the burn.
The velocity's beautiful.
Raj.
Altitude 16,300 feet.
Descent 2, fuel crit.
Descent 2, fuel only. No
Fuel.
critical. He didn't want to say critical.
Raj. Descent 2, fuel.
Eagle, Houston, it's descent 2, fuel to monitor, over.
72.
Altitude 13,005.
Flight Fido looking real good.
Velocity 9,100 feet per second.
Made it switch over time, please.
Roger, stand by. You're looking great at 8 minutes.
You got an estimated, what's our T go, Reds?
Correction on that velocity now reading 760 feet per second.
It's the P-64.
Okay, we still got landing radar, guys. Okay, is it converged?
Beautiful.
Has it converged?
Yes.
Okay.
Flight Fido, we're go. Look real good.
Raj, Fido.
Fido says we're go. Altitude 9,200 feet.
830, you're looking great.
Descent rate 129 feet per
Okay,
second.
they got
We
64.
copy.
He goes good.
Raj, he goes go.
Yeah, position 2 on their lock.
Raj, position 2, all flight controllers, 20 seconds to go. Go for land.
Eagle, you're looking great. Coming up 9 minutes.
We're now in the approach phase. Everything looking good. Altitude 5,200
Okay, all
feet.
flight controllers, gonna go for landing. Retro. Go, Fido. Go. Go. Control.
Manual
Go.
altitude
Go.
control
GNC. Go.
He's got the copy.
Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for
Altitude
landing.
4,200.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over.
Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet.
Copy.
Alarm. 1201. 1201.
Roger, 1201 alarm.
1201 alarm.
Same time, we're go. Flight.
Okay,
We're
we're
go.
go.
Same type, we're go.
Flight Fido right.
2,000
Real good,
feet.
Raj.
2,000 feet. Into the ag. 47 degrees.
Roger.
47 degrees.
How's the margin looking, Doc?
It looks okay.
Okay.
Eagle looking great, you're go.
Altitude 1,600.
Looks good.
Right.
1,400 feet. Still looking very good.
Roger, 1202, we copy it.
How you doing?
35 degrees.
We look good. You're fine.
35 degrees.
Go.
750.
Guidance, you happy?
Go. Down to 23.
Go.
700 feet, 21 down. 33 degrees. 100 feet down at 19. 540 feet down at 30. Down at 15.
Attitude hold.
Okay, at hold.
think we better be quiet.
Hey, 400 feet down at 9.
Okay, the only call out.
Yeah, the same thing we had.
Right, retro.
Go retro.
Throttle down.
Give us the reading on the 1202 program alarm.
We're going that flight.
We're going that alarm.
Roger, we got you. We're going
If it
that
doesn't
alarm.
reoccur, we'll be go. He's taking in his up H now.
Roger.
Roger. 330.
Did you get the throttle down?
6.25, throttle down. 6.25, throttle down.
Flight Fido converging on Delta H.
6.25.
Flight control, we have velocity. Roger. We're still go, altitude 27,000 feet.
Same alarm, and it appears to come up when we have a 1668 up.
Roger, copy.
Okay, we'll monitor his Delta H flight. I think that flight's good.
Okay.
Eagle Houston, we'll monitor your Delta
And
H.
his alarms.
Roger.
Delta H is beautiful.
Delta H is looking good. Roger, Delta H is looking good to us.
Okay, all flight control, everything tight. Should be throttling down.
On time.
Roger, copy, throttle down.
Throttle down.
Better in the simulator.
Roger.
How's it looking, guys?
Eggs and things look real close.
You want him to stay out of 68?
Negative flight. I just will be a monitor on it.
Okay. Altitude now 21,000 feet, still looking very good.
The Mount 68 now well may be the problem here, and we can monitor Delta H.
Right.
Flight Fido looks real
Velocity down now to 1,200 feet per second.
You're looking great to us, Eagle.
Telcom, how you?
Okay, I'm still on blue, so we may tend to lose as we gradually pitch over. Let me try auto again now, see what happens.
Gonna try the steerable again, Ben. Copy for it.
Okay, looks like it's holding.
Roger, we got good data.
We on steerable down? That's a birdie flight, and it's holding in there pretty good. Right. Everybody hang tight. 7.5 minutes. 7 minutes, 30 seconds into the burn.
The velocity's beautiful.
Roger. Altitude 16,300 feet. Descent to fuel crit.
Descent to fuel only. No
Fuel.
critical.
We just want to say critical. Right. Descent to fuel.
Eagle Houston, it's descent to fuel to monitor, over.
Lights on.
Bravo 1 alarm.
Bravo 1 alarm.
Same type, we're go, flight.
Okay, we're go.
Same type, we're go.
Flight Fido right on.
2,000
Real
feet,
good. Right.
2,000 feet, into the ag, 47 degrees. Roger. 47 degrees.
How's the margin looking, Doc? It looks okay.
Right. Eagle looking great, your go.
Altitude 1,600.
Looks good.
Right. 1,400 feet, still looking very good.
Roger, 1202, we copy you.
How you doing?
35 degrees.
We look good. You're fine.
35 degrees. 750.
Go. Guidance, you happy?
Coming down at 23.
Go.
700 feet, 21 down. 33 degrees. 100 feet down at 19. 540 feet down at 30. Down at 15.
Attitude hold. Okay, at hold.
I think we better be quiet.
Okay, 400
Right.
feet down at 9.
Okay, the only call outs from now on will be
Forward.
fuel.
10 and 50 feet down at 4. 33.5 down. They're pegged on horizontal velocity. 300 feet down 3.5. 47 forward. Put up. Down 1.5 down. 70. 4 forward, drift into the right a little.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Okay. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. ACA at a descent. Post control post, auto descent engine command override off. Engine arm off. Port 13 is in.
We've had shutdown.
We copy you down, Eagle.
Okay, everybody, T1. Stand by T1.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You're looking good here.
Okay, we're going to be busy for a minute. After Armand, take care of the T10. I'll get this up there.
Well, flight controller is about 45 seconds to T1, stay, no stay.
What? That 14+2 looks beautiful.
Roger.
Very smooth touchdown.
Okay, keep the chatter down in this room. Pyro's are bloody. Roger. Okay, T1, stay, no stay. Retro. Stay. Fido. Stay. Right. Stay. Control. Shotgun. Stay. Decon. Stay. Surgeon. Capcom, we're stay for T1.
Okay, it looks like we're mending the oxidizer now.
Roger, Eagle, and you are stay for T1. Over. Eagle, you are stay for T1.
Roger. Betting on.
Roger. And we see him stay for T1. Roger, and we see you venting the ox.
Pyro safe. Roger.
Roger.
Radar circuit breaker.
Okay, all flight controllers, 4 more minutes to T2, stay, no stay.
368, we have a Mount 43.
Roger, landing verification.
Mount 43. Over.
Roger, we have it.
Yes, sir. I read Columbia on the high gain.
Roger, we read you 5 by Columbia. He has landed Tranquility Base. Eagle is at Tranquility, over.
Yeah, I heard the whole thing.
Well, good show.
Fantastic.
Top reset.
Okay, let's track them through these procedures now.
Like, now we got the high gain back and everything.
Roger.
The next major stay, no stay will be for the T2 event. That is at 21 minutes, 26 seconds after initiation of powered descent.
Columbia went up telemetry command reset to reacquire on the high gain.
Copy out.
Roger.
Doesn't he need a new TIG there for T3?
Affirmative. He has it on the learn surface pad.
Right.
T2 TIG.
Okay, we're in B12. Guidance, I'd like to get a go from you when you're happy with the TIG and T12 and you're happy with the platform.
Roger. The platforms are right together.
We have an unofficial time for that touchdown.
Yes, sir.
2 hours, 45 minutes, 42 seconds, and we will update that.
Eagle, Houston, you loaded R2 wrong. We want 10254.
Guidance, you call?
Capcom got it.
Okay.
Roger.
Telcom from flight. Go flight. How are all your fluid systems? They look great, flight. Okay.
Wait a minute. First thing we want to know is, did he go to manual mix?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, this is Houston. We're reading you loud and clear. Break. Buzz, this is Houston through Tranquility, over.
Roger, Houston. This is Buzz through Tranquility. How do you read, over?
Reading you loud and clear, Buzz, out.
Okay, and Capcom, our data all looks good, too.
Roger, understand the data.
Okay, and you getting a signal on the TV, over?
And we're getting a picture on the TV.
You got a good picture, huh?
There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail.
Okay, would you verify the position, the opening I ought to have on the camera?
Stand by. Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now.
Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up.
Roger, we copy.
It's a pretty good little jump.
Buzz, this is Houston. F2, 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera.
Okay. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The LEM footpads are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine. I'm going to step off the LEM now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. As the surface is fine and powdery, I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot. I only go in a small fraction of an inch, maybe an eighth of an inch, but I can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles.
Yeah, this is Houston. We're copying.
Rays emanating from the descent engine, but very insignificant amount. Okay, Buzz, we ready to stand down about the fourth rung. Stand down about the fourth rung up. There you go. Okay, now I think I'll do the same. A little more. About another inch. There, you got it? That's a good step. Yep. About a 3-footer. Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Both PLSS is nominal on consumables.
Looks like the secondary strut have little thermal effects on it right here, Neil. Yeah, I noticed that. Seems to be the worst, although similar effects are on all around. Powder is very, very fine powder, isn't it? Isn't it fine? Right in this area, I don't think there's much of any fine powder. Some clouds together, it's hard to tell whether it's a cloud or a rock. Notice how you can pick it up, and it bounces, and then take that part. Go out here with
Capcom, you have data?
Yeah, flight Capcom.
No data yet, flight.
We recommend having him move over more to the left-hand side of our screen.
Leave him alone. You got Columbia too, I think, Captain.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, ALS, over.
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
I don't know.
Acquisition.
14 hours, 8 minutes, 12 seconds.
Now, I didn't get a stereo pair of those two, but they're right in the vicinity of the solar wind. You said anything else I can get in the box? Okay. Neil, this is Houston. After you've got the core tubes and the solar wind, anything else that you can throw into the box would be acceptable. I do.
Cap was right.
I got the cap.
Got the cap?
They're both good caps on around.
Okay.
And you want to pick up some stuff and I'll
Get these receptacles.
throw the solar wind in.
EMU flight. Go ahead, flight. How you doing? We're real fine, flight. You know we have a little extra lifetime there. Okay, Sergeant, flight, how are you? Doing fine, flight, Sergeant.
Buzz Aldrin retrieving the solar wind experiment.
In accordance with the procedures on Foxtrot 9-7 in your checklist, and
And Houston, Tranquility, have you had enough TV for today?
Tranquility, this is Houston. Yes, indeed, it's been a mighty fine presentation there.
Okay, signing off. See you again tomorrow.
Roger.
And the TV went off at 114 hours, 25 minutes, 47 seconds.
Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, over. Roger, sorry to bother you, Columbia. Two things. We request that you select 10 degrees deadband in your DAP in accordance with the procedures on Foxtrot 9-7 in your checklist. And secondly, we'd like to leave a display on the disky that is not one that's cycling and being continuously updated. What you have when you get through widening the deadband will be a static display, and that'll be satisfactory, over. Roger, good night again. Tranquility Base, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead.
Roger, on your mission timer, we wanted to pull the circuit breaker and let it cool down for an hour and a half to 2 hours. I believe the breaker is currently open. It has been off. So go ahead and reset the mission timer circuit breaker. Put the timer control to reset and hold it in reset for 30 seconds, and then slew it to your desired settings left to right, and place the timer control to start. Over.
Okay, we'll try it. Houston, our mission timer seems to be fluid. Okay, you want to give us a time hack? Or can we get up the CMC? LGC, I mean.
Roger, Tranquility. I'll give you a time hack at 114.3100. It's about 30 seconds from now. Over. Stand by for a mark at 114.31. Stand by. Mark. Tranquility, this is Houston. Did you copy my mark at 114.31?
Roger. Thank you, and our mission timer is running now.
Roger, very good. And I've got a consumables update for you if you're ready to copy or listen. Over.
Stand by. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, RCS Alpha is 81%. RCS Bravo 75%. Coming up on 115 hours GET, descent oxygen is 31.8 pounds or 59%. Descent amp hours 858 and ascent amp hours 574. Over.
Roger, copy. Thank you very much.
Roger out. Tranquility, this is Houston. We also have a set of about 10 questions relating to observations you made, things you may have seen during the EVA. You can either discuss a little later on this evening or sometime later in the mission. At your option. How do you feel? Over.
I guess we can take a couple up now.
Okay, and your friendly green team here has pretty well been relieved by your friendly maroon team, and I'll put Owen on with the questions.
Tranquility. Okay, thank you, Bruce. And this? Good.
Tranquility, Houston. First question here is your best estimate of the yaw on the limb as compared to the nominal pre-flight plan. Over.
We got 13 degrees left on the ball, and I think that's probably about right. Looking at the shadow and so on, we're probably about 13 degrees left of the shadow.
Roger, that's 13 degrees left of the shadow. And next question relates to the depth of the bulk sampling that you obtained near the first part of the EVA, and any changes in composition that you might have observed during the bulk sampling interval. Over.
I'm not sure I understand that question, but we got a good bit of the ground mass in the bulk sample, plus a sizable number of selected rock fragments of different types.
Roger, Neil. One of the implications here is the depth from which the bulk sample was collected. Did you manage to get down several inches or near the surface? Over.
We've got some down from as much as 3 inches in the area where I was looking at the variation with depth in the bulk sample. There really wasn't appreciable difference, and I didn't run into any hard band. Later on, or at some other times in other areas, why I'd get down just a short distance, an inch or two, and couldn't go any further.
Roger, I believe we understand down as deep as 3 inches, did not hit any hard bed, and no significant changes in composition to that depth. Next question,
I had the switches there.
Copy, Lumen 0. Okay.
Yeah, start. Okay, stabilization control for configured. All power.
Rate scale 25. Looks like there's very little difference between the two.
Roger.
We've got number 2 reading 3050, and number 1 is reading 3000, and it drops down to 2990. So I'm not sure that it's really indicative that it didn't go. Over.
Roger, we copy and we agree.
Flight control. Yeah. Let's press on nominal liftoff configuration with ascent feed. And if we see bottle 2 not coming down, then we will ask them to open the main and close ascent feed. Independent of the rate at which helium tank 1 is coming down the rod, the fact that tank 2 did not flow. So it'll be our confirmation. Okay, that's your final recommendation, Roger flight. Capcom flight. Let them know that we'll watch that after takeoff, and if we don't get tank 2, we'll recommend it going to the RCS.
Okay, I assume we're go for liftoff, and we'll proceed with the SNP.
That's right. And let them know
Roger, that's correct. And we'll go ahead and watch tank 2. If it doesn't, tank 2 doesn't decrease, we'll tell you to close the ascent feeds and open the shutoffs. Over.
Flight guidance.
Go.
Going to exit initialize.
Flight control. Yeah. We'll be fueling those quantities on.
Okay, ascent feeds are open and shutoffs are closed.
Go flight. Surgeon, go flight.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good to us.
Coming up on T-2.
Okay, master arm on.
Master arm. Philip,
5 seconds, I'm going to get aboard stage and engine arm. You're going to hit proceed, right? You missile.
Guidance reports both navigation systems on Eagle are looking good.
Whiskey blanks. Got that answer code? Place to put it? Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, work stage, engine arm ascent, proceed. God. Look at that stuff go all over the place. Look at that shadow, beautiful. 26, 36 feet per second up. Go ahead, 5 for the pitch over. Very smooth. Balance couple off. Very quiet ride. There's that one crater on there. See if you can see me.
1,000 feet high, 80 feet per second vertical rise.
All the way up front of it.
Eagle Houston, request manual start override.
Roger.
2,600 feet altitude.
See it. Nope.
Eagle Houston, 1 minute, you're looking good. 130 feet, vertical rise rate.
A little bit of slow wallowing back and forth. Not very much thruster activity.
Roger, mighty fine.
Control, how's the yield to the flight? The helium looked good all around.
700, 150 up, beautiful. 9,000.
Looking good, Captain.
AAG degrees within a foot per second.
Looking good. All of it.
Nice. Good at 2, Captain.
Eagle Houston, you're looking good at 2. Ping, zags, missed in, all agree.
That's 1,000. 170 up, beautiful. 14,000. And a foot per second again, AGs to ping.
We see that flight. Go system.
Gotcha. Control, looking good flight. Looks real good.
Looking good.
Find all sources on the money.
That band looks like it's holding good, Houston.
Yeah, that's it.
Roger, we concur. It's great.
1,400, 185.
Aldrin is reading the horizontal velocity first, and then the vertical velocity. It's now 1,424 feet per second. Vertical velocity, 187 vertical velocity.
Eagle Houston, your go at 3 minutes. Everything's looking good.
Andrew?
4 minutes flight. 4 to go.
Right on H-dot. Coming up to the H-dot max now.
Looking good, dude. Charlie, feeling tracking. Coming right on down. Okay, now.
Right,
Is that right? Roger.
I'm going right down US1.
Roger.
Yeah.
Go system.
Real tight, huh?
Better than ever.
Okay. Fido.
Height now approaching 32,000 feet.
At 4, Captain. Okay.
Eagle Houston, 4 minutes. You're going right down the track. Everything's great.
Horizontal velocity approaching 2,500 feet per second.
Get the beam now for right now.
Roger.
3 minutes to go, fly.
Some 120 miles to go until insertion.
Okay.
Go.
In the year 2525, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may find. In the year 3535, ain't gonna need to tell the truth, tell no lies. Everything you think, do, and say is in the pill you took today. In the year 4545, ain't gonna need your teeth, won't need your eyes. You won't find a thing to chew. Nobody's gonna look at you. In the year 5555, your arms are hanging limp at your sides. Your legs got nothing to do. Some machine doing back for you. In the year 65, 65, ain't gonna meet no husband, won't meet no wife. You pick your son, pick your daughter too, from the bottom of a long glass tube. Whoa, whoa. In the year 7510, if God's a-coming, he ought to make it by then. Maybe he'll look around himself and say, guess it's time for the judgment day. In the year 8510, God is gonna shake his mighty head. He'll either say, I'm pleased where man has been, or tear it down and start again. Whoa, whoa. In the year 95, I'm kind of wondering if man is gonna be alive. He's taken everything this old earth can give, and he ain't put back nothing. Whoa, whoa. Now it's been 10,000 years. Man has cried a billion tears for what he never knew. Now man's reign is through, but through eternal night, the twinkling of starlight, so very far away, maybe it's only yesterday. In the year 2525, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may find. In the year
240 to go.
We got the manual start right up front of the line. We have no auto line thing around.
Okay, there's Ritter off there. And there it is, right there. Where there's Schmidt.
5 minutes. Hold on.
And that's impressive looking at it. Eagle Houston, you're great. Looking good.
All three data sources are agreeing quite closely here. The three-color plot board on the front emission control here is almost superimposed as each of the three colors are scribed on the scribing plotter.
Tracking right. Harmony. We're a little above our predicted. Good.
out to the sounding jet. It's brought to the right.
Rate's good there, Joe. All right.
We're going to go, flight.
Okay.
Go, bus systems.
Joe, here we go. No, go.
Eagle Houston, still looking 95.
Roger, good agreement in Delta V to go in both Ags and Pings.
Roger.
Joe, let me know when you have it.
Minute to go, flight.
You know I'm off. Okay, Roger.
1 minute to go in the burn. 4,482 feet per second, horizontal velocity.
800 to go. 700 to go. Dang it, open up the main shutoff.
Go to main shutoff.
30 seconds, flight.
SNC closed, pressure's holding good, cross speed off.
Good to go, right?
350 to go.
Has not closed, hasn't it? Just
I'll give it a
hasn't it? Closed, cross speed closed.
Stand by on the engine arm. 90, okay, off, 50. Shut down.
Arm off. Roger. Shut down.
We got 53373, 32.8 feet per second, 60,666.
Go also.
Great. Go, Artie.
Eagle Roger, we copy. It's great. Go.
And we got our residuals.
Okay.
Look at the residuals.
Take those out.
Yeah, take it.
Rhino, do you want anything at all?
Trim the residuals, flight. Trim the residuals.
Eagle Houston, trim residuals.
All of them, sorry.
Showing a paraloon of 9.1 nautical miles, apaloon 47.2 nautical miles on the pings.
Engine fire override.
All three systems are go.
And what engine one? Engine fire override. Okay. Capcom reset. Abort stage.
Cutoff velocity showing about 55-37 feet per second, plus or minus a foot or so on each of the three systems.
Okay. Yeah.
Close enough.
Good enough, Capcom.
Eagle Houston, trim looks good.
That's good. Okay, that sounds a little on the high side.
Guys, we get for 252.
Okay. Okay, Houston, we show 47.3 by 9.5.
Roger, 47.2, but 9.5.
Okay. Right, so, how'd you get those? Yes, with the reset.
Tag says 9.5.
Okay.
46.6.
Eagle Houston, copy.
But you want to the abort stage
Eagle Houston, request abort stage reset. Engine stop reset. Load control at hold and get transfer.
Roger.
Here in mission control, the scribing plotter showing the velocity and height
Here we go again.
Proceed with P-52 as per normal.
All right, Eagle is back in orbit, having left Tranquility Base and leaving behind the replica from our Apollo 11 patch, the Olive Bridge.
Eagle Houston, roger, we copy. The whole world is proud of you.
There's a lot of help there.
You're going to have their own radar configured to get an idea of that.
Eagle Columbia, I've got 470 now for RDOT, and I just broke block. Could you hold silent for a few seconds there while I require? Columbia is required.
32 seconds to go. Here in Mission Control, the scribing plotters have been replaced with the lunar orbit tracking chart showing Eagle behind Spider some 20 degrees in longitude. Flight Operations Director Chris Kraft commented that he felt like some 500 million people around the world were helping push Eagle off the moon and back into orbit. We're continuing to monitor transmissions between the ground and Eagle and Columbia. Apollo Control standing by.
There's a lot of dust in the cockpit of you. Now, it's a fair amount.
Columbia Houston, request poo and accept, and we'll give you a good old limb vector. Over.
I heard him saying something in the background. He might have heard you.
Flight GNC, he just went 52. Flight guidance.
Yeah.
There he's back in poo, but I don't know if you heard us. We still have up cam and block.
Okay, when you see it in accept go, I think he heard you.
Mark, we're going now. Flight.
Okay. Control, how's the RCS look?
Second flight.
How's the RCS look? We are in good shape, flight. 77 in system A and 71 in system B. A, 71 in B. Good shape. Holding tight, huh? Roger. Okay. Flighty come. Come. We commanded back up downwards, clean up that noise for you. Thank you. And Mike, if you come down a little weak, we're expecting high gains soon. Okay. Capcom, CSM may be weak.
Okay, maybe. And the length of the Eagle updated link off. Also,
Or just turned off light. Okay.
Is that you say it's already off?
He said the rendezvous radar.
Oh, okay.
Just went off. What did you say, Yoda, Capcom?
Well, he's got the updated link switch in voice backup now. Got to go off on that.
Right, Telcom. Telcom.
Go, flight.
What do you want with the up data switch?
He can go ahead and put it in off. Eagle Houston, you can go ahead and turn your updated link switch off. Roger, it's off. Roger.
Okay, Pat, I'm standing by for CSI 2 estimate from you.
Flight control.
Go. RCS 5154. Okay.
252 in the left, flight.
352 in the left.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. During the ascent phase, the heart rates on the Eagle crew reached 90 for Neil Armstrong, 120 for Buzz Aldrin. They're now back down in the 80s.
We're some 28 minutes, 15 seconds from loss of signal with Columbia. 29 minutes, 52 seconds away from loss of signal on Eagle.
Quite right. Yeah. I think we told you CMC does not have cruise speed 52. Does not have to.
Houston, the Ag says a Delta H is 15.5.
Eagle Houston, Roger, 15.5.
And a maneuver of 51.3.
Half time is right.
Roger, we copy. And Eagle, half Omni, over.
Roger, half Omni.
Columbia, Houston,
We got now. Columbia there, he's down. Well, he's down looking good. Yeah, we'll go for hiking anytime. I've passed Captain Austin. We have come out now. We should have.
That's great. I've got 51, 52, and 51.6. Three sources I've got, and I'm waiting for the 20 minutes. Lights up. Yeah.
Roger, your thoughts. And I can see it reflecting out the window there. Let's see what it is.
Eagle Houston in a blind, try low bit rate, over.
Roger, low bit rate. I've got 3.8 signal strength, over.
Eagle Houston, Roger, we copy your signal, thanks, 3.8.
37, I think.
Get up, short.
Control flight, all you configuration, that's good. But yeah, part of it, verify for configuration. Okay, no, I bet you. Okay. That's doing anything in either direction.
That's fun, flight status static. He's got about 6 more minutes. He's not going to put that on his track.
After insertion. And we need the sex arm circuit breakers closed.
127 hours, 50 minutes, round elapsed time. Less than a minute now away from acquisition of the spacecraft Columbia. Hopefully flying within a few feet of it will be Eagle. Docking should take place about 10 minutes from now, according to the flight plan. However, this is a crew option matter. Standing by for word that data is coming in from the two spacecraft.
If I roll 120, roll left.
When they get to that, right.
This is lunar revolution number 27 for Columbia.
window when I get you out of picture.
Okay, stand by.
Hey, right now, you okay, you got me.
Have LEM AOS.
Eagle and Columbia, Houston, standing by. Roger, we're station keeping.
Roger.
Up this, translate up just a little and get a better view. Bottom side. Keep that. Yeah, that's getting about it with the right attitude, I think. Yeah, that's all about that. I drove pretty far. I don't know just how much. Oh, it's going to come on. That's it. Going to ag. Yeah, good. Flight network.
Yeah.
Trying to get the CSM. We have LEM on the CSM.
Ecom, you don't have any data at all yet. Negative flight success. Site
An ag select flight. Okay, Mike. I'll try to get in position here, and then you got it.
Go ahead. The telecom flight, did you hear him talk about preventing something in the line? It's hitting the stick out, right?
Hello, Columbia, Houston. We'll have a attitude and a little blip burn for you at about 1-3.
Off the station keep.
Okay, and we'll just have him translate behind.
Raj, just station keep in a position after the LEM. Flight GNC. Go GNC. He has not yet enabled B3 and C4. He'll
Flight.
Goes through the thrusting. Okay.
We're going to go to 130.15 for the maneuver.
Okay. You want him to enable B3 and C4, is that correct? That's correct.
How about waiting light to jettison?
But in the
Okay, let her go in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Copy out.
Okay, let's everybody monitor the jettison here.
983 reading -4 balls 3, -3 balls 3, or correction, both register 1 and register 2 are reading -4 balls 3. Register 3 is zeros. The EMS remained on 100.0. Fairly loud noise, and it appears to be departing, I would guess, several feet per second. Roger. Can you try to station keep with it, Mike?
Hey, stand by.
Just stand by now.
Fido from flight.
Will do.
Go, flight.
It says it looks like it's departing at several feet per second now. You don't want him to start chasing this.
Was initially made to jettison the LEM at 130 hours, 30 minutes. However, the crew continued ahead of schedule. They were ready to jettison ahead of that time. And Collins reported at 1:30:10, about 17 minutes ago, that they had jettisoned the LEM. And he said it had departed at several feet per second. And we heard a comment from Buzz Aldrin that he noticed some cracks in the thermal covering around the LEM tunnel docking area. However, he said it did not appear to be a structural crack, but merely some cracks in the thermal covering. We're currently scheduled to perform the small reaction control system maneuver with the command and service module for separation from the LEM at 130 hours, 30 minutes, or about 12 minutes from now. We'll pick up this pass as it began on tape, and when we've caught up, we'll continue to follow the activities live.
Flight, Fido. Go, Fido. Does he want a maneuver load on this? We'd rather not. We'd rather give him a pad.
Okay.
He just needs a P30, P41.
Roger.
Pad.
Okay. Give him one.
We can generate the load, though.
Well, come on. Then get together. We can get
good. It's a bit easier on him. Let's do it.
Flight, Capcom.
Go, Capcom.
He's got a rough attitude for him. I'm going to start him maneuvering
okay, fine.
to 230.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston, would you start a maneuver to a about pitch of 230 for this little tweak burn over?
Roger, pitch 230.
Raj, Mike, can verify track mode in auto for the high gain.
Yeah, on flight controllers, we should be burning.
Thank you. Probably get the sun in your window on this one.
Yeah, I believe. Cover the ground
Pitch 2, mark it.
Starting at 1.
The R2, mark it.
0. Got it? 0. Fredo, go Fredo. I would like to take a checkpoint. Roger.
For the trans-earth injection burn.
NA, done. Plus 1103. Minus 17237. 11806. 36275. 1950452. NF Vegas 42172 012. You did all it? Second. Right. Out of the window, 10 degrees. T minus 200. Section star at 1410. Over.
Roger, Buzz. Good read back. You're very weak. If you're ready to copy, I got a TEI 31 for you. Over.
All right, go ahead.
Apollo 11, Houston, you were cut out. Say again.
Roger, stand by 1.
Roger.
All right, go ahead. I'm ready to copy.
Roger 11, TEI 31, SPS GNN 366901 minus 061 plus 066 137 22 39er 85 plus 32 838 plus 06845 minus 02487 NA pitch 052. Rest of the pad is NA. Ready for your read back. Over.
Roger, TEI 31, SPS GNM 36691 minus 061 plus 066 137 22 39er 85 plus 32838 plus 06845 minus 02487 NA pitch 052. The rest is NA. Over.
Roger, good read back. And Buzz, did you say sextant star visible after 13450?
No, I wrote down 13410. I wasn't real sure about that.
Roger, it went by me there. Retro coded. It's 13450. Over.
Okay, 13450. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is Apollo Control at 134 hours 10 minutes. We have about 47 minutes 30 seconds before losing contact with Apollo 11 as it goes behind the moon in preparation for the trans-earth injection burn. With the burn, we would reacquire the spacecraft at 135 hours 34 minutes 11 seconds. Without the trans-earth injection burn on the upcoming revolution, we would reacquire at 135 hours, 43 minutes, 50 seconds. The final figures on that burn, as passed up to the crew a few minutes ago, are as follows. Ignition will occur at 135 hours, 23 minutes, 42 seconds. The burn duration will be 2 minutes, 28 seconds. That will add 3,284 feet per second to the spacecraft velocity, starting it on its path back to Earth. And we would consume about 10,000 pounds of propellant with that burn. Splash would occur, according to our preliminary figures, just about precisely as predicted in the flight plan. We'll continue to monitor now for any further conversation from the spacecraft.
Fido from flight. Flight, Fido. What I'm talking about are using these TEI abort modes, the numbers we have for updating the spacecraft. You're pretty confident in those numbers?
Yeah, stand by. That's what I'm checking now, Flight.
Okay. Flight network. On network?
We need to recycle the CPs.
Okay, all flight controllers, we're recycling the CPs.
Flight Fido.
Go Fido.
I would not update the flight plan numbers.
Okay, fine. That saves that problem. Fido, can you give me the acquisition times corresponding to each one of those modes?
Say again, Flight.
Can you give me the acquisition times? What time would we acquire misspin for each one of those modes?
It would take a while, but I can probably work it out.
Don't you have some simple thing that you can...
Neg.
Okay.
Flight network, we're back up. The CP.
Go network. You're back up, right?
That's perfect, Flight. Flight control more, please.
Roger. Fido, I'd like to have those times if you could do it conveniently.
Say again, Flight.
I'd like to have those times if you can do it conveniently.
Okay, let's see what we can do.
Okay. Tell you what. Let's make it easy. Let's not waste your time there, Fido. I'll just pick the nominal acquisition time, and I'll pick the
Well, I'll tell you what.
acquisition time for a proper burn.
I'll run it if I can. No sweat, really.
I'd suggest you don't waste your time on it.
Its speed by about 3,280 feet per second, or about 2,240 miles per hour.
Thank you, some contact network.
Honeysuckle. Guam.
Roger, send out for a keying check. Houston contact testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2.
E52. To go into their pre-sleep checklist. Capcom from flight. Go. One note there.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. If you're not busy now, I can read you up the morning news.
Okay, we're all listening.
Say again, 11?
Roger, we're all listening. Go ahead.
Roger from the hot wires of the Public Affairs Office. Apollo 11 still dominates the news around the world. Only 4 nations, Communist China, North Korea, North Vietnam, and Albania, have not yet informed their citizens of your flight and landing on the moon. One newsman said that he has run out of ways to describe your success. Tonight, President Nixon is scheduled to watch the All-Star baseball game in Washington. After the game, he will depart for the Pacific Recovery Area. Wednesday evening, he will fly from Johnston Island by helicopter to the Navy communications ship Arlington. Then on Thursday morning, he will reboard the helicopter and fly to the Hornet in time to witness your splashdown. Accompanying the president will be Secretary of State William Rogers and Frank Borman. They will watch the splashdown from the bridge of the recovery ship with Admiral John Sidney McCain, Jr., commander of the Pacific Forces. Following the President's stay aboard the Hornet, he will depart for his tour of Asia and scheduled visit to Romania. Luna 15 is believed to have crashed into the Sea of Crises yesterday after orbiting the moon 52 times. The Soviet news agency TASS reported that, quote, scientific research in near-moon space was carried out, unquote. Sir Bernard Lovell at Jodrell Bank Observatory said that Luna 15 hit the surface of the moon at a speed of about 300 miles per hour. Things have been relatively quiet recently in Vietnam. GIs on patrol were observed carrying transistor radios tuned into your flight. The Armed Forces radio and TV network in Vietnam gave the mission full coverage. Skirmishes still continue between the Egyptians and Israelis along the Suez Canal. UN observers there are trying to halt the action. In Washington, the House Ways and Means Committee has voted to reduce the 27.5% oil depletion allowance to 20%. We've had rain several times here in the Houston area. Today it is cloudy and more showers are expected. On the sports front, as we mentioned earlier, the All-Star game is tonight. There were no games played yesterday. Last night in New York, the Baseball Writers Association of America named Babe Ruth the greatest ball player of all time. Joe DiMaggio was named the greatest living ball player. Frank Borman made the announcements at a dinner honoring the players. Joe Namath put in a full day at the New York Jets training camp. 5 policemen had a hard time restraining about 500 kids who wanted to touch Broadway Joe. He said he feels fine and will play in the All-Star game August 1 if Coach Webb Eubank lets him. The Oilers camp at Kerrville got wet yesterday, but the workouts continued. There have been some minor injuries, but nothing too serious. Coach Wally Lem is satisfied so far with the workouts. The Oilers are expecting attendance by over 30,000 for the preseason game with Buffalo. Apparently, Don Meredith's retirement isn't expected to dampen enthusiasm, especially around here in Houston. Mario Andretti won the 200-mile Trenton Auto Race Sunday and is now the leading race driver in the U.S. Auto Club's point standings. And that's about the summary of the morning news this afternoon in Houston. Over.
Look up the Dow Jones Industrial Report.
Roger, stand by a minute, please. Apollo 11, this is Houston. We see you in Pooh when you can give us accept. We have a state vector and target load uplink ready for you.
Roger, Houston. Go ahead. You got the computer.
Roger, thank you. Apollo 11, we've completed the uplink. The computer's yours.
Thank you.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger. With respect to the Dow Jones Industrials, since closing on Tuesday afternoon, the 15th, up to about 1:05 p.m. Houston time this afternoon, why the effect has been a net drop that is minus 6 points on the industrial average. So far today, since opening, the
More mundane affairs. Now that we've left the moon, I'd like to trace through a little bit for you developments that have taken place in the food department. I'm sure you've always type of a drink container. A little later, Mike will show you how the water gun operates with its new filter to take out the hydrogen. Essentially, this water gun is put in this end and filled up this bag with water, and the drink then dissolves in the water, and this end of the outfeeding. Likewise, we have other foods that are more solid nature. You can probably see this shrimp cocktail meal. This afternoon, while the two of us had salmon salad. Another early development was the use of bite-sized food.
11, Houston, Buzz, you're breaking up badly. Would you check your box, over?
Roger, how am I coming through now, Charlie?
Roger, you're very clear when you come through. It's just that your box is not keying at every word, over.
Okay. These bite-sized objects were designed to remove the problem of having so many crumbs floating around in the cabin. So they designed a particular size that would be able to go into the mouth all at once. I think since all of our experience, we've discovered that we can progress a good bit further than that back to some of the type meals that we have on Earth. As a matter of fact, on this flight, we've carried along pieces of bread. And along with the bread, we have a ham spread. And I'll show you, I hope, how easy it is to make some ham. Environment of 0G. We've discovered that it is quite easy to all very familiar with.
Very good. Right, now he's drifting out quite a bit in the road. Okay. What do you want to tell us? We go past one now, it's probably get 100 now. Cap down, flight the roll rate, so you get up there.
Apollo 11, Houston, we noticed your roll rate increasing. Would you please see if you can bring that down to about 0 for us, so we'll be losing a high gain shortly, over.
We can also use zero gravity to demonstrate many things that we've all learned in school. I'd like to demonstrate briefly how easy it is to explain the action of a gyroscope. If I spin this can, we know that according to the equations of motion, that we would expect that if once this is given a spin and has a spin axis in this direction, if we give it a particular torque, and I'll do this by pushing my hands against it in this fashion once it's spinning, by the equations we can predict that as I put this torque on it, it will in fact rotate this direction. Let's see how well this works out. As I applied the torque this way, it rotated this way. Too close, I think.
Houston, it's a pretty good demonstration.
Houston, this next is a little demonstration for the kids at home, all kids everywhere for that matter. I was going to show you how you drink water out of a spoon, but I'm afraid I filled the spoon too full, and if I'm not careful, I'm going to spill water right over the sides. Can you see the water slopping around in the top of the spoon, kids?
That's affirmative, 11.
Okay, well, as I say, I was going to show you, but I'm afraid I filled it too full, and it's going to spill over the side. I tell you what, I'll just turn this one over and get rid of the water and start all over again, okay?
Okay. And you can see up here we don't know where over is. One up is as good as another. That really is water, though, I'll show you. That's really not the way we drink. We really have a water gun, which I'll show you. There's the water gun. This cylindrical thing on the end of it is a filter with several membranes. One allows water to pass, but not any gas. The other allows gas to pass, but not any water. So by routing the gaseous water, which comes from our tank, through this filter, we're enabled to drink purified water without the gas in it, filtered water. And of course, all we do to get it started is just pull the trigger. Sort of messy. I haven't been at this very long. It's the same system that the Spaniards used to drink out of wineskins at bullfights. Only I think this is even more fun. Well, be seeing you, kids. Thank you from all the kids in the world here in the Moker who can't tell the Earth from the moon. All right, just stand by one and we'll get you that earthquake. Looks like you need a wineskin up there, Mike. That'd be nice. Okay, K11 Houston, I have a picture now. That's affirmative. I refuse to bite on this one, though. You tell us. Okay, this should be getting larger, and if it is, it's the place we're coming home to. Roger. No matter where you travel, it's always nice to get home. We concur, 11. We'll be happy to have you back. It's Apollo 11, signing off. Real fine out there. President Nixon, as he prepares to fly out to greet your return, predicted that within 31 years, man will have visited at least one other planet bearing some form of life. In the year 2000, we on this earth will have visited new worlds where there will be a form of life. He told 2,000 foreign exchange students at the White House. Before he left for his week-long trip, the president sent Congress his proposal for reorganizing the Interstate Commerce Commission. He also conferred with Chairman Earl Wheeler of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on his return from Vietnam. And the launch of Intelsat was scrubbed and has been rescheduled for 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Wednesday. The second stage fuel ground support system showed some contamination. And back in Washington, the House Ways and Means Committee agreed to tax changes affecting oil companies, banks, and utilities that could add nearly $2 billion a year to federal revenues. And also today, NASA announced that it will launch a large orbital workshop in 1972 with a cut-down version of the Saturn V. And your television pictures attracted a lot of interest. They were shown live throughout just about the whole world. And So we're expecting hundreds of telephone calls from mothers all over the world complaining that their youngsters are trying to drink milk from spoons. Thanks to you, Mike. I take it all back. You need more practice.
This is Apollo Control. Things are beginning to quieten down aboard Apollo 11 as they get near their sleep period. Probably won't be too many more exchanges between spacecraft communicator Charlie Duke here in Mission Control and the crew aboard Columbia. Entry countdown clock now showing 37 hours, 53 minutes. This may be refined a few times between now and splash time, or entry. Apollo 11 now is 153,080 nautical miles out from Earth, approaching at 4,373 feet per second. And at 157 hours, 10 minutes, ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control.
Friday, Ken.
Carry, Ken.
Get all to correct something I told you all ago about the high gain. It appears that the thing, when we go switch back to it. And I told you a while ago it was be sitting at the last point since you hadn't satisfied the criteria to go back to the manual setting. But the only way we can explain that would cause it to do that is the fact that search and play.
That go flight?
You're pretty sure they're stirring around here.
Yes, I think they're awake and moving around.
Okay, Kerbal-Kind flight.
Go ahead and find it.
Watch see if anybody's up there.
Okay.
Apollo 11, Houston. Apollo 11, Houston. Are you up and at him yet? Over.
No, we're up at least, Dylan. Eyeballing the modulating spout.
11, Houston, got your signals loud and clear here. How are things this morning? Over.
Can you read us on?
Roger, loud and clear, 11.
Okay, everything be all right here so far. We haven't been looking in the cockpit yet. We've been spending our time looking outside the cockpit this morning.
Roger, 11. You're breaking up just a little bit there, Neil. Your signals are loud, but breaking up occasionally. Your spacecraft all looks good here from the ground. We noticed you stirring around the cockpit, and thought we'd give you a call. Over.
Good morning.
11, Houston, we do have a few items for you here, entry pads, consumables, and so forth. After you've had a chance to get organized, whenever you're ready to start on a few of these items, we'll read them up to you. Over.
Okay, stand by. Go ahead, Owen. I've got the books out ready to copy.
Okay, Buzz. On your flight plan items, a few updates. First of all, we've canceled mid-course number 6. Just remain in PTC. Give you a little more time this morning. Second item on the flight plan is we're ready for a BAT-B charge anytime you want to put it on the line. And third item, we'd like a wastewater dump a little differently this time. We'd like to do it on our mark from the ground. The PTC is a little bit ragged, and we would like to make the water dump at a time which we think will hold it in its proper configuration. So it looks like we'll have a desirable opportunity coming along in between 15 and 20 minutes. And on our mark, we would like to have a here if you'd like to find out what's happened in the last 12, 14 hours. Over.
Okay, go ahead.
Okie doke. Hot off the press here, we find Juan Carlos was formally designated yesterday, Tuesday, to become General Franco's successor as the Chief of State of Spain and eventual king. Juan Carlos will be sworn in today as his successor designate, After taking an oath of loyalty to the law and the national movement, Spain's only legal political organization, he will apparently be called the Prince of Spain. House Ways and Means Committee also has agreed yesterday to tax changes affecting oil companies, also banks and utilities, which could add as much as $2 billion per year to the federal revenue. The committee also voted tentatively to change the accounting procedures for telephone, electric, gas, and oil pipeline companies, and to reduce tax benefits of mutual savings and loan institutions. So it looks as if tax reform may be on the way. Looking overseas, we find South Korea's first superhighway linking Seoul with the port of Incheon has been named the Apollo Highway to commemorate your trip. I think we mentioned last night that President Nixon has already started on his round-the-world trip, and today he is in San Francisco on his first stop, which will take him to the USS Hornet, from which he'll watch the return of your spacecraft. He plans to visit 7 nations, including Romania, during this trip. He, as I think you also knew, had to miss the All-Star baseball game yesterday, as it was rained out, but is being played today. The West Coast residents in Seattle, Washington, Portland, Oregon, Vancouver, British Columbia, San Francisco, all plan to make their areas visible to the three of you by lighting their lights between 9 p.m. and midnight tonight, according to the Associated Press. We do have clear weather predicted there, so that you may be able to see Christmas lights, porch lights, door lights, and whatever may be turned on. A little closer to home here, back in Memphis, Tennessee, a young lady who is presently tipping the scales at 8 pounds 2 ounces was named a module by her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Lee McGee. It wasn't my idea, said Mrs. McGee, it was my husband's. She said she had balked at the name Lunar Module McGee because it didn't sound too good, but apparently they have compromised on just module. Over. Oh, you hear a few chuckles coming from that direction. And we do have a late report on the sports here also. The All-Star game currently being played. The present score at the end of the 4th inning has the National League leading the American League by 9-3. So the hitters are having a good day, as you can tell. And rain clouds are over the MSC area at the moment. It began raining here just about 10 minutes ago, and last report we were having a pretty heavy deluge. So that's it from the news front for the afternoon here, Apollo 11, over.
Thank you very much, Owen. I think my yard could use some water.
That's very true. I've forgotten exactly how many days it did go, Buzz, but something like 30 days without rain, and we can't appreciate the rain we're getting right now.
Yeah, that was Neil. Buzz there. I wonder if you could find out when the last time my lawn was cut. Over.
That might be a little more difficult to find out. I'm not sure whether Mike is ready to admit when he last did the job, but I'll look into that for you.
Well, he'll tell you. He's got a new mower.
Roger.
Hey, ask my chinch bugs how they're doing.
Well, I'm not sure about yours. I can let you know about my own, and the report isn't very good.
Owen Garriott is the capsule communicator here in Mission Control at this time. This is Apollo Control at 173 hours, 43 minutes. Apollo 11 now 105,165 nautical miles from Earth. The velocity continuing to increase gradually up to 5,652 feet per second. The cabin temperature in spacecraft has been running around 62 degrees. And coming up within the next hour, Apollo 11 will be crossing the midway point in distance. That to occur at 174 hours, 24 minutes, and 7 seconds. There will be a briefing at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time in the Building 1 auditorium on the Lunar Receiving Laboratory.
11 Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger. Joan wasn't home right now, Buzz, but Janice reports the grass is getting pretty high, and I would estimate that it's going to be close to your knees by the time you get out of quarantine, over.
Okay, I'll have to schedule a little discussion after I get back.
Right, and no report from the chinch bugs there, Mike.
Well, they're sort of taciturn little fellers. They don't say much. They just chomp away.
Concur on that.
Which is about what we're doing up here.
We concur on that, too.
I'm not used to all this, but I'm sitting here right beside.
Breakfast was magnificent as usual. I had sliced peaches, sausage patties, 2 cups of coffee, and I forget all what else.
That does sound pretty good. As a matter of fact, I'm way overdue for a meal myself here. I could use some of that.
Why don't you get Milt to give you 5 minutes off and grab a hamburger?
I suggested that a while ago. He was pointing out about the weight problem here. Got to keep the calories low, so I better stand by without it.
Houston, Apollo 11. We've been doing a little flight planning for Apollo 12 up here.
Roger, go ahead.
We're trying to calculate how much spaghetti and meatballs we can get on board for Albany.
I'm not sure the spacecraft will take that much extra weight. Have you made any estimates?
It'll be close.
That last comment came from Mike Collins, referring to Al Bean, who is the lunar module pilot for Apollo 12.
11 Houston, the medics at the next console report that the shrew is one animal which can eat 6 times its own body weight every 24 hours. This may be a satisfactory baseline for your spaghetti calculations on Al Bean, over.
Okay, thank you. That didn't work. Houston, Apollo 11. It was slightly colder in here last night than it has been on any previous night. Does ECOM notice any change in his data or any explanation for that?
Roger, stand by just a moment. We'll go check some temperatures.
Up until last night, it was, if anything, a little on the warm side at night. Last night, it was on the chilly side.
Roger there. We'll run down the temperatures for the 2 nights.
Oh, it's no big thing. This is a matter of interest.
Roger.
And how'd you like the command module RCS temperatures?
11 Houston, they all look very good. The lowest temperature was 40 degrees, and we're taking a look at your cabin temperatures now.
Yeah, we agree on the CMRCS. No heaters going to be required by a country mile.
We think that's correct.
With the planet Earth in the same Pacific Ocean tomorrow. First, Mike Collins.
Eleven, this is Houston. We have an LOS here.
We'll be right back with you.
Roger.
With history, and with the giants of science who have preceded this effort. Next to the American people, who have, through their will, indicated their desire. Next to 4 administrations and their Congresses.
for implementing that will. And then to the agency and industry teams that built our spacecraft. The Saturn, the Columbia, the Eagle, and the little EMU, the spacesuit and backpack that was our small spacecraft out on the lunar surface. We'd like to give a special thanks to all those Americans who built those spacecraft, who did the construction, the design, the test, and put their heart and all their abilities into those craft. To those people, tonight we give a special thank you. And to all the other people that are listening and watching tonight, God bless you. Good night from Apollo 11.
PM. This is Delta Launch Control.
This is Apollo Control. 180 hours, 25 minutes, ground elapsed time. We have some 4 minutes accumulated tape in recent transmissions between Columbia and the ground. We'll roll these tapes at this time.
Hey, 11, this is Houston, and you might tell Buzz not to exercise quite so strenuously, over.
What's the problem?
Say again?
What's the problem?
Okay, that's one on us. 11, Houston, seriously, that comment was just aimed at your musical selection.
Okay. Come on, Neil, not so fast. You have an ergometer up here.
What was that, real-time exercise?
Just running the ergometer.
Roger. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Well, we'd like to know what your plans are as far as turning in this evening. The flight plan will show you commencing a rest period of about 182 hours. What are you planning to do on that? We're going to be watching the weather here, and we expect to have an update on the weather, I guess, in about another half hour or 45 minutes to pass to you, over.
We're going to probably stick with the flight plan pretty much. We are going to check the...
Roger. And I've got a couple other things, Mike. We need to terminate battery B charge at this time. And also the weather is clobbering in at our targeted landing point due to scattered thunderstorms. We don't want to tangle with one of those, so we're going to move your aim point uprange Correction, it'll be downrange to target for a 1,500 nautical mile entry, so we can guarantee uplift control. The new coordinates are 13 degrees, 19 minutes north, 169, 10 minutes west. The weather in that area is super. We got 2,000 scattered, 8,000 scattered, with 10 miles visibility and 6-foot seas. And the Hornet is sitting in great position to get to that targeted position. Over.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control. To recap briefly the conversation a few moments ago between Charlie Duke and the crew of Columbia, because of forecast thunderstorms in the prime recovery area in the mid-Pacific for tomorrow, the Apollo spacecraft's lifting capabilities will be used to stretch the entry path some 215 nautical miles farther downrange toward Hawaii to a new landing point or aiming point with the very rough preliminary coordinates of 13 degrees 19 minutes north by 169 degrees 10 minutes west. These numbers will be refined through the night as the retrofire officer exercises the computer and comes up with more definitive numbers. These will be passed on as they are available. Apollo 11 now 75,951 nautical miles out from Earth, approaching at 6,899 feet per second at 181 hours 50 minutes and standing by on the air-ground circuit. This is Apollo Control.
Apollo 11, Houston, some of the general last-minute updates here. On the entry, we were told you on the camera to set it at 50 feet. Turns out the biggest number on the camera is 25 feet, so just set it at infinity. Over.
Roger, infinity.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We're ready to put you to bed and say good night. If you give us your crew status report and verify that you changed out the CO2 canister a moment ago. Over.
Stand by. Okay, Charlie, crew status report follows. CDR 11023, CMP 10025, LMP 09027, canister change complete.
Roger, thank you very much,
No
Bill.
medication.
Roger, thank you. Could you give us an onboard readout, please, sir?
Stand by. Okay, bat C 37, pyrobat A 37, bat B 37, RCSA 51, D 63, C 62, D 58.
Roger, copy. Thank you much.
Okay, but that's trivial. The statement is correct, though. It's the altitude at which your altimeter reading.
Very shortly, we distance 3,896 nautical miles, velocity 24,915 feet per second.
Flight, this is Retro. Go.
Okay, the backup constant G target with the 45-degree roll to the north at 14 degrees 7 minutes north, 171.31 west. It's on channel 66. You can see it.
Okay, 14.7 north and 171.31 west.
That's sir. It's on 66. You'll be able to see all the different targets we got.
And we're about 10 minutes away from the scheduled separation time now. Apollo 11's distance now is 3,000 nautical miles, velocity 26,685 feet per second. In the next 20 minutes, Apollo 11 will add almost 10,000 feet per second to that figure.
Retro flight.
Very shortly. He's now 35,578 feet per second. We're a minute and 45 seconds from entry. Blackout will begin 18 seconds after entry.
Capcom flight, you passing that breaker?
Negative, but he can't reach us down at 225. He'd have to reach up with his hand and sit up in the seat.
Okay.
Houston, Apollo 11, I'm going to go to command reset and turn the tape on.
Negative flight. What will that do to us? Probably take a low bit rate. Okay, let's don't do that.
11 Houston, recommend negative on that. That'll put us in low bit rate.
It'll also turn our S-band down on it. Negative on that flight. Yep, that's right, by the way. Put us back to low.
Okay, I already put it to command reset, but I still have barber pole on the tape.
Okay, come.
And my switch is high bit rate.
Okay, that'll be fine. And 225 there, if you can reach it, Buzz. The last two circuit breakers in the second row from the bottom, you can punch those in.
Power amp back up. We did that one. No, hard time.
36,000 feet per second.
And 11 Houston, don't mess around with that 225 there.
Okay.
Okay, Capcom, he's looking good to us. Going over the hill here.
And 11 Houston, you're going over the hill there shortly. You're looking mighty fine to us.
See you later.
We're at entry time. Blackout very shortly. Range to go to splash, 1,533 nautical miles. There's blackout.
Blackout there, Capcom? That's from one. Right on schedule.
This blackout period should last for about 3 minutes 45 seconds.
Network flight.
At blackout, we were showing velocity 36,237 feet per second. Range to go to splash 1,510 nautical miles.
Recovery flight looked good to us going over the hill.
Roger, flight. We're standing by.
Elapsed time for end of blackout, 195 hours, 7 minutes even. Drogue chute deployment time is 195 hours, 12 minutes, 8 seconds.
Okay, Capcom, we should come under blackout here at 3:51, and drogue time's 9 minutes, of course, which you have in some time.
close to go because we'd like to get that reading.
And the control center will not attempt to communicate with Apollo 11 after drogue deploy time. And will leave the airwaves clear for the recovery forces.
CAO network. Flight, this is Retro.
Go.
At 400 kp, he was right on it. All his data looked real good.
Okay, and I copied Blackhead as being right on time. Is that what
Roger, affirmed. That's affirmative, flight.
Okay.
Flight network. Go. Yeah, Ride 3 reported a visual contact.
Okay.
Araya 3 reported a visual contact. We're at 3 minutes 20 seconds since entry. Blackout should end about 3 minutes 53 seconds after entry.
Flight recovered. Go. Ride 3 reported a visual. Okay.
We're about 11 minutes away from landing.
And he's the uprange Rye, I believe, isn't he? That's Charlie. About him.
Araya 3 is the uprange Araya aircraft.
He should be at a blackout.
Apollo 11, Houston through Orion.
Network, you're going to call us when you get Orion, I presume?
Apollo 11, Houston through Orion.
Flight recovery. Latitude, longitude, 103. The deck
along the hangar. Our minds are staggered and our spirits exultant with the magnitude and precision of this entire Apollo 11 mission. We have spent the past week in communal anxiety and hope as our astronauts sped through the glories and dangers of the heavens. As we try to understand and analyze the scope of this achievement for human life, our reason is overwhelmed with abounding gratitude and joy, even as we realize the increasing challenges of the future. This magnificent event illustrates anew what man can accomplish when purpose is firm and intent corporate. A man on the moon was promised in this decade, and though some were unconvinced, the reality is with us this morning in the persons of astronauts Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins. We applaud their splendid exploits, and we pour out our thanksgiving for their safe return to us, to their families, to all mankind. From our inmost beings, we sing humble yet exuberant praise. May the great effort and commitment seen in this Project Apollo inspire our lives to move similarly in other areas of need. May we, the people, by our enthusiasm and devotion and insight, move to new landings in brotherhood, human concern, and mutual respect. May our country, afire with inventive leadership and backed by a committed followership, blaze new trails into all areas of human cares. See our enthusiasm and bless our joy with dedicated purpose toward the many needs at hand. Link us in friendship with peoples throughout the world as we strive together to better the human condition. Grant us peace, beginning in our own hearts, and a mind attuned with goodwill towards our neighbor. All this we pray as our thanksgiving rings out to thee, in the name of our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
California, in the Long Beach, San Diego areas, Coronado.
You guys just about a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manned Spacecraft Center. This is the Apollo 11 press conference. The format today will consist of a 45-minute presentation by the Apollo 11 crew, followed by question and answers. At this time, I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin. Neil?
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. We all here and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure over its developing and unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final month of July that was certainly the highlight for the three of us of that decade. We're going to divert a little bit from the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about the moon. We will use a number of films and slides which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed on the spot, which may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth. The flight, as you know, started promptly. And I think that was characteristic of all the events of the flight. The Saturn gave us one magnificent ride, both into Earth orbit and on a trajectory to the moon. Our memory of that actually differs little from the reports that you have all heard from those previous Saturn V flights, and the previous flights served us well in preparation for this flight in the boost as well as the subsequent phases. We would like to skip directly to the translunar coast phase and remind ourselves of the long chain of events that actually permitted the landing, starting with the undockings, or the transposition and docking sequence.
This was our first look at the magnificent machinery which had been behind us up until this point, the booster. Of course, the first and second stages had long since separated, but this shows the limb nestled inside the third stage, the S4B, after the translunar inject burn. This maneuver was an interesting combination of manual and automated techniques in that we programmed the onboard computer to make the turnaround, and then these final maneuvers were made completely manually. As I approached the LEM, I had an easy time because I had a docking target, which is not too clearly visible here, which allowed me to align the probe and the drogue, which is the dark spot you see on the upper right. During this time, I also checked out the proper vehicle response to my stick inputs, and here shortly you'll see the actual docking somewhat speeded up. There's the point of contact, and in just a second you'll see a second, right there, a second small indication of the retract cycle when the 12 docking latch is made.
We made 2 entries into the lunar module. This is our first view of the inside of this. The final activation was made on the day of powered descent. On the 2 previous days, when we entered, we removed the probe and drogue and found that we had a rather long tunnel between the 2 vehicles. On entering the lunar module, one had to do a slight flip maneuver or a half gainer to get into position for the lunar module, of course, is in a sense upside down relative to the command module.
This is in lunar orbit, showing the separation of the lunar module from the command module as viewed through my window. This was a busy time for me in that I was taking these motion pictures through the right-hand window. At the same time, I was taking still photos through the left-hand window, and also flying my vehicle and probably poorly, and taking a close look at the LEM as he turned around. My most important job here was to make sure that all his landing gear were down and properly locked prior to his descent and touchdown. This is his yaw maneuver, and the white dots you see are the landing gear pads. This gives you a better idea of the detail available with the 70 millimeter. Of course, this is a still, and shows the LEM either right side up or upside down. I'm not sure which. It looks more like, to me, it looked more like a praying mantis than it does a first-class flying machine in this view, but it was a beautiful piece of machinery. The landing gear are at the top, and you can see the probes which indicate lunar contact as thin wires extending upward from the landing gear.
Of course, before we could undock, as is shown in this picture, we had to complete the activation. Now, the day before we undocked, we entered the LEM and went through an entire switch configuration check, and we exercised the various communication modes. In retrospect, since we did have a little bit of communication problems on the following day during powered descent, we would recommend that we might make a more thorough check of this on the day before descent. On the day that we did finally enter the LEM for the landing maneuver, we went through a staggered sequence of suiting, and we found that with all the simulations that we had run back here in Houston, or with Houston tied with our simulations in the Cape, that we were quite confident that we would be able to complete this LEM activation in the given time period, which was approximately 4 hours. We managed to get 30 minutes ahead of the time, and it allowed us to get a more accurate platform alignment check at one point. After the undocking maneuver, we went through a brief radar check, and then the command module executed a 2 foot per second maneuver away from us so that we would both be able to independently exercise our guidance system through a star alignment check, which we did following this separation maneuver. Now, this occurred in a vicinity close to the landing site, and you can see at this point the command module is traveling right over the center of our targeted point. He's approaching now what we call the cat's paw. Following this separation maneuver on the backside of the moon, we made a descent orbit insertion, which is slightly over 70 foot per second maneuver that lowers our altitude down to 50,000 feet. We had 2 guidance systems working for us, and they behaved perfectly. Both of them agreed extremely closely as to the results of this maneuver. Following this, we used the radar to confirm the actual departure rate from the command module.
This is a view of the descent trajectory area as viewed through the LEM window during our activation. In the bottom right of the photograph is the crater Maskelyne, and in the bottom center is the mountain called Boot Hill. Immediately above Boot Hill is a small sharp-rimmed crater called Maskelyne W, which was the crater that we used to determine our downrange and cross-range position error prior to completing the final phases of the descent. The landing area itself is in the smooth area at the top of the picture, just before we arrive at the shadow, or what's called the terminator. We had seen a number of pictures from Apollos 8 and 10, which gave us an excellent understanding of the ground track over which we would pass during the descent. we're now looking out the right-hand window of the crater, and there's Maskelyne W. It occurred approximately 2 to 3 seconds late and gave us the clue that we would probably land somewhat long. After completing those position checks, we rolled over face up so that the landing radar could lock on the ground and confirm our actual altitude. Now, this picture doesn't show it, but at this phase in the trajectory, we were looking out directly at the planet Earth. In the final phases of descent, after a number of program alarms, we looked at the landing area and found a very large crater just in the very left top corner of the picture. The camera is located in the right window and looks to the right, and it just barely sees this boulder field we're passing over right now. We're at 400 feet, and those boulders are about 10 feet across. This was the area which we decided we would not go into, extended the range downrange, and saw this crater, which we passed over, this 80-foot crater, in the final phases of descent, and later took some pictures of. Now you can see the exhaust being the exhaust dust being kicked up by the engine, and this was some concern in that it degraded our ability to determine not only our altitude and altitude rate in the final phases, but also, and probably more importantly, our translational velocities over the ground. It's quite important not to stub your toe during the final phases of touchdown. And once settled on the surface, the dust cleared immediately, and we had an excellent view of the area surrounding the limb. This is the view out the left window. It shows a cratered surface, pockmarked with craters up to 15, 20, 30 feet, and many smaller craters down to a diameter of 1 foot. And of course, the surface was very fine-grained. We could tell that from our view out the window, but there were a surprisingly large number of rocks of all sizes.
This is the view out the right window. Up close to the horizon, you see a boulder field that was probably deposited by some of the impacts in the craters that were behind us. You see, most of the craters have rounded edges. However, there is a variation in the age of these, as we can tell by the sharpness of the edge of the crater. The general color of the terrain looking down sun was a very light tannish color. This blended as we looked more across sun to a more sharper, well-defined features and more of a gray color. During the initial time period after touchdown, we went through various sequences to prepare us for immediate abort or liftoff if we found that that was necessary. We had found we had to vent the fuel and oxidizer manifolds a good bit earlier than we had thought. We went through these various checks and prepared for one liftoff that would occur about 21 minutes after the beginning of powered descent. The ground gave us a stay during this period. We did not have to make use of that. We then proceeded at that point into our simulated countdown, which consisted of checking our guidance systems. We made use of a gravity align feature where the inertial platform of the primary guidance would use the gravity vector to determine the local vertical. We would then compare this with the alignments that we had previously. We also made use of the stars through the telescope and aligning a crosshair by rotating the field of view until the crosshair superimposed on the star. This would give us the angular measurement of the star within the field of view of the telescope. We then determine the distance out by aligning another reticle spiral on this. We went through an averaging technique on board and then fed this information into the computer, and this came up with our various alignment checks. This was all in preparation for a possible liftoff that would occur about 2 hours after touchdown as Mike and Columbia came over for the first revolution. The ground network gave us a stay, and we continued briefly through the remainder of this checklist and our simulated countdown. And at this point, we terminated and powered down many systems on board the spacecraft and went into an eat period.
A number of experts had, prior to the flight, predicted that a good bit of difficulty might be encountered by people attempting to work on the surface of the moon due to this variety of strange atmospheric and gravitational characteristics that would be encountered. It was, in fact, in our view, preferable both to weightlessness and the Earth's gravity. This led us to believe, this in conjunction with the fact that all the systems in the LEM were operating magnificently and we had very few problems, to go ahead with the surface work immediately. We predicted that we might be ready to leave the LEM by 8 o'clock, but those of you who followed on the ground recognize we missed our estimate by a good deal. This was due to a number of factors. One, we had house cleaning to perform, food packages, flight plans, and all the items that we had used in the previous descent to be stowed out of the way and prior to depressurizing the lunar module. It took longer to depressurize the lunar module than we had anticipated, and it also took longer to get the cooling units in our backpacks operating than we had expected. In sum and substance, it took us approximately an hour longer to get ready than we had predicted. When we actually descended the ladder, it was found to be very much like the lunar gravity simulations we had performed here on Earth. And no difficulty was encountered in descending the ladder. The last step was about 3.5 feet from the surface, and we're somewhat concerned that we might have difficulty in re-entering the LEM at the end of our activity period, so we practiced that before doing the exercise of bringing the camera down, which took the subsequent surface pictures. Here you see the camera being lowered on what might be called a Brooklyn clothesline. I was operating quite carefully here because immediately to my right and off the picture was a 6-foot deep crater, and I was somewhat concerned about losing my balance on the steep slopes. The other item of interest in the very early stages of EVA, should it have been cut short for some unknown reason, was the job of bringing back a sample of the lunar rocks, and these photographs show the collection of that initial sample into a small bag, and then that bag being deposited in my pocket. This was the first of a number of times when we found two men were a great help. I quickly put up the TV camera. and then more leisurely, but Buzz and I joined together to erect the American flag. We found on a number of occasions that we were able to help each other in many ways on the surface. You probably recall the times that I got my foot caught in the television cable, and Buzz was able to help me extract it without falling down.
We had some difficulty at first getting the pole of the flag to remain into the surface. In penetrating the surface, we found that most objects would go down about 5, maybe 6 inches, and then it would meet with a gradual resistance. At the same time, there was not much of a supporting force on either side, so we had to lean the flag back slightly in order for it to maintain this position. So many people have done so much to give us this opportunity to place this American flag on the surface. To me, it was one of the prouder moments of my life to be able to stand there and quickly salute the flag.
The rest of the activity seemed to go very rushed. There were a lot of things to do, and we had a hard time getting them finished.
We did find that mobility on the surface was, in general, a good bit better than perhaps we had anticipated it. There was a slight tendency to be more nearly toward the rear of a neutral, stable position. Balance seemed to be quite easy to identify, and as one would lean a slight bit to one side or the other, it was very easy to identify when this loss of balance was approaching. In maneuvering around, as you saw, this was one of my tasks fairly early in the EVA. I found that a standard loping technique of one foot in front of the other worked out quite well, as we would have expected. One could also jump in more of a kangaroo fashion, 2 feet at a time. This seemed to work, but without quite the same degree of control of your stability as you moved along. We found we had to anticipate 3 to 4 steps ahead in comparison with the 1 or 2 steps that are ahead when you're walking on the earth.
We had very little trouble, much less trouble than expected on the surface. It was a pleasant operation. Temperatures weren't high, they were very comfortable. A little EMU, the combination of spacesuit and backpack that provided and sustained our life on the surface, operated magnificently. We had no cause for concern at any time with the operation of that equipment. The primary difficulty that we observed was that there was just far too little time to do the myriads of things that we would have liked to have done. In the pictures we showed earlier, you saw rocks in the boulder field out Buzz's window that were 3 and 4 feet in size, very likely pieces of the lunar bedrock. And it would have been very interesting to go over and get some samples of those. There were other craters that differed widely that would have been interesting to examine and photograph. And we had the problem of the 5-year-old boy in a candy store. There were just too many interesting things to do. The surface, as we said, was fine-grained with lots of rocks in it. It took footprints very well, and the footprints stayed in place. The LEM was in good shape and exhibited no damage from the landing or the descent. It's a picture of the ladder with the well-known plaque on the primary strut. There was a question as to whether the limb would sink in up to its knees. It didn't, as you can see. The foot pad sunk in perhaps an inch or two. And the probe in this picture was folded over and sticks up through the sand in the bottom right-hand corner, showing that we were indeed traveling slightly sideways at touchdown. There were a wide variety of surfaces. Here Buzz is standing in a small crater, and it gives a very good picture of the rounded rims of the what we believe are very old features. The limb was in a relatively smooth area between the craters and the boulder fields. And we had some difficulty in determining just what straight up and down was. Our ability to pick up straight up and down was probably several degrees less accurate than it is here on Earth, and it caused some difficulty in having things like our cameras and scientific experiments sometimes not maintain the level attitude we expected.
The two experiments that you saw in a previous picture were deployed in a scientific equipment bay. We found that getting them down produced no significant problems. And here you see a view of my carrying these two experiments out to the deployment site about 70 feet to the south of the lunar module. You have a very good view of the varying depths of this upper surface layer. You see that along the crater rim, the small crater rim off to my left, along this the upper surface appears to be about 2 to 3 inches, and the subsurface has a slope that is rather ill-defined, and one has to be very careful in threading your way around these very small craters. Any long excursions, I feel, would take a good bit of attention as you're moving along to avoid walking along or down the slope of some of these smaller craters. This is the passive seismic experiment that was deployed and has been giving us good returns on the interactions of the moon. We had a little difficulty deploying one of the panels. I had to move around to the far side and release a restraining lever, and then the second panel came out. We had a little bit of difficulty determining, as Neil said, the exact local horizontal. And I think this is due to the decrease in the cues that a person has as to which way up really is. One has to lean a little bit more off to the side before you get this body cue that you're approaching off balance. And of course, the terrain varied considerably in this area. This second experiment is the laser reflector. We've been successful in bouncing laser beams off this. It consists of 100 arrays of corner reflectors. It was quite surprising, the resistance that was met in this subsurface medium, and at the same time you see that it did not support very well the core tube as I was driving it into the surface.
This is a close, a double picture. It's actually a stereo picture of fine particulate material in the moon. This is taken from a glass, and the analysis of the cause for that characteristic is of extreme interest to the scientific community. Second picture taken with that scientific camera shows the nature of the clods of lunar surface material. And this picture shows the 80-foot crater, which I that you observed earlier in the motion picture footage during the final phases of descent. We had very much hoped that this crater would be deep enough to show the lunar bedrock. It was about 15 or 20 feet deep, and although there are rocks in the bottom, there are no evidences on the inner walls of actually getting a picture or a view of the lunar bedrock.
We deposited several items on the lunar surface. I'm sure you're aware of these. One was a disk with 73 messages from nations of the world. There was a patch from Apollo 1 and various medals from the cosmonauts. We also elected as a crew to deposit a symbol which was representative of our patch, that is the U.S. Eagle carrying the olive branch to the lunar surface, and we thought it was appropriate to deposit this replica of the olive branch before we left.
This, after re-entering the LEM, we could see the effects of it in the area where the majority of the walking took place. However, in the left side of the picture where it is not as dark, there was also a good bit of walking, and so that indicates that the walking probably just increases your ability to notice the effects of the strange lighting that Buzz talked about earlier, where the cross-sun lighting is a good bit darker than the down sun.
Following the EVA, we had a sleep period, which, in a word, didn't go quite as well as we thought it might. We found it was quite difficult to keep warm when we pulled. Rather difficult for us to sleep. You see, mounted in the right-hand window, the 16-millimeter camera as it was mounted for taking the pictures on the surface. Following the sleep period, as we're approaching the liftoff point, we progressed with a gradual power-up of the lunar module, which included another star alignment up in front of the instrument panel. It was used to record the various messages that were sent up to us, the whole host of numbers for the particular maneuvers that were coming up that we would copy down. We'd log these on that sort of a data sheet.
This film shows our final look at Tranquility Base before our departure. And the ascent was a great pleasure. It was very smooth. We were very, very pleased to have that engine light up. Gave us an excellent view of our takeoff trajectory and Tranquility Base as we left. And at all times through the ascent, we could pick up landmarks that assured us that we were on the proper track. There were no difficulties with the ascent, and we enjoyed the ride more than we could say.
Both guidance systems agreed very closely when we were finally inserted into orbit. I believe there was something on the order of a half a mile or 7/10 of a mile difference in the apogee in the resulting orbit. Following an alignment check after insertion into orbit, we proceeded with gathering radar data of relative positions between the two vehicles. The solution for the first sequence of rendezvous maneuvers was extremely close and agreed very closely with the value that the ground had given us. The surprising feature of this rendezvous. Many of us were expecting a fairly large out-of-planeness due to perhaps some misalignment in azimuth on the surface. We were expecting somewhere up to maybe 20 or 30 feet per second out-of-plane velocity. We found that we didn't even have to make use of a particular out-of-plane maneuver that had been inserted between two other sequential maneuvers. In comparison with many simulator runs, we found that this was about as perfect a rendezvous as we could have asked for.
You've noted some oscillations in this film during ascent, and that's a real characteristic. The vehicle, due to the changing center of gravity as fuel is used, does a good bit of 5-degree oscillations throughout the ascent.
This is Eagle is seen by Columbia, or perhaps half an Eagle would be better, since the landing gear and lower part, the descent stage, of course, remained on the surface. This was a very happy part of the flight for me. I, for the first time, really felt that we were going to carry the thing off at this stage of the game, and it looked like, although we were far from home, we were a lot closer to it than the pure distance might indicate. Neil's making the initial maneuvers here to get turned around, and then again I do the final docking. This is somewhat swifter than real time. The probe, the dark funnel on the top of the LEM, and the docking target below it and to the left in the lighter portion of the LEM. As Buzz said, the rendezvous was absolutely beautiful. They came up from below absolutely as if they were riding on rails. There was absolutely no disturbance or any off-nominal effects during the last part of the rendezvous. Upper right, you can see the RCS quads, and down below the various antenna and other protuberances. This gives you some idea of the rough terrain available on the moon. Of course, the Maria on the front side are smoother than this, but in general, the back side of the moon is quite rough. And I have, in general, just a series of slides, which, in the interest of time, I'm not going to dwell on. But I just like to point out that we did take a number of pictures. I believe from Columbia, we took probably 1,000 stills, and some of them show very interesting surface features. Various types of unusual craters, and some of them pose many riddles, which we hope the geologists will in time be able to answer for us. That line of craters, for example, is difficult to explain, or at least without an argument it is. A newer crater with the white material having come from it. And this is a picture of the solar corona. Neil, would you like to close with that?
During our flight to the moon, we flew through the moon shadow. In fact, the moon was eclipsing the sun, and we took the opportunity to try to take some photographs of it, but our film was just not sufficiently fast to capture the event. However, this does show the brightest part of the solar corona. It extends several moon diameters in addition on each side. They're roughly parallel to that light. But the striking thing to us as observers was not the solar corona, but the moon itself. Of course, it was dark, unilluminated by the sun, but it was illuminated by the Earth. And at this relatively close range, it had a decided three-dimensional effect, and was undoubtedly one of the most impressive sights of the flight. As we left the moon after a successful TEI, this is the view that we observed. I think that, at least from where I sit here on the stage, the colors that you see there are quite close to being actually representative of the moon as seen from that distance. We were sorry to see the moon go, but we were certainly glad to see the Earth return. We used took a large number of photographs of the Earth on the way out and back, and had our wristwatches set on Houston time. An interesting use can be made of that. If you were looking at this picture and you looked at your watch and your watch said 7 o'clock in the evening, then you'd know that Houston is about 7 o'clock from the evening, and it's about an hour away from sunset. So it would be about 1/24th of an Earth's circumference away from the shadow, which is just about 15 degrees there. So at any time, by looking at a wristwatch and looking down at the Earth, we knew what was underneath the clouds, and it aided us in some ways in picking out what we should be seeing. We could see a large number of details on the Earth's surface, certainly all the continents and islands and details, many of which you followed perhaps in our discussions over the radio communications. But it was interesting to us to find out how well we could observe weather patterns on not only the worldwide scale, which you see here, but in specific localities. This particular shot does show the coast of North America, the equatorial cloud layers, what we think is probably an intertropical convergence zone, and cirrus clouds over the Antarctic.
We're ready now for question and answers, and wait for the microphone, and we'll go right down the line, and we'll catch everyone if you'll just be patient. Tom will too.
How much time did you have left in your life support backpacks at the time you got back on board LEM?
I haven't seen the post-flight analysis of the